We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay on.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
stick around. So stick around. So stick around.
Yo, good morning, good morning, good morning. As always, can you hear me okay or am I robotic? Let me know. Happy Sunday, baby. Happy Sunday. We got some shit to talk about. We got some shit going on. Got a new place. It's every year that's going on. We got some misinformation we got to take care of. I've seen a couple of things I haven't had a chance to look into anything, so it's going to be something new. There's a lot surrounding this case, so I know that's some misinformation that needs to be taken care of. And so I mean, I will discuss that. But yeah, we need to switch to one side. All right, how's this? Bump, 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 bump. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me all right now, or am I still robotic? Shit, robotic. Okay, so we have some stuff to talk about, some misinformation in a case that needs to be taken care of. There's some stuff way better. Okay, cool. Okay, good. So yeah, there's a new case that we're going to be talking about, some misinformation that needs to be cleared up. There's some things going on, and I know it's going to it seems like it's kind of, there's a lot going on, but anyhow, we are going to get into that, jump into that, talk about some other things, have a, oh, Beat Jim, I thought I sent you the link. Shoot. Okay, hold on. Here we go, baby. Bam. There it is. Let me go pin it right now. Right now. Okay, it's pinned. It's pinned. It's there. Ready to go. Come sit around the table. Let's have a Sunday discussion, man. Sunday shenanigans. We got to talk about it. There's a whole lot going on. I do want to say this, though. I feel like I read a comment that said something about my friend Kate. Kate does crime. She did a video on this, and someone called her a tragedy pimp. We gotta correct that right now, because she's definitely not a tragedy pimp at all. She's a really good channel, and I really hope that we can get this cleared up so that, because I know there's some misinformation in this new case. I don't really know much about it, but we're going to get down to the bottom of it. And we definitely got to clear some of this stuff up for their family, because y'all know we stick with families around here. So
yeah, what's up?
What's happening, baby?
A bit here and there. But yeah, we're going to talk about that Doyle case, correct? So it's a lot of misinformation, man. I heard it from a lot of people on Facebook that they're threatening this woman's life now. The wife of this guy, she's pregnant, and she basically had a miscarriage last time. And now they're all have with these conspiracy theories that he's on the run from the police because he's got attempted murder charges, or he's
this is this Tyler Doyle, right?
Yeah, this is the Tyler Doyle.
Here, we'll start off with that case. Give me 1 second. Well, we'll pull it. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna pull up the news clip so we can, you know what I'm saying, pop the news clip up because people have no idea who he is, what the case is. They know nothing about it. So let's start from fresh. Give me 1 second. I'll pull up the news clip.
No problem. No problem.
He's very good. See, seems like he's a very good kid. He was duck hunting. We'll give a quick run. He was duck hunting from what I've seen on the news. He was duck hunting, and I can relate. My family does duck hunting. You know what I'm saying? So instantly, I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. We got to clear some stuff up. But I do want to say, Sleuth Mom, if you want to come up, you're welcome to come up. Kate, you're welcome to come up. Anybody that knows anything about this is welcome to come up. Anybody that knows, or has more details, like B Tim's going to help clear some stuff up because he knows a lot more than I do. I really don't know much about it, but like I said, we'll pull up a news clip real fast and give you guys an idea, kind of like a little bit of a backstory, because we're all kind of just walking into this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no problem. Let me see.
And I was gonna say what? So this had then this has been like recent. Like this happened.
Wait a minute. Who erased Sleuth Mom's comment? She actually commented.
I don't know. I didn't see it, baby. Hold on. Don't be erasing nobody. Don't. No. Hold on now.
Oh, she says she can't panel on weekends. Yeah, if Duchess panel wants to jump up as well. If Duchess,
I was gonna say I don't. Like I said, I don't really know much about this, but I do want to kind of clear that up because like I said, Kate is my mod. She is one of my friends. You're one of you're my mods. I
get it.
I don't really know much about this case, so I can't really speak on what's going on. I don't really know, but I just like I said, I can't. You know what I mean? I know she's not a tragedy pimp, so I can't sit there and stand by that comment at all. You know what I mean? Like I just, you know what I'm saying. But we got to clear that up. I mean, if there's something that needs cleared up like that, then it needs cleared up, period. You know what I mean? And I don't want this family to feel like, to get attacked by the social media people. Like, you know what I'm saying? We know how it goes. You know how it goes. I know how it goes. I feel like we should protect the family, you know what I'm saying, from this bullshit that's going to, from the shitstorm that's going to hit them. And sadly enough, they're only a week into this, so they have no fucking idea what's going to hit. You know what I mean? Like,
well, they called out the search for him, the Coast Guard.
Oh, did they? Okay, here you go. Let me put this up. We'll play this couple news clips or whatever and give people an idea of what we're talking about, and we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Of a major.
Okay, I'm going to play one from 8 days ago, then 3 days ago, then 1 day ago. So we can kind of get you know what I'm saying? Like a timeline of,
okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Do you think that'd be okay? You think that'd be?
That's fine. I have an article that actually explains the whole details of everything if they miss.
Oh, well, shit. We can go over that too then if you'd rather do that. You know what I mean? I just know that some people have no clue what's going on. You know?
We'll play the video first, and I'll read the article if they miss anything. If like this
perfect. Okay, cool.
Story we first brought you last night. The search is underway for a missing boater in North Myrtle Beach. The 23-year-old has not yet been found after the boat he was in started taking on water. WNBF's Julia Richardson is at the Johnny Causey Landing where searchers have been coming in and out from the Intracoastal Waterway. Julia, what information can you tell us?
That's right, Erica. So the family and friends of the 23-year-old boater are just across the water behind me, continuing to search for him. And a spokesperson tells us from the U.S. Coast Guard tells us that the search is still ongoing. Rescue crews were called last night to a report of a boat sinking with 2 people on board. Crews rescued 1 person from the North Jetty, where the Intracoastal Waterway and Atlantic Ocean meet, up by Little River. But the search for the second boater continued this morning after sunrise. Along with local rescue teams, this search involves the U.S. Coast Guard and the Department of Natural Resources. I spoke to one man earlier today who says he takes his boat out in this area frequently.
I hope they're going to find him okay, you know? I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of swamp out here, a lot of water, you know? A lot of things could go wrong.
And the U.S. Coast Guard also posted earlier on Twitter that if anybody has any information, please call the number that you see on your screen. In North Myrtle Beach, Julia Richardson, WMBF News.
Hey, sing it.
Of a major News 13 First Edition, we've learned items belonging to a missing boater out of North Myrtle Beach were found off the coast of Brunswick County. That's according to Oak Island Water Rescue's Facebook page. 23-year-old Tyler Doyle was duck hunting on a 16-foot John boat last week with one other person when that boat started taking on water. He was last seen wearing a camo jacket and khaki pants. Greg Lucas with SCDNR told us earlier this morning officials up in Brunswick County, North Carolina will be in the air and out on the water searching again today. He also says city, county, state, and federal assets are all searching in both North and South Carolina. Count on News 13 as we continue following this developing story. First at 6 at this hour, the search is still ongoing for a missing boater from Horry County. Tyler Doyle was last seen a little over a week ago while he was out duck hunting.
Today, that search headed north to Wilmington. News 13's Manny Martinez is live in Wilmington right now. And Manny, what was the search effort like where you are?
Bob, for much of the day, small boats crisscrossed here along the Cape Fear River in Wilmington. Now that the sun has started to set, a few of the boaters have started to return to the landing here where I'm at, but they were out there looking for anything, any clue that could lead them to finding Tyler Doyle.
Hopefully we can get him back home safe.
The search for missing boater Tyler Doyle now extending into its second week. Doyle and one other person were duck hunting last Thursday night before a distress call. The other boater was rescued. The search for Doyle kicked into high gear the following day. The initial search surrounded the Little River jetties near the incident. It's moved north throughout the week and now into the Wilmington area. Scuba diving expert Chris Logg explains how currents could have pushed Doyle north.
As soon as you get out into the ocean, those wind-driven currents tend to push north along the beach. At a 2-knot current, that's 48 miles in 24 hours. So it's extremely likely that he could be all the way up here in Wilmington.
The search's focal point Friday was the Cape Fear Memorial Bridge. Boaters carefully combed the river for any clues.
So all I'm trying to do is to make his wife proud and his family proud. I know people will miss him and want to see him.
The South Carolina Department of Natural Resources is still on the search, saying teams will be looking until a rescue is made or a body is recovered. Loved ones leading the way posted updates online that they've found decoy ducks they believe belong to Doyle. His pregnant wife, Lakeland, posting, "Just want my other half to come home. Everyone misses you so much, Ty." And it wasn't just people on boats out here today. I met one couple who's been following all of this on Facebook that said they wanted to be a part of it, so they brought out their binoculars to be a part of this search. And now many of the folks that are now going home, they told me that they'll expect to be back out here again tomorrow. Live in Wilmington, Manny Martinez, News 13.
So,
yeah, that's a little bit, but the article explains a little bit better. But basically, the article says he was 23 years old, obviously. He went missing January 26, 2023. Search is still going. What the story is that happened is Tyler and his hunting partner set out in their 16-foot John boat. Tyler dropped his friend off on the North Jetty, then took the boat so that he could scare up some ducks that were on the ocean surface, hoping he could get a few shots before the ducks flew overhead of his buddy, who would get a few shots of his own. But the boat began taking on water in the 4-foot waves and or through a possible puncture in the boat hull. At that point, Tyler called for help. Rescuers arrived, saved Tyler's buddy from being stranded on the jetty, located Tyler's boat, but couldn't find Tyler. Tyler even said he was wearing a float coat, a jacket,
Okay, cool.
That has a PFD life jacket built into it. There's more. If you want me to keep on reading, there's a lot more actually. Is that all right?
Sorry, yeah, I didn't realize my mic was undone. He said she came in and said, "Dad ordered the tumbling mat." So I was like, "Okay, cool," but I'm sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't.
No problem. But hey, it's a big ocean after all, and the ocean is a force of nature bound to toss and carry a human any which way. Drop an item in the ocean and then think about the current, tide, and wind, like you just heard in the video. It can quickly carry that object 50 feet, 100 feet, but in which direction? If you look 100 feet in one direction, what if it went 100 feet in the absolute opposite direction? That puts you 200 feet away from it. And by the time you look there, what if the object was pushed at 90 degree direction from the spot you first looked? Of course, we're talking about an inanimate object and not a person who presumably has the strength to hold onto a sinking boat, or at least try to stay very near it. Most boats of this type don't completely sink after all, thanks to safety measures that include buoyant materials built into the seats, which by law must keep the rim of the boat at the surface, even when 100% full of water. And again, we're talking about 9 minutes. That's how long it reportedly took rescuers to arrive at the scene. It's difficult to believe the man wearing a float coat, who was seemingly just fine before his boat began taking in water to go completely unable to began taking on water to go completely unable to function within 9 minutes. But was it even Tyler who called for help? This is unclear, but most reports are saying it was Tyler's hunting buddy who dialed 911. That part of the story goes like this. After dropping his buddy off, Tyler motored away in search of ducks. He hit a rock. The boat began taking on water. The waves were too rough, so Tyler called his buddy to tell him things were going bad, then asked him to call for rescue. Tyler would have just dialed 911 himself.
Okay, wait a second. So, and
this is the
Tyler
article.
called his friend. Yeah, Tyler called his friend and asked his friend to call for help.
This is what they're saying, like basically saying, but was it even Tyler who called for 911? This is unclear. Most reports are saying Tyler's hunting buddy who dialed 911. That part of the story goes like this. After dropping his buddy off, Tyler motored away in search of ducks. He hit a rock. The boat began taking on water and the waves were too rough. So Tyler called his buddy to tell him things were going bad, then asked him to call for rescue. And then there's more. Tyler leaves his buddy at the jetty. Everything's good. And he motors away looking for ducks and realizes this is a bad idea, calls his buddy. So there's speculations on that. But basically it's saying like it could be 20 minutes. And you know how the waves are pushing. So he could have been pushed out more. It could have been not 9 minutes, but 20 minutes or 30 minutes or something like that. There's not a precise time. And they do like a 45-hour search for this guy with the Coast Guard. Now they find his pants, and the one thing they find is like the money. One moment.
Wait. Sleuth Mom said it's never been confirmed that he was wearing a life jacket at B. Tim.
Oh, okay.
And hold on, they found his pants, but they didn't find the life. Hold on, go ahead and read that again, or say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me just read it for you. One moment. What they find, the article. Yeah, that's what they say in the article, Sooth Mom. I don't know why they put, you know how articles are. Unfortunately, they get misinformation sometimes. Let me see. It's never.
Yeah, so.
Let me just pull up the what they found. They found his money and they found a waiters, waiters, W-A-D-E-R.
Okay, yeah, waiters.
And there's a lot of people with conspiracy theories saying, why is the money dry? And they don't realize that there's a waterproof pockets that you can put your money in.
Right.
In the pants. And they found it, and they think like some sort of, and I believe the Coast Guards found those. It wasn't like let me just pull it.
So the family did search, or the family, like, have they done any statement? Have they made any statements at all to the media?
Yeah, they started a Facebook group. They did a lot of statements, but what happened was a lot of conspiracy people were jumping onto the Facebook group and blaming the wife, like believing that she's like some of the conspiracy theories are like he's on the run. He's basically because he's afraid of being for attempted murder charges. This is a GoFundMe scam. They're sending death threats.
That's what people are saying, that this is a GoFundMe scam, that he's on the run. So let's take it back. So was he actually charged for murder? Like, what is that? Is that a rumor? Or
what happened is they're confusing it with Javon Doyle. What happened is, because that was in 2011, so they're confusing that guy with him, and they don't and if they pulled up his criminal, I sent you the thing. It's only like for, I'll pull it up again, but basically his two charges were like, I think I got to pull up the charges, but basically a ticket and I think some sort of like wildlife, maybe something had to do with duck hunting. He does not have attempted murder charge coming after him. Basically, so if you go to actually
okay, so when I pop this article, the first thing it says is Tyler Doyle attempted murder charge. Was he charged for mugshot case? Has police arrested? No, the facts. So I don't know what the fuck this is, but is this even? And it's got the same picture
what you're looking at
of him, but it says, has Tyler Doyle been murdered?
Well,
or
if you actually,
what the fuck is this? Like, is this some rumor that Facebook group made up? Or
what happened is that they confused they matched the same last name but confused the first name. They didn't match. They basically picked Javon. If you actually type on Javon, Javon Doyle for 2011, and you match the same case, like the same story, basically, like it's the same story they're saying for Tyler as for Javon. So they
because it's not hard to pull an Intellis report and find out if he was charged with murder.
But if you actually go to Horry County, HORRY County, the 15th Judicial Circuit, and you actually type in his first name, and I'll toss it to you. I think I tossed it to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, because, it's not, we can, anybody really, we can, or anybody can pull a fucking report right now and find out if he has been charged with murder. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the actual, thing. I can share a screen or I can show you. But basically,
so they're saying, okay, his voter child, it says Tyler Doyle went missing on the 26th of January, 2023, while duck hunting near Little River. The search operation involving various departments is on as bad weather attempts to delay the rescuers' work. The Coast Guard authorities have identified Doyle as a young man seen in a camo jacket and khaki pants. Some of his belongings have been recovered, but rumors of his death are circulating the internet. So is that what we're talking about? Is that what they're saying?
They're basically claiming crazy stories. Let me read one of them. Let me just go.
This is exactly what you're saying. It says Tyler Doyle murder charge, but it says another news circulating on social media is of Javon Doyle, a defendant in the murder trial in 2011. Javon Doyle, along with 3 other people, were charged with killing Old Dominion University student Christopher Cumming. Javon Doyle was acquitted of the murder trial on Thursday after a deliberation that ended for 2 hours. Javon Doyle stood at the defense table and sobbed as each jury pronounced the verdict in his favor, dissolving him of murder charges. The other 2 defendants in the Christopher case were freed last year. Netizens are confusing, the Javon murder trial with the Tyler Doyle murder trial.
Because he would be I think he was, what is he, 23 now? So he'd be 12 if he was actually for the 2011 one. So obviously it's not, he's 23 now.
Okay, so right there. So no, he was never charged with murder. Never, not once.
No. His charges, the only charges I found was a ticket, a traffic ticket, and also some sort of hunting, something related to wildlife, something. So yeah, let me just. One of the charges is wildlife federal migratory bird treaty act violation in general. Which, if he's a duck hunter, you can probably guess why. He got that. And my computer's basically exploding because I have so many tabs open. And traffic improper start of a vehicle. And then original charge code retired, no longer used. Yeah, so and it says traffic improper start of vehicle charge. So here you go. Let me see. Yeah, and Grandma Sherry's saying the wife is not at home because of all the death threats. They're literally going after him. It's really fucking crazy.
That needs to fucking stop right motherfucking now.
One of the hooks I'm reading are always
okay at all. Not okay at all.
One of the things is saying the duck hunter buddy did it. She's pregnant with another man's child.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that because of the fake, because someone took a picture of the ultrasound of the baby and they see a thumb and people are conspiracy theories with that.
Oh my God, no.
He's escaping from attempted murder charges. This is a GoFundMe scam. They're looking up her birth registry, they're just like they're really going into. And what happened was originally they created the Facebook group, and overnight it got like 10,000 people, and the family just basically left it when they just like saw the conspiracy theories. It's just getting to the point where they are throwing all these conspiracy theories, and now everyone's jumping on board with the conspiracy.
Yes, heels. She said, are these Facebook idiots? Yes, heels.
Yes, Facebook, Reddit idiots. I said Reddit idiots. And also, you got some on lives, unfortunately reading them. It's not good. It's not good at all.
Yeah, Deets. Yeah, anybody that wants to look, blank screen. I fucking love your ass.
Oh,
look.
No.
He said, why do I have a feeling that beats him sound like that dude that said fuck around and find out?
Oh, no. Yeah, but it's, like this woman, do you mind if Duchess, anyone can jump up.
Yeah, she's welcome to come.
Everyone can jump up. Everyone. And I think like really it's a problem because you know
what though, Sleuth Mom, I don't think Kate is the one that brought it to YouTube, because when I looked, there's been it looks to see like there's other people talking about it. I don't know, but I think with people with a group with like fucking 50,000 people in it, it's gonna be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I like Kate, but you know what I mean? Like you can't read. The thing is, I don't like reading Reddit I don't like reading Reddit. Yeah, I don't like reading Reddit comments without verification, because Reddit comments are often without verification. They're just rumors at that point.
Right, for sure. Yeah, and we know how Facebook groups are, though. You know what I mean? Anyone is welcome. The link is always pinned. Anybody that wants to hit it is welcome to come up. If you got something you want to add or you want to straighten out or anything, you're welcome to come up. You know what I mean? How are you, Duchess?
How you doing, Duchess?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
So you know a little more about this case than we do, obviously.
Actually, this case is unfolding in my backyard now on the Intercoastal Waterway. And I was actually out there the evening that this occurred. I have a police scanner, and I heard the call come through. I have friends that work for the rescue department as well as the police department here. I cover a lot of missing cases in the Carolinas, and sometimes it does happen right outside.
Like the currents are very strong. You could pull someone out there.
Absolutely. They are.
The rip current is very dangerous out here, especially in the inlet where the Little River Inlet, the opening actually where it goes into the ocean, it is lined with a lot of dangerous rocks, and where the tide goes in and out, it's extremely, extremely dangerous in that area, and you can be pulled right out into the ocean or up into any of those channels. And the weather's been very cold here.
Hypothermia, you're basically saying there's a possibility of hypothermia, because
hypothermia, you have to look at fighting the water, losing body heat.
Now, a lot of people, I'm sorry to cut you off. A lot of people wonder why his waders were off. Is it because it might have weighed him down? He might have taken them off, so he wouldn't go down, have extra weight, or I'm just wondering.
Well, let me take you back through what I do know, and I have spoke with quite a few family members. Actually, the night that this was unfolding, I actually drove out there. I have a live that's up on my channel where I actually drove out there next door. The boat landing is in my backyard.
Do you have a channel link?
The waterway is, and I drove out there to ask, hey, have you guys found the missing boater? And they explained a little bit at that point. So I just kind of followed up the next day, offered to bring the family some food and drinks, and letting them know that we were praying for them. And if there was anything that they needed to please, reach out. I'm just next door and let me know. And basically what unfolded was Tyler and his friend were duck hunting out in the Little River Inlet. We are at the T. Craig Campbell boat landing, which is right underneath a large overpass that goes into North Myrtle Beach over the Intercoastal Waterway. And that waterway follows itself all the way up to the North Carolina, South Carolina line and comes out into a large opening into the Little River Inlet. So because Tyler lives in a town that's next to us, that's probably where he would come and put his boat in. A lot of the duck hunters will come out here on the inlet because it has natural blinds, out here because of the seagrass. So him and his friend were out here and they were duck hunting, and his friend had gotten out of the boat to possibly scare up some ducks, retrieve some decoys. It was the end of the day, guys. Sunset was at 5:39 on Thursday. And that call came into Horry County Fire and Rescue at 4:56 p.m. That call was made from the friend because Tyler called out to him to say the boat was taking on water. And he felt like there was an emergent situation, and the friend, couldn't get to him. It all, I think, unfolded pretty quickly. It does take a little bit for them to get out here and get their boat in the water. They're not just sitting on the water waiting like they're at their station. They have to come out and get the boat in the water and travel down the waterway to the location to be able to locate them. And of course, the friend was located. He's a young man. He's 21 years old, and I believe that he is okay. He did have some hypothermia, was taken to the hospital, very much in a panic state. Feels very bad that he wasn't able to do anything about this situation, and of course is cooperating with the family and the agencies. We had local, state, and federal agencies searching in this case. However, we did have the Coast Guard on the sea and the air until Friday, in which that evening they suspended the search for Tyler Doyle. But our local rescue squad in Horry County, where I live, continued the search until today. And today they actually suspended their search as well. So we have many community members. There have been rescue and search teams that have come down to volunteer their times, but there is information that is going around that is really hurting the family. And
like the death threats.
Well, not just that, but just misinformation and people making up things that are not truthful. And my channel is about facts. I like to stick to facts and things that we know because we don't want to interfere with what's going on. And we certainly don't want to put out things that are hurtful or harmful to Tyler or his family. This is a very, very stressful and difficult time. So it's always good to say, there is a lot of misinformation, but there's no need to go into it and sound as if you're supporting it in any type of way. And I was
going to say, I just looked at your videos and seen that you have been talking about it. You did a video, 8 days ago, almost a week ago, or, a little over a week ago about it?
Yes, I did it. I did a video the night that it happened, just 30 minutes after the call came in. I rode down there to find out, what was going on and to get some information. And I know there is, you guys have seen that Tyler has these charges, but he is not on the run, guys. I mean,
yeah, I looked at it. One was
missing. And
okay, so wait, that's my question. Does Tyler have these charges or does he not?
He does not have an attempted murder
This
charge.
is a stand your ground state, and a lot of people don't know the circumstances that are behind those charges, and we can't
So he
just
is charged
to
with
the
it.
conclusion that I mean, he probably has a pending situation but we don't know what the circumstances are. Like if somebody attacked you and
right, you know how I am. Well, maybe you don't know how I am, but I want to get the truth out there. But I definitely, usually 9 times out of 10, I stand with the family. before I stand with media and rumors and Facebook groups. And you know what I'm saying? Because we know how terrible the misinformation can be. It's awful. But I just want to know the truth. Was he charged with it? Did he have these charges or did he not?
That we probably aren't proud of, and we don't know the circumstances
No, we don't.
involved in that. But after speaking to the family, he has a good job. He has a home. He races on the modified stock racing circuit here in North and South Carolina. He is active in the community. He is a duck hunter. He has so many family and friends that are here supporting and searching for him.
Hey,
and
Duchess.
I just want to hint people, just to let's let it unfold.
Yeah, but Duchess, I'm just making that's how they got the mug shot, basically, because he was on. He was with. Okay,
that.
so what happened was.
Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say, I want to get the truth out.
I want to just. I'm just trying to get out. What happened was his past criminal record, he has just basically duck hunting and also the traffic infraction. But what happened was is that basically someone came onto his property. It was a stand your ground situation. Correct. No one actually got hurt. They were arrested. There was a mugshot. The charges were dropped, basically. And that's basically what happened.
That is exactly correct.
Okay, so there is no pending charges, basically. That's how they got the mugshot. And someone put the mugshot on top of Javon Doyle and then copied and pasted the charges for the 2011 thing. That's basically what happened. That's the story.
This is why it's important to vet the information and to make sure that when we're reporting, if you're not sure what the facts are, look to your local news stations where you can vet the information that you do know that has been accurately reported on, because a lot of times Facebook and things like that. Right now, I am an admin for the Help Find Tyler Doyle Facebook page, and I will say that we have about 70,000 people there now, and it has been a 24-hour situation over there trying to just keep the misinformation and people from saying just horrific things. And I have people that are saying that the wife is having an affair with the friend and that she's run off with the money. And it's just so bizarre and excruciating to hear. And the family is just tore to pieces about this.
Yeah.
Like, we're destroying people's lives by doing this. So I don't want to be a part of that. And I appreciate Sleuth Mom. She always does an excellent job. And I saw that she covered this case. And I wanted to also thank her for doing a wonderful job, because she always sticks to the facts. And I appreciate everyone that is praying for this family. We realize that it's, we're 10 days into this right now. And the family has a lot of people bringing food for them. They have been out here every single day at this boat ramp. Many of the volunteers are meeting here every day.
I have a question, though. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to. The whole thing with the rumor about the wife, kind of saying, "Hey, I don't need this bloodhound. I don't need," and she's like, "Go." Can you explain what that?
I can.
Thank you.
Okay. This is what I know about this situation with the gentleman with the bloodhounds. He apparently, I have been sent multiple messages from people that know him stating that he was already intending on relocating to North Carolina a few weeks ago, and he was looking for a way to get here. Then this situation happened. He wants to bring his bloodhound to assist. Just so everybody knows, the family did reach out to him for 10 hours when he said that he was here, and he did not return the call one time. Instead, he started bashing the family, saying that he was no longer going to work with the family because he feels like the family is being weird and suspicious and that they're hiding Tyler. And that is absurd.
I'm sorry, who said that?
That was the gentleman with the bloodhound.
Yeah, basically his story was this is the bloodhound guy. He's like saying, well,
okay. So basically, you guys, okay, hold on. There's a Facebook group made, and there's a post in there that says, anybody with a bloodhound that can help find Tyler, please get a hold of us. Please call this number, right?
They did ask that. Correct. That was his brother.
So then this guy calls the number, and they talk, right? But he's not he doesn't have a certified dog. He's basically just wanting to come in on the scene, right? Is that what I'm getting out of this? Or okay. And they wanted a certified dog handler.
Well, when he said that he was going to come, they said, well, if you're still coming, contact us when you get here. I mean, they're willing to try to do whatever is possible. And once he arrived, they continued to try to reach out to him, and he would not take their call for 10 hours. And so they were like, he is not here searching for Tyler. He does not care about searching for Tyler. They felt very disrespected in that. And then he turned on the family and started, saying these things. And it's become a situation where we have people starting GoFundMe's that have not been approved by the family. So you don't know if that money's really going to the family. People are saying that she doesn't work. She does. She works. She's a preschool teacher, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want people to just make sure that if you have questions, make sure that you know what the information is. And that's all. That's all I'm asking. And I see Kate does crime. I just want to speak on this.
Yeah, go for it.
Kate, I haven't attacked you, and I'm not trying to. I just wanted you to know that the family just wants to make sure that no one is supporting the misinformation, and that if there is any misinformation, that they just want people to say, please don't, share rumors that are happening on Facebook, because they're not true. And it's very hurtful. His mother and father and grandmother,
they're reading them. I'm watching.
I've met them, and they are just devastated that people are coming out of pocket like this.
Yeah. And also, it's like, the fact is that even if you're just reading the Reddit rumors and stuff like that, in my opinion, you can review Reddit one, but you have to be like, okay, is this true or is this bullshit? And you have to verify that. And if they're not verifiable, it's just rumor, and you're spreading rumors, even if you're reading them. You have to verify if this is true. And if it's not true, you say, this is kind of bullshit. I don't believe it. This is just complete garbage. Or you could just be like, well, this is unverified. And that's my opinion. I don't think, let me see. I made it very clear that they were. Yeah, but the problem, Kate, I saw your video. Let's leave it at that. All right. Let's leave it at that. I made it clear listen, I get you wanted to help Kate and you want to watch the video. You wanted to help the family, but some of those stuff in there, it should not have been read. And I like you, Kate, but is that the truth? And that's absolutely true.
That's right, Deets. We're just trying to protect the integrity of the situation and to protect the family. No one deserves to be attacked when they're possibly losing a family member. That at this point, we're 10 days out, guys. I mean, we have to look at all the factors involved. I mean, we're talking about, a potential situation. I mean, this is past critical. I can't, it just really weighs my heart down to think at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to come home alive, and they know what they're up against. They know all of these things. Like, they have been spoken to by law enforcement. The state game warden is out here every day. The Horry County Police is out here every day checking on them. We have people bringing food and drinks to the volunteers out here. There are so many people in this community. I am proud to be a part of this community that has come together to support this family and help bring Tyler Doyle home. Whether or not, we don't know if he's alive, but it doesn't matter. This family deserves closure, and they deserve to have their child, their husband, their nephew brought home, their brother brought home, so that if he is not alive, he can be laid to rest. The family deserves that much. That's all. And I'm just here as an advocate, because that's what I do. I advocate for missing people and their family members.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you letting me come up, Queen Bee.
Is
Thanks
there,
for doing
let me ask you a question.
Sure.
I'm trying to think if there's anything, actually, I'm trying to think if there's anything else to really clear up. The whole, I mean, like, why do you think people, in your opinion, because now we're going to the opinion, why do you think people are attracted to this case and they're just jumping on Facebook immediately about this case?
Well, I think because he hasn't been found and people started seeing that they were pulling up his mugshot. I just think that because
I just want
to viral and people, I guess they've been watching a lot of true crime shows, y'all.
Well, yeah, we know how it is. I mean, you know what? But first of all, let me just say, people stop attacking Kate in my chat now. And I mean now. Like, stop. Enough is enough.
Yeah, we don't need to be attacking people.
Yeah. I made my point clear. I'm not attacking her.
And everybody's allowed to have their opinions and their
Yeah.
feelings. That's fine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's YouTube.
Right.
I mean, she went off of whatever this Facebook group is. I haven't seen the video. I haven't watched the video yet. I just jumped into this. I have no idea. But I do not appreciate here, you know what I mean? Reading these articles, sitting here saying that this is not true. This is not true. This is not true. But he does have the murder charge. He you know what I'm saying? That he was arrested, whether it was dropped or not. That is the truth. The truth is the truth, period.
What are you talking about?
It was a stand your ground situation, you know.
Right.
And
but
they're
that is
mixing-
that is the truth, though. He did have this charge, whether it was dropped.
They're mixing the 2011 murder charge, because if you read the comments, if you actually read a lot of the articles, it says exactly what the 2011 one. They're switching that one. And
They're switching the dates, right? The dates. But
no, they're not just switching the dates. They're switching the story. Like the whole story, if you read the article, the 2011 one, they put it and copied and pasted under his mugshot, like the story about him. So they're saying that that's a story, like he was part of a 3-person.
Right, that's not the story that he belongs to, but he does have a murder charge, correct?
No, it does not, because it was a stand your ground thing and it was dropped. And if you actually look at
but he was charged with it. He was never convicted. That's the difference. He was charged with it, but he was never convicted of it.
Well, that's how they got the mugshot.
Yeah, because it was an assault. That's why.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. He was. It is true. He was charged with murder, but it was dropped. He was never convicted. Correct. I just want to make sure that we have the right information.
Right. It was assault/attempted murder, and he was not convicted.
And he was not charged. He was not charged.
He was charged, but he was not convicted, right?
No, because if you go to the actual Horry County 15th Judicial Circuit Public Index, it does not show that he is being convicted of any sort of attempted murder.
Not convicted, right? Not convicted, but
or
he
charged.
was charged, right? Or no?
There's no charge on the thing. If you go there, it says one is for charges for Wildlife Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and the other one is a traffic. Basically, let me see, 2018.
Okay, listen, Sleuth Mom said it never went anywhere. It was removed from his record. If it was removed from his record, then that means he was charged with it. He had to have been charged with it to get it on his record. Period.
I explained my position where it was they're mixing up the 2011 story.
Right, I get that.
And he's not on the run. He's not on the run from the cops.
No, not on the run, none of that. He was charged with this murder charge, correct? With the stand your ground. It was an incident. It was dropped. He never was convicted. It never had anything to do with anything else. The Javon Doyle story has nothing to do with him. They took the mugshot from the murder charge that he got with the stand your ground, and they put it with another story that had absolutely nothing to do with him.
Absolutely.
But so we're getting there. So he was charged with it. He was never convicted of it. It was a stand your ground situation in a stand your ground state. That's why it was dropped, and he never was convicted of it, never went to court for it, never had a trial on it.
Yeah, and that's how they got the mugshot.
Correct.
And then
so now they're taking that story and putting it with another fucking story to make shit seem way worse than what it is and run with it. Because that's how look like Facebook groups do.
To make it look like he's on the run from the cops, and this is all a GoFundMe scheme for her to lie, and like all the gifts she's getting and stuff like that is to raise money in some sort of conspiracy.
Oh Jesus!
And that's why she's getting death threats, and that she has to leave her home now and
she's pregnant. Correct? Is that right?
She's already
very, very stressed out, guys.
Yeah, she's already had one miscarriage a year ago.
Oh my God.
This is why we're just trying to diffuse anything that we can at this point. I mean, if considering that federal, local, and state agencies have been involved, I think they would know if there was something that they needed to be suspicious of, they would be looking into it. I mean,
Right.
it's a multi-jurisdictional, multi-state situation that's happening right now.
Yeah.
And law enforcement's aware of all of this, and that's why we are leaving it to law enforcement to do that part of it. And I mean, guys, we need to give this young mom a break.
Yeah, Sleuth Mom
Leave
says
her alone, and
she's
let them-
miscarried and now is 31 weeks pregnant and has lost her husband in the water.
Yes, Sleuth Mom. Yeah.
And that's awful.
This is a lot.
And instead of focusing on finding him and doing what they need to do, they're fucking making these charges up and running with bullshit and making conspiracy theories, and it's ridiculous as well. They need to leave her alone, especially when she's no.
Yeah, and that's why it's like I like that's what my feeling is with I mean I listen, I don't want people to attack Kate. I like Kate, but it's like I'm going to point, I'm going to have to be neutral, because if this was Molly Golightly, or Bullhorn Betty that did this, we would call out, and I'm being very nice. I'm not attacking her. I'm just pointing out a criticism, and I'm trying to say, like, you got to, that's my only criticism. And I'm hoping that she doesn't take it too much to heart, and she just like takes it as a criticism.
Because you're basically saying she went off of stuff out of a Facebook group.
She read she read them, and it's and she at one point she said, like, it was when they pulled out the dry wallet, she's like, oh, this is strange or something like that. I have to pull up, but she was like, she wasn't sure why the wallet was dry, and I get to
the waiters,
I can tell you why it was dry.
It was because it was waterproof.
Yes, waterproof on the inside pocket. It was zipped up. That's why it wasn't wet.
And I'm only just pointing out, like, I don't want people to just go to a hate mob to Kate, but I just want to point out that little bit of criticism. I just don't like the Reddit stuff, because these people are wackadoos on Reddit. And
they have these new Facebook,
and I like Kate
as hell because
that are happening. There's a new group that is debunked, the Help Find Tyler debunked group, and they are posting some pretty heinous things in there. They've got a picture of the young man that was with Tyler and a ultrasound picture of the baby, and they're saying that the baby doesn't look like Tyler, and I'm like, are you serious? Take that down. And that is the most disgusting thing I have seen. I can't believe that people are doing this. Is such a travesty.
I have a question for you, Queen. Remember the whole the Morris doorbell recording, where he was like that, and you didn't want to play his recording because you thought it was bullshit? Queen,
what? I'm sorry. What?
Remember, like, there was you remember the doorbell recording where you didn't want to play it because you thought it was like bullshit, like you thought it was just rumor bullshit type of deal, and it was just like something. That's the thing. That's why I'm feeling with the Kate thing. It's
you don't want to spread more misinformation and more bullshit. And I get that. I totally understand that, especially if it's just from the Facebook group that you don't really know, and you know what I'm saying, with all the stuff going on. You know what I mean?
And I think Kate does good work. This is the first time I've seen such a situation, and I just wanted and there was a lot of misinformation. I read the comments from from Reddit. I'm reading the comments from Reddit, and it's
I need to go check this out, because this. I mean, like I said, this is when shit hit the fan.
I'll read one 2 days ago from Reddit. It says his wife isn't giving any interviews and gets bent out of shape over candlelight. Has received almost $30,000 in GoFundMe and has apparently already spoke about him in the past tense, and since then deleted the post. I haven't seen this, but she keeps on deleting a lot of stuff on her Facebook. That I have seen personally, and the group on there for him is also heavily censored. They just got done deleting anything that was negative, even though people are just being realistic that after the whole week, it's likely he's likely not alive anymore. His wife has a fishy personality, and that's just that's a nice one. That's a nice one. Yeah, you can speak
to that. I'm an admin on that group, and yes, we are deleting the negativity and the people that are saying things. And listen, to get in the group, we have a set of questions. And if you don't answer the questions, you'll be declined, because it's just how it is. We have a set of questions that if you don't answer the questions, you're going to be declined. If you say some weird stuff, or you are trolling and or making comments or posting pictures about how this is Tyler's body in the water, or I mean, I understand that people have theories, but
Oh
there
yeah,
is
we're
a
not going to
way
start that. We're
to
not going to
talk
start.
about things in a way that is useful. And then there is rumors and lies and misinformation that's hurting people. And so the family has asked that we remove anything that we know is not factual information. And if people don't respect that, then that's okay, because we're going to continue to support this family and do what they have asked us to do. And if you're participating in these other groups, there's a good chance you're probably not going to be in our group, because we are not going to have people disrespecting the family. And that's just the bottom line of that. So, and I hope that people can respect and understand that we're just not going to get on board with what people.
Listen, I mean, Kate, I mean, I'm not trying to single out Kate. I'm talking about the Facebook group and Reddit. That's the main fucking culprit of this whole thing.
Right.
And I'm just trying to say, so just my point of view.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Kate does really good work. I feel like she, you know what I mean? If it's something that,
I hope this is just
mistakes and shit. And if you're reading it, if it's only 10 days old, it's hard to tell what's the truth. But I mean, if he was charged with this and she put that out and they don't want it out, I understand why they wouldn't want it out. But I mean, the truth is the truth. It's better to get the truth out than to have to hide it and cover it and say something else. And you know what I mean? So I need to see the video, see what's going on. I mean, I need to watch Kate's video.
You can watch
the
video.
on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
I just know that it's, the case is so fresh right now. What is it, a week, 10 days old, you said, or something? You know what I mean? Like, it's just,
it was the 26th.
Fresh. And look how they're already starting their shit. Like, this is, and it's only been a week. You know what I mean? This case is gonna get crazy. I can tell you right now, and I swear, I hope they do. The tragedy pimps do not get involved. That's the last thing.
I do not want them here. No, because you might see me on a YouTube video.
I might need to come down there, huh?
And Kate, I don't think you were necessarily trying to do anything harmful intentionally. I had not subbed to your channel. I didn't even know about your channel. And, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to you. I just wanted to make sure that, that you were just knowing that a lot of this information that's coming from some of these groups is not factual information. But if you ever need to vet any information, you can always reach out to me at Duchess for the Missing. That's number 4, the missing @gmail.com. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'm also on Facebook at Duchess Discussions.
And and also the reason why Sleuth Mom's very passionate is because, this is gone, she gets very passionate about families getting attacked, and she gets very defensive when families getting attacked like this. And that's why she gets very defensive, because there are people that have made this woman who's pregnant leave her home due to threats of death. And she gets very passionate about that situation, as do any normal person
I do too. And I respect that. And I like Sleuth Mom. I watch her channel all the time. And I really appreciate her having such a respectful channel as well. And so thank you, Sleuth Mom, for covering this. And Deets on the Streets, thank you for telling me that Queen Bee was talking about this case, and for you having me up here just to be able to share this space and talk about this situation with Tyler Doyle, because I think it's very important to be able to know, what are the facts and what are all the things that go into this critical missing situation that we have here in Little River, South Carolina.
Yeah. Have you gone for actual searching, or are you
just? Yes, we have. We've gone up to the inlet area where Bird Island and Calabash, North Carolina. There's several little rivers on the Bonaparte River, the Calabash River. I used to actually live up in that area before I bought my home here on the waterway in Little River. And so we did some searching up in that area. We've walked the Intercoastal Waterway up from Vereen's, which is on the Little River, on the waterway itself
Is
up
it,
towards Bird Island. And we also did some searching on Holden Beach, from the west end to the east end. And we also went on Lockwood Folly and the Point, which is on the south end of Oak Island.
and what's the back? Like people ask, someone asked, like, is there any other background you want to give about him, Tyler?
What I know is that he works in refrigeration
Okay.
here in South Carolina, and he's 23 years old. I know he's an avid duck hunter. He has a race car that he races on local modified stock. And all of his friends and family say that he's a really good kid. I've not heard anything negative about him.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much all I can tell you right now. I've tried to give the family their space. They have a lot of people down there supporting them, and they're just I try to just give them their space. I don't want to be intrusive, but I'll just let them know, if you need anything, you have my phone number, that I'm next door. And, I offer to bring them coffee, take them breakfast, but so many people have brought food and drinks to people. It's just really refreshing to know that they do have people that are local that are here supporting and doing what they can. Now, I've reached out to Chaos Divers. They did not respond to me. Of course, I had several people saying, call Adventures with Purpose. And I said,
No.
First of all, no. But second of all, they don't cover cases like this. And I did reach out to Loudwater Outfitters. However, they are in Georgia and they're covering another case, I think. But they did say if he was not recovered by tomorrow, they would try to get down here. They did reach out to the family. I did have someone tell me to reach out to Civil Air, which is kind of like off of the Air Force. But because the United States Coast Guard suspended their search and the local rescue squad has suspended their search, Civil Air is not going to do an air search because at this point they believe it is a recovery and not a rescue.
Yeah.
That's what I was told.
Because there's sharks in the air as well.
Well, we do have right now, and I don't know if you guys are aware, but and I think I did share this on one of my pages, but we have a group of great whites that are off the shore right now.
Yeah.
Right offshore where I live. We have a grouping of them that are passing through right as this situation was happening. So that's something that we see very often. That as the waters change and the temperatures and the seasons, we have these groups of sharks that travel, north and south all along the coast. And right now there was a group of sharks that were recently spotted off the North Myrtle Beach, Little River area passing through. So
it's fucking tragic. The whole situation is tragic because this woman's suffering from a huge loss, and then she's, being villainized by these fucking Facebook groups and this Reddit. And
this is Lockwood Folly right here, by the way. This is up on the backside of Holden Beach and Oak Island, looking off into these little channels.
Oh, okay.
Right here. These are some buoys and things that you can see out there in the water. And the rip current is really bad in some of these areas. And there's a lot of sandbars. So, when it gets low tide, people will see things out there and think they see something in the water. And oftentimes it's an oyster bed or it's rocks. It could be, we've seen many dolphin out there in the water. So I just encourage people, if you do know any information or if you have a tip, there is an active tip line that is 24 hours that if you see anything, don't put it on Facebook. Just call that tip into the.
Do you know the tip number?
I do. Let me get that for you. It's right
over
here. I have it in my Discord, and that way you guys can post that. Just getting to that. Let me go over here to his chat where I have all of that posted.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
It is. Oh, and there is a candlelight vigil tonight.
Oh, what time?
Oh,
It
is
is
there? Okay.
going to be at 6:30 tonight, and that's going to be in Pinewood, South Carolina. That's about 120 miles southeast of me.
Okay.
And that is where the South Carolina Waterfowl Association is going to be hosting the vigil in support of Tyler and his family and friends. And it's open to anyone who wants to give their support to Tyler and his family. And that is tonight at 6:30 at the Wildlife Education Center. And I do believe I posted that on my YouTube community wall. If anyone wants to go over there and get that information as well. So if you have information, you are asked to call the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, and that tip line is 1-800-922-5431, and that tip line is live 24/7. So if you see anything that you want to call in that you're concerned about, don't call the family. Don't post it on Facebook. Just call this tip line so that they can investigate.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to share that, that would be wonderful if you guys could share that. And if you could share the candlelight vigil.
Can you show, do you have a picture of the actual location of all the buoys and stuff? I have like a Discord picture, but do you have like one on your website, on your channel that shows
Let me see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm on your channel now, so but I've been just trying to play videos that you had up, or you know what I mean. It says Tyler Doyle missing, but if you go through here, the first ones that pop are yours from 4 or 5 days ago.
On my lives, let me see.
Yeah, I just like to because I have a picture.
Yeah, I seen here's one that Sleuth Mom did. She's got 10,000 views. This is from 4 days ago. So this is out. I mean, I don't know if this is like from the family or.
Yeah, she covered the story as well. She covered the story.
She did, and I really appreciate her doing that.
Yeah,
it's been out. I mean, it's definitely been.
Yeah, everyone's talking about. It's just like if you watch the video, it's very informative, that video.
Thank you, Deets, for posting that.
Thanks. I think like the pictures of the locations is probably helpful for people as well to have an understanding.
Is this this is a this supposed to be a different, this is a different duck hunt here.
Yeah, duck hunting is dangerous, I guess. So if you're going out in the water, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, but here's this is the one I was just playing here. What is this here? Are they your videos, baby? Are they on lives? What do you got it on?
Some of them may be on some of the lives. I may show some pictures of the buoys. And tonight I'm actually going to be having a live stream where I'm going to be giving the latest updates on what we know as of today. And that's going to be later on this evening. I was going to try to make it out to the vigil, but it is 120 miles for me one way. And my husband didn't want me driving all that way in the dark by myself.
Yeah.
He's on call today, and he said, I don't want you going by yourself, so please don't go.
I just want to say one thing. To the vegans who are celebrating this kid's death, you're a fucking asshole. Okay? There are actual vegans saying, well, this is good this guy's dead. He's a duck hunter. You guys are fucking assholes. Like, really? Seriously? I can't believe there's actual vegans that are celebrating the death of a man because he duck hunts. You people are disgusting human beings. I hope you people take a short trip into a volcano one day. If you actually hope that, because I've heard that and I was disgusted by that. This 2023 is not looking good for vegans. We got Brian Kohlberger, and now we got people wishing people death because they go duck hunting. You people are fucking nuts. You're being nuts here. Just stop it. Get some help, just like Jordan says.
Over anything, and I just think we need to stop attacking people for making different decisions. Then, I mean,
I have a question. What's the call? There's a call from the aunt that's like 15, 20 minutes long. What's that?
Okay, so what happened was someone from the other group decided that she is apparently works in healthcare in Louisiana. And she has posted in this other group this whole timeline of the things that she thinks matters, but all of it is just this whole rabbit hole of misinformation. And so she calls the aunt who has a business right up the street from me to get information, and records the aunt on the conversation and then puts it on the Facebook group. And I just feel like that's disgusting to do that. But
yeah, I noticed it was like a 20-minute call or something. I got somebody forwarded it to me because now I'm getting all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, welcome when you're doing that stuff.
Bees
Sorry.
knees, you're on point with that. The virtue signaling ones are hiding serious issues and bad habits.
Yeah, the virtue signaling vegans are like fucking terrible people, honestly. It's like, I hate those types of vegans. It's like, just let people be who they are and stop being like complete assholes. You know, if you're going to complain at Monsanto or fucking, something else, or donate money to your local, like, that's what I do. I donate money to forestries and stuff like that because I care about them. I don't go on social media and pretend I'm going to get virtue signal points. Like, come on, fuck off, vegans, when you do that shit. And this is coming from a vegan, by the way. So, Now
I can tell
certified.
you where the buoys were located. The pictures that I have are actually on my phone. They're not on my laptop where I am right now. But off of Holden Beach on one of my videos that I posted, the people are saying that there's only one person that's found all of the information, and that is not true. Josh Johnson did not find all of the information.
He only found two buoys, two decoys, right?
The waders and some of that stuff was actually found by family members that were out searching on their boats.
Yeah, because that was the conspiracy that they threw the bunny in there, like to pretend that was like to hide the fact that he was on the run. And that's like not true.
And that was about 3.5 miles off the coast of Holden Beach in front of an area called Big Beach. And I actually did post some pictures from out in front of Big Beach when I was live out there. There was another buoy that was about 2.3 miles in front of the waders they found floating in the water. And then as you go further north, there was another 2 or 3 buoys that were found near Southport. And that is where the Cape Fear River actually dumps into the Atlantic Ocean. And that is between Caswell Beach, which is the north end of Oak Island, and Bald Head Island, which is where Frying Pan Shoals is located. That is a large reef off of the coast of Bald Head Island, where a lot of shipwrecks have happened in the past. It takes a large sharp turn to the left to go back up the coast to Wilmington, and they did actually find another decoy up inside the Cape Fear River. So there has been multiple searches in that area with drones, with boats, and I even saw that someone had an airplane out there doing searches as of yesterday in their own personal airplane.
Yeah.
So it takes a village, guys.
How many people have been on search for this? Because
over 100.
Wow. And
Probably more than that at this point. We have a lot of people coming from out of state, but locally, I've met so many wonderful people all the way from Curie Beach, Carolina Beach, Wilmington, Varnamtown, Holden Beach, Calabash, Little River, Myrtle Beach, Pawleys Island, Conway, that have come out, Laura, South Carolina, Aner, they've come from all over. People who are hunters, I have people in my own neighborhood that have charter boats. They have just not been going out on their fishing charters and instead have been searching for Tyler Doyle.
That's fantastic. It's just fucking tragic. I mean, like, I'm trying to think, like,
it's just very
it is awful. It's
that we don't have the air power, and the Coast Guard and the rescue squads, assisting this search any longer. So I do feel maybe that they, you know, because I know that they have come and spoke to the family about it. I did see them out there this morning when I was up at 6:30, because they had, you know, posted on their Facebook page that they were suspending the search. And I know when the Coast Guard did that, I did see the Coast Guard out there on that Friday when they suspended the search, speaking to the family with the police department and the state game warden. And of course, that's when their post went up that they had suspended the search, and they gave their sympathies to the family. Because they're only allowed so much resources, financial resources to put into that. And they have to take all those things into consideration, you know, the time in the water, the temperature, how, you know, what the circumstances of. They have to look into all of that. Is it a active rescue, or is it a situation of recovery? And we've just wanted to believe that there is a chance that he could be hung up somewhere. It's I see this every year. We have people that drown out here every year. I hate to say that, guys, but it's true. It's true. Every year.
Well, yeah, and if you, I mean, even if you know the currents, even if you know the waters, you know what I mean? They're still so strong in the currents and the.
We have good swimmers, people that are excellent swimmers, that they get out there. If you get tired, the one thing they tell you about going into cold water immersion is that if you're fighting the current, you're losing body heat. And so, you know, you have all these things that are working. We had 25-degree temperatures the last 2 nights, and we've had 32 and below degree temperatures 3 other nights last week. So, you know, plus you have to think, does he have any hydration? We don't know if he had a cup to collect water in. Did he have something to drink from? There was a blue life jacket that was missing from the boat when the boat was recovered. Now, we don't know that if he had the life jacket on, but I'm hoping that if Tyler saw that he was in a situation that the boat was taking on water, I'm hoping that he was thinking quick on his, you know, just take those waders off, get this life jacket on. You know, we just have to hope for the best, that these are decisions that he made, because this is such a critical situation. And the water, it sounds like the water might be warm at 50 degrees, but I'm here to tell you guys, it's not. 50 degrees is cold.
Yeah, you're basically not going to survive too long in that type of
water. Is not your friend.
Especially if you had to push off your waders off because it was weighing you down.
Yeah, because those are like overalls. I mean, they come up over your shoulders.
Yeah, so he probably had to get rid of that for extra weight or something, and so he can be more buoyant in the water. And then basically now his body's in constant contact with the cold water. So yeah, it's not good. It's not looking good. So it's most likely is more of a recovery at this point, which is pretty tough.
Heartbreaking. And I think, you know, Lakeland's friend, her intention behind the GoFundMe was one of 2 situations, guys. Number one, if Tyler was recovered alive, he was going to have an immense amount of hospital bills, because hypothermia, frostbite, like there could be so many things that he would be facing if he was rescued after being out there for this long. Yeah. So they were going to incur all of these costs, and she's pregnant. Yeah. Going to have this baby. And in the event, if Tyler was recovered and he was not alive, then this would help be able to set off some of the financial burden that she would be facing in this situation. It was simply to help her in this situation, and people have turned this into a mockery of what she might be doing. And
I mean, it's kind of like the Ryan Upchurch thing, where they basically attack Kylie Rodney's like the GoFundMe there, and he made like a whole conspiracy about like it was all about this whole thing is fake and Kylie Rodney's not real, and it's like a fake person, like there's no Kylie Rodney, and it's just for the GoFundMe money. And they're basically saying the same thing here, some of these people on Facebook and Reddit. Yeah, I mean, like, but basically the amount they originally wanted to raise 15,000, and now they're, you know, she's obviously got 31,000, and it's just fucking still not enough. But you know, poor woman, very poor woman situation.
So please, y'all, just send positive thoughts and vibes and prayers, whatever it is that you do. Just be thinking of this family, and they really do appreciate the people that are, you know, giving them the time and the space to be able to process this difficult situation. And not knowing where Tyler is, the not knowing is the most difficult part. I'm still have active cases that I'm working with families on where their family member has not been found. And I will tell you, these mothers cry to me because their child
Same
is
here.
still missing. And it doesn't matter how old they are. I have a mother who
And
has
let
a
me tell you this.
13-year-old daughter that's been missing for 3 years, and the circumstances are suspicious, and it's the not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what Candy Hare told me when I talked to her. She said, it's the not knowing. It's the not knowing where your daughter, where your granddaughter, where your family.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It's the not knowing that matters.
Yeah,
the
and
most.
and I like to also say I really appreciate Kate. She took down the video. She's, you know, I mean, that shows that she's has her heart in the right place, and I'm glad she did that. And she's probably gonna maybe do a deeper dive on that. But I really appreciate, Kate, you did that, and you know, thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And if you need any information, you can always email me or reach out to me on Facebook. And you know, I just want you to know that we're good. Like, I don't have any hard feelings against anybody. I don't attack other creators, but you know, I just like for people to, if you haven't need information or you know, you don't hesitate to reach out to me. I mean, I'm here to try to help in any way that I can. So
So one more question before you leave. We have to debunk this other rumor about this sonogram with the picture of the thumb with the pit with this bullshit, because that's a bunch of bullshit, and I'm sick of. I've gotten emails about that, and let's take care of that too. It's because it's bullshit. So
it's her thumb, y'all. This is her holding the picture. I don't know why these conspiracies are so bizarre.
Are they from Creek Squad? Maybe that'll explain everything. I'm joking.
I don't know. I think I've gotten over 300 messages just since this morning about crazy stuff, and I don't know. My phone is probably going to blow up after this. So, I don't know what else to really say except for that. It's her, y'all. It's her thumb. Let's not overanalyze the thumb.
We need a comparison. We need to compare the thumbs.
We need to get a thumbprint and do all of the. I don't know.
We need to get a hand. We need hand photos.
It's why are people doing this?
No, it's actually the thumb.
Giggle, y'all, because I think I'm exhausted. I'm tired. Yeah. So I just wow, people are busy on the internet.
Yeah, well, people are conspiracy theorists and they want to like do crazy things like that.
Yeah. So, but if you guys think of anything else, you know, feel free to hit me up and let me know. And if you guys want to, you know, kick the can in the future and talk about this case, you know, let me know. And I appreciate you having me as a guest today, Queen Bee. And I'm subbed up to your channel, and I appreciate you allowing me to come here and speak about Tyler Jewell's case and clear up any misinformation. You've been so kind to me, and so have you, Tim, and I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming up here and you know, taking the time to do that, because I know that it's very, very hard once the misinformation and the rumors start swirling. It's hard, very hard to get it back on track.
Yeah, and it's a very complicated case because you got a lot of misinformation from Reddit and Facebook, and just like for me personally, it took me like probably an hour and a half or so to figure out like just the pattern of events, and I'm sure I explained it, you know, not that great, but Yeah, it's a complicated case because there's a lot of misinformation out there. A lot
Right.
of misinformation out there. But I appreciate you because you're out in Sleuth and everyone else that actually puts the information. I appreciate Kate for wanting to.
Yeah, speaking of, Kate said, thank you. I was not intentionally trying to cause any issues. Someone had sent me the case and asked me to talk about it, and I didn't know much about it, and I was just looking into what was going on. So basically, she was just covering into what she had what the information she had got and stuff like that. So
yeah, I get it.
I know she was kind of taken aback by the comments by Sleuth Mom. She was kind of like, "What the hell?"
Yeah,
which is of course what I was like, "What's going on?" Because I had shared Kate's live, not knowing about the case, not knowing anything about it, nothing. I just shared that she was live, so I was trying to show support. She's my mod. I like her. I think she does pretty good. You know what I mean? So I was like, let me share the live out.
I mean, realistically, you're not going to know every single case that every mod's going to cover. So you probably just recommend it because you've seen case a couple of lives before and they were good, and she stays the facts. And I think like this one, she didn't, she looked into it. She just a lot of rumors in there, just a lot of bad rumors in there. But I appreciate Kate. She cares about her reputation. She took down the thing, and I think I appreciate her for that. A lot of other people would not have done that, and that shows that she cares about the facts of the case.
It does. It means a lot, Kate, and we appreciate you. And I'm subbed up to your channel, so I'll be sure to check you out. And thank you for, wanting to talk about the case. And I really appreciate it. And I appreciate all you guys in the chat. Thank you so much for supporting and finding Tyler Doyle. And I'm going to hop down. My hubby just got home from being on call, and I need to go say hey to him. But I hope that you all have a wonderful evening, and take care.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
And thank you, Dutchie. And you know what? Kate said she'll sub. She said, I'll sub to you too. Thanks. Yeah, like I said, I think she was just trying to cover the case that she was in. And, it's hard when you go through Facebook because you get sent a whole bunch of information and it's hard to go through all that. You know what I mean?
Well, listen, Reddit
and Facebook are the worst sources.
Yeah. Remember Twitter, like when they were talking about like Brian Kober's social media, and I accidentally read like the fake social media of Ryan, and I fucked up on the live, and I had to like be corrected like 2 minutes later. It's like you with social media, there's a lot of information that comes out, and you can easily fuck up, and it's like it's tough for these cases because you got a deep dive, and sometimes you just it's tough. It's a tough situation, but yeah, absolutely. So. Oh, Facebook is garbage. Like absolute garbage. Like it's horrible. It's like fucking the pits of hell. But yeah. But what else do you want to talk about, Queen? Because did anyone jump up? I don't know if anyone jumped up. Yes, Facebook sucks. Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Hi, Bam.
Yeah, I was gonna say that case was kind of complicated. I don't know if anybody else hopped up the link.
Yeah, that case is complicated for sure. I'm not going to debate that because the problem is that you have a lot of articles basically don't give you the whole timeline of events. They just talk about the bare minimum. So you literally have to go through like a week old actual article to figure out what the hell's going on. And then they show a mugshot, and then you compare the stories, and it's like, this doesn't make sense. What they're saying that he was 12 years old at the time he attempted to do murder. And then it's like, what the hell's going on? And then you look into it and you realize that basically like certain websites took false information they got from Reddit and copied and pasted. And it's just like a fucking mess. And it's just like, it's literally because of the misinformation. It just caused a lot of confusion in that case, like significant. And people, not understanding duck hunting and stuff like that. Yeah, not fun at all. But unfortunately, if it was just misinformation, it would, but it's also harassment of this poor woman who's pregnant. And I don't want on my hands a possible miscarriage, because I don't want, this guy could be dead, and I don't want his only child to possibly die due to stress. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that. And I'd rather just, get the right information out there. Maybe some of these people on Reddit and Facebook will see this and try not to go and stop harassing this woman. And maybe send some condolences and support, because I can't imagine. It's just a terrible situation. Because if she does lose that child, then what has she got left? I don't know. I don't want to see that tragedy. I don't want to see that tragedy. But yeah. Queen's suddenly quiet. We know Kate. She's going to have a healthy baby girl. I hope so. It's just that, like, these people, like, they get so stuck in the weeds with these conspiracy theories on Reddit and Facebook, they don't think about the human cost. And to me, that's like, just like Mavon, it's just like people were just harassing McRae, like the McRae situation. They were just harassing her, and they didn't care about the kids. They were just focused so much on like harassing that woman. And they were like, oh, she's crazy. It's like, well, you're pushing her over the edge. That's not really a good idea if you think she's this crazy. Maybe it's not a good idea. Maybe you should just let the law enforcement people deal with it. It's just, people just don't think about the human cost sometimes, these Facebooks and Reddit things. They think of it as like a drama. It's not a drama. It's people's lives, And that's why, it is what it is. But anywho, you want to talk about Queen? You there? Or we going to talk about the JLR or whole forward?
I'm cussing my fucking kids out right now. Sorry.
I thought you were cursing me out. Your voice.
That's what I'm doing.
It's like, what the hell are you doing? I'm on a live here. Shut the. Exactly. They got tunnel vision and refuse to see the real life damage they're doing people, the extra pain and hurt they're causing. It's gross. Yeah, and there's and it happened with the Kylie Rodney case. It happens with it happens with the Summer Wells case. It's like, it's just people just get tunnel vision. They just, I couldn't believe with the Don Wells going on that whole video with that guy from the lab and Chris McDonough. And there's just like those people. There's content. I don't like the lab, what he did there. And I don't like Chris McDonough. My story with Chris McDonough. And I feel like those people know that the people get tunnel vision. And they feed off of that. And they basically make money from people not realizing the human cost. Like, I think Chris McDonough knows the human cost. And I think maybe the lab knows the human cost, but it's just like they're focused on the story and the drama and making money. And it's like, that's not right, man. That is not fucking right. This is, yeah. I hope so too, but the thing
talking about Dre. She said, I really hope Dre's kids are checked on, though. She has shown some very concerning behavior on YouTube with them, but I don't think YouTube needs to know what happens. Who's Dre and what are you talking about? Because if you're talking about Dre and Marvon, she had 6,700 calls to CPS. Yeah. I'm sure her kids will fine.
And that's what I was saying. Basically, like, people were so stuck on that story about how she was crazy and everything. They didn't really care about, like, if this lady is this crazy like you think she is, wouldn't you putting all the stress and doxing her and tracking her down put her over more stress, and she might have done something that she wouldn't do if it was undue stress?
Yeah, that's the last thing this girl needs, especially if she's pregnant. That's not the last fucking thing she needs.
We're talking about Dre. That
kind of shit.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just like, people just don't think, man. They just don't think. But it's sad.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only been a week. You know what I'm saying? It's only been 10 days. Imagine if this is what she's going through in the first 10 days. Can you imagine what she's going to start going through? This case is going to get big as hell if it's already that big. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It is what it is. Yeah.
And they've already started with, you know, the making Facebook groups, kicking people out, making other groups, conspiracy theories, recording phone calls, trying to talk to the family to record phone calls. I really hope Sleuth Mom lets them know not to be talking to people on the internet like that. I mean, not to be discussing shit with people on YouTube. You know what I mean? I'm the worst thing that can happen would be the tragedy pimps pick up this fucking case, you know?
Yeah, and it's not Dre she's switching to the woman that is the wife of Tyler Doyle. So yeah.
Oh, I didn't know her name was Dre. I'm sorry.
No. You're speaking of Tyler Doyle's wife. It's not Dre. But we were talking about Dre for a moment, and then people got confused thinking that you know, Dre was pregnant. So you just got confused a little bit. That's all. So
Wait. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know you were in. I haven't heard anybody talking about Dre, so I seen her comment and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was talking about it as an example of people just like getting tunnel vision about a case, and basically like because they thought she was crazy, they just didn't think about the human cost of harassing this woman and her family, and then it got confused a little bit because we're talking about two separate cases. My apologies. But yeah, no one should judge anyone based on little that's seen on social media. We don't know these people on what they really like, when they cry or when they break. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people just yeah, I agree with you with the whole Tyler's wife not really going on social media because it's shown to be kind of destructive. Hopefully they stop talking to people.
Yeah, because I mean, you're a prime example. You see Candace and Don, they
oh yeah,
they went to social media thinking they were going to help them, and yeah, they're country folk, and I know people wasn't ready for that shit, but you know, and Don's still out here acting a damn fool, but you know, that's the thing though. You people go to social media thinking it's going to help and thinking social media is great, when in reality it's really not that great. You know what I mean? People are really not that nice.
Yeah, like they see you as dollar signs, some channels, like fucking Chris McDonough or fucking The Lab or Molly Golightly or Jello.
I really hope Chris don't pick up on that.
Oh no, Chris, get the fuck out of here, Chris. We don't.
Oh, we were talking about. Look, we were laughing so fucking hard last night. We were calling him Chris with the TH instead of the S. Chris.
Yeah, it's Fish McDonough. Fish.
Chris McDonough.
Fish McDonough. He's a fish. So, how are we going to discuss this case, guys? Okay, guys, we're going to discuss this case now about Summer Wells. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Do you have like I don't know why I think did he change his speaking mannerism so far? But yeah, that guy is like unbelievable.
Yeah, Chris McDonough did some damage to some cases. I mean, look, heels in the air. She did well, you know, Don went on the Lab, and you know, the Lab is like besties with Chris McDonough, and you know, as soon as he started texting Chris, you could tell that, you know what I mean, Don was up there. Well, anyhow, they let Chris up there. Josh let Chris come up there. And Don Wells was fucking pissed. He went off. I don't know if you guys watched it or not yet.
I watched it, and it was.
I thought we watched it over here. Matter of fact, I don't know if we did or not, but
you did. You actually did. I watched it personally, and then I watched a little bit over here as well. I mean, I don't know why that guy goes on the internet. I don't even know why he met up with Dolly. It's like, guy, these people fucked up your life. Maybe you should have just avoid them and just focus on yourselves and doing your own lookout. Do you really think like these YouTubers actually are going to do anything to find this little girl? No. And if you're going to talk to people, like, I mean, it even was mentioned in that video, like the only people that are friends with you on YouTube is Queen Bee and Chasing Truth. because they didn't reveal your secret calls. Like every one of these fucking scumbags, like revealed all his secret information for views and clicks. The only ones that actually had had integrity, it was you and Chasing and maybe some other unnamed people that wasn't in there, because I don't know too much, but it's just really ridiculous. It's like, don't go on those channels anymore. Leave them alone. They're what they want to do is just they want to cause drama so they can make a story and then fuck with people. It's really disgusting, honestly. And if you really do believe that, like Chris, like this guy's a murderer, do you really think he's going to confess on a YouTube video? Like, no. Like, absolutely not. Josh from the lab had his own trouble with the grub. He's not that much of a nice person. I can tell, honestly. You can tell a lot by how a person interviews people. I had a feeling of like, I don't know too much about the guy from the lab, but I had like a sneaky feeling. Like I have that sneaky feeling like he would snake someone. And when I usually pay attention to my instincts. When someone feels like a fucking snake, they're a snake. That's how I feel. So I don't trust that guy. Hi, Jonesin. How you doing, Jonesin?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Hooking and jabbing, sticking and moving, bobbing and weaving like Adam and Eve. This case is new to me. You guys are just enlightening me on it today. There's been some yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of cases out there. I can understand that. I mean, sometimes I'm like, there's so many cases you can actually keep focus on and have some understanding of, because there's so many cases out there of missing people have died. It's very tough.
It's mind-boggling the amount of cases. I mean, I know I've said this probably 10 times or more. And I've asked, is this usually like this? And I'm like, yep. I just back to back to back to back. It just keeps on going. There's been some updates on the Idaho 4, correct?
I don't know. Can you tell us?
Yeah, I guess last night, I was up late last night.
I can imagine that you probably were watching the game or something like that, or watching.
Yeah, the fights ended at 4 a.m. Yeah, I know. I went from 10 o'clock to 4 a.m. And when I was taking breaks, I was jumping in chat with you guys. But I did see. I know the corner and whatnot, and the slash marks are starting to get like. Some people are calling them slash marks. Some people aren't. But
where'd you see this?
On YouTube, whatnot. I can try to pull something up.
Yeah.
And also that there might be another suspect. New details about suspect charge and killings for rival. And then there's I gotta find it real quick. Just give me a second, okay?
All right, cool. I mean, if it's from Peoples, then I'm probably gonna discount that as bullshit.
Oh, I don't. I'm saying I think it's ridiculous. I think they said like one of his friends or something like that. I gotta find it here. Hold on a second.
Hey, Ellie Bill. Hey, Boston.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Ellie.
It's cooking.
Did you hear about the Ellie? About Idaho, or they're saying there might be another person charged or something like that. Did it break up? I'm trying to find it.
Oh shit! Let me see.
Let me know if you found it, Tim.
Another person being charged. I think that's been a rumor going on for a while now.
That's okay. Oh, for a while, wow! Because it was like something new that popped up late last night. I'm trying to find it. What the hell?
I know Drip Drop was talking about on Crime Circus. He has like a new video, and he like.
Is that the clown man?
Yeah. Circus. Crime Circus.
I call him Teardrop.
Teardrop.
So Idaho 4 conflicting information leaves more questions. I think that's about because they're saying now that I believe they're saying now that Ethan's throat was, you know what?
Yeah. I think that has to do, I don't know, like that was on like Banfield, but there was also that airmail article. You guys heard about that article? And that was like somebody that was like on scene, and there was like 2 parts, and they were like 30 pages long, these articles. And I think that's where this extra stuff is coming from, because it's like the same, unless like Banfield has like another source, but it sounds like It's this article, the airmail article
Yeah,
that
so
has.
I guess the woman that did the first, so the woman that did the what is it, autopsy or the coroner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She explained them as I'm trying to remember if she explained them as slash marks or the opposite of that. And then there's another coroner that did an autopsy that is saying different. So there's conflicting reports on you know what I mean?
I think she spoke too soon, the coroner, at the beginning. People were annoyed
Yeah.
with her because she said that they were found in their beds, but like she kind of was talking too
Where
much.
did you
And she
find
got
that
there late.
information? I'm sorry, Ellie, but where did you
Oh,
find
it's
that
okay.
information?
Oh, that was like at the way beginning. She was like on the second or third day after
Oh, I
the
meant the
murder.
second coroner, the second autopsy.
Oh, I don't
didn't
know
know
anything
that.
about a second coroner speaking. I just
Yeah.
know that airmail article like has some extra information, and it's kind of like goes along with like Xana having like really terrible like defensive wounds on her hands, like her hands were severed because she was fighting back so much. That's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the only real new information that came out like on Banfield and stuff. And
Banfield for
So
sure.
who said there's a possible another suspect? Like,
they've been saying that for a while now because
so that's just a rumor then. Did anyone official say that?
Did you hear that anywhere officially, Nick? I didn't
I'm
see
trying to
anywhere
remember.
officially.
I was a little tipsy last night, but I know for a fact that's. I read two different. There was two different.
Don't drink in true crime. That's the, you know.
Don't drink in true crime, and
not a good combination.
But I gotta find it. It's got to be in my recent. What's it called? When I saw that, I was like,
Your history.
Yeah,
it might be just the same.
There could be two people, you know, in the way beginning. I'm like, there's no way one person could have done this. It's got to be two people, or
that's people that just try to make sense of like a tragic situation, like just like that the Tyler Doyle thing. Like they couldn't believe a guy just like duck hunting just goes into the water, you know, sinks and drowns possibly, or stuff like that. It's the same thing. People try to make sense of it, and that's kind of an evolutionary flaw of humans that we try to match patterns that don't exist.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Duck hunting, I heard you say,
Kylie
duck hunting
Rodney.
is very dangerous. People can stay more. I think more people shoot themselves in the foot duck hunting than any type of hunting whatsoever, and other people.
Yeah, I mean, like anything with guns probably is a little extra dangerous, especially if you gotta go into almost open seas a little bit.
I think it's because it's buckshot. You know what I mean? So it spreads a little bit.
Yeah.
But,
well, I'm just saying with that scenario, but yeah, definitely a dangerous situation. But yeah, Betty and Molly, that'd be too. Yeah, tell Betty and Molly that. Yeah, Betty and Molly. Oh, geez, Louise, those people. I think they doubled down. I mean, like it's just unbelievable.
They're kind of been quiet, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if they just gave like a hash brown to hash brown as a payoff to do something controversial. Like, here's a hash brown. Just do something really.
Here's your
up.
mission. This is what you're gonna do. No questions. You're going to St. Jude's. No questions.
Don't be vaccinated. Don't be vaccinated while you visit children in a cancer ward, or because she didn't have like a vaccine card. They asked her, they asked her, do you have a vaccine card? And she's like, oh, I'm double vaxxed. And she's like, I don't have the vaccine card. It's like, okay, you didn't think to bring a vaccine card if you were going
to a hospital?
To a children's hospital for cancer.
Oh,
and then she's trying to sneak in. She's lying. She's like, this is House of Williams, by the way. She's like, my mother and a relative, and she's like literally wants like a fucking tour. I wouldn't be surprised if she would have walked up to a cancer kid to just take like a selfie with this cancer kid.
Like this is my cousin or something, or my nephew.
Yeah, I can't believe that she literally went, and that woman literally went into a cancer ward and like wanted to go to a cancer ward as a tour. It's like
I don't know. Yeah, she must have just drove by like when she was. And was like,
I get it.
Did you get an idea? Was she like, oh, because like Johnny Depp is like always like the whole St. Jude thing came up in the John. It's always around like with people making donations and stuff.
Voices says it's a research hospital too, not just cancer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Either or, you're not vaccinated, ma'am. I don't even think she's She says she's vaccinated. You better show your card if you're vaccinated. Going to the hospital. And I'm not against, people can do what they want, but like this is immune compromised children you're possibly seeing.
Yeah, not a great idea going in there. And anyway, you couldn't even go in there like a year ago. Like, what was she thinking?
Yeah, just crazy.
So yeah, Molly hasn't made anything since House of Williams. She hasn't put anything out yet. I know she was on a another meet and greet, but she has not addressed that yet. But I did see, I think it's Forgotten Whispers it's another clip channel. They have a version 1, they have a version 2, and I think 3 is coming out today of the what happened in Ashby Furniture. And she puts it together a lot of stuff that it's like, ooh, this needs to be sent straight into Ashby Furniture and etc. Let's see if I can find it for you guys. I have version 1 up right now.
Oh, you got version 1.
Do you have a Molly file?
Molly file. I guarantee you he has a Molly file. He's probably waiting just in case he goes
Or
to
just
jail.
that's all he has.
Yeah, he's gonna tell his friend if he ever goes to jail, he's gonna tell his friend, man, bring a thumb drive. Give me a thumb drive. I'm gonna try to print out a bunch of Molly's pictures so I can get some.
Come on,
the soups in jail. You're gonna trade the soup. You're gonna be like literally trading Molly Golightly fucking pictures for soups in jail.
They still don't allow visitors in there, somebody said.
Yeah, they
except
don't.
guardians or parents.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like that with a lot of hospitals. I mean, you can't just like walk into a freaking hospital. Like it's kind of crazy.
All right, if I put version 1 in the back, I'm gonna get version 2 put in the back as well.
His voices back there.
I heard Queen say, "Hey, voices." Maybe she was talking about the chat.
Hi, voices. How you doing? As always, nice to see your voices. But anyway, let me see. But what?
Version 3 is the one coming out today, and that's like the nail in the coffin. She goes, "You guys wait for version 3," and she's not like trying to. When I watched them, I was like, "Whoa!" I've actually only watched version 2. I haven't watched version 1 yet.
Hey guys, do you see what little Mix wrote? That you deflect your love for Molly onto Nick. I think that's what's going on here between you and Tim. Nick and B. Tim.
Got my back.
Oh shit! I've been found out, guys.
You've been found out.
I wanted to give you the backstory that you missed.
What's the backstory?
PayPal Mal, the gutter Muppet, went there only to film because St. Jude was at the heart of a fundraising campaign as well as a fundraising scandal.
Yep.
So that's the only reason that she went there was to film. She lied to the administration staff saying she was going to meet her mother for lunch. Her mother lives in Florida and was not on the trip with her. She lied about her vaccine status.
She's not vaccinated, right?
I have no idea. Like, I don't give 2 fucks if she's vaccinated or not. But if you're entering a healthcare facility, you best be bringing your fucking vax card.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hospital.
And everybody else, just for those that were that mistook my agitation yesterday, first and foremost, I was a nurse. Before I was anything else in my life, I was a fucking nurse. So the fact that that woman went there to do that for clicks and views, we don't do that. Nobody. Go ahead.
She also said, this is I mean, you probably already heard this part, but to people in the chat, she also said literally, I might be taking you guys in with me. That's all, basically depending. You got to super chat me, guys. Come on now. Because she was basically, well, not basically.
I was watching that.
Yeah.
I went ahead yesterday afternoon and I called and I spoke with a detective at the Memphis PD as well as hospital security. I linked them her video and I went through it step by step, going over the lies that she told those law enforcement officials. So, Mal, congratulations. You're in the binder.
She thinks she has a lawsuit against them. That's what's crazy. Did you see her post that she's gonna she thinks that she has some kind of racial something.
And I made sure to bring that out to them. That was where my anger started today when I saw that post. So I went ahead and I made the same phone calls that I made yesterday and went ahead and gave them that little nugget of information as well. So Mallory, You fucked around and you found out. Keep pushing your luck, bitch.
You know what's crazy is, okay, that's the most views she's gotten on a video in over, I don't know, 2 months or more. Actually,
Probably her right
she's
time,
ever
man.
got. It's the most. She got one, drama at the Olive Garden. Of course, she got more in that one.
Oh yeah, now I remember the Olive Garden. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what
Does
the
that
hell
count?
is Olive?
1.4K more than the one she did yesterday, but this one will still get views, so we'll probably end up more than that one.
Hi, Scientific Skeptic. How you doing?
What up, man?
Hey, Skip.
She has a one that says, "Let's get ready" before she goes. So she's got. Oh my god.
Oh, basically, they're fighting the gag order now. Apparently, in the Idaho 4 murders.
Yeah, that well, like the lawyer for the family they wanted dropped, or amended to include them, which it's ridiculous. I don't think it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know what they want to talk about. So like through the lawyer that they could still talk as victims' parents.
Yeah. Can I read this comment off on Hash Brown's comment section?
Please.
Go for it.
Please.
All right. From Wonder Woman. Listen, people, I'm a security officer at a hospital, and I would be fired if I treated someone so disrespectful. These officers had no right to treat you this way. We are taught to approach people with respect unless they are destroying property or doing something legal. Send a copy of this to the Memphis PD, the media, and the mayor, and the governor. Unbelievable. You posed no threat. They were extremely disrespectful. If St. Jude doesn't want people to visit their campus, then don't put fancy plaques on the outside for donors to visit. St. Jude needs a copy of this as well. Is this how they treat their donors? She has never donated to St. Jude ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Never. And Mallory, if you have, please produce your fucking receipt.
Yeah.
Please produce your receipt to show us where you are a heavy donor.
Yeah.
And that would mean upwards of $1 million or more, chick. So until you've donated and can produce those receipts, you need to sit the fuck down.
Yeah.
You notice how she says to the my friends and my friend Molly Golightly, they've donated a lot here. She never says me. I mean, she does say me, and maybe I didn't hear that part, but I heard her a month ago, maybe a month and a half, on one of her lives, just lurking, literally say, because someone said to donate some money, and she's like, I don't need to donate any money. If you want to donate money, you can donate your money. I don't need to donate any money. So
I also linked that live where she talks about not donating anything to the Memphis PD as well as the hospital security. You can also be given a no trespassing citation after the incident has unraveled.
Oh, for sure. If they put everything together, that's why I was saying yesterday. People were. I think I was on Jones, and I was like, I think she could still get in trouble for this. Other people didn't think so, but they didn't know that she was actually inside the building. I don't think, at least. And if they knew that she was inside the building, she would have got.
No, they had no idea that she went in and what she told, other than they were made aware by those women that they did their right job, that this person had no business being on this campus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that she literally put down discrimination biracial. I was like, what the fuck?
I know. That's what's crazy.
And she's got George Floyd, I can't breathe tagged.
Oh,
didn't she spell his name wrong?
Yes.
Unreal.
It is shown the education system has failed a lot of people.
Between Dolly and Mao, and they all really can't spell shit.
I mean, I get the point. Like, you might mistype something, and that happens to me. I mean, I once mistype some things when I'm doing comments, so I'm not gonna sit there and say that has never happened to me. But
you mistype titles as well?
No, not titles. When
right.
I'm typing up, let's say, a comment, I might mistype something, and I realize, oh, that's not the appropriate way to use that word. And I'm like, oh, I gotta fix it, and that's when I do my things.
You would just think that in such a serious, when you're hashtagging George Floyd, you would actually spell the man's name right that is no longer with us.
Oh, Scientific Skeptic, did you see the what Hash Brown did yesterday?
Oh, he's gonna go nuts.
Bad, Skep. It was so bad.
Oh my god, that we watched it. I was just shocked that that woman did that. Did they
She was so
immediately?
appalled.
They did eventually kick, and she was trying to hang out in the parking lot, and then the cops, came and they're like, well, "Can you show us your ID? Where did you come from? What are you doing here? What's going on?" And she tried to make it look like the cops were doing something wrong. One woman basically pronounced her gender wrong by mistake, and she tried to make like a big hoopla about it instead of just realizing, maybe she misspoke.
And she
then-
was behind her trying to chase her down because she was fucking basically running away from them, walking fast as she could.
Yeah, she just
asked her to stop, and she flat out said, "No, I'm just going to keep moving along."
Yep. Private property.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, right?
And now she's changed the live was titled Touring St. Jude, and now she's changed the title of her live to Racially Profiled at St. Jude by Memphis PD.
Yep. Looking at it right now. She hasn't went live today. Being racially profiled and trans bashed by Memphis PD at St. Jude.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'll give her the trans thing because it's basic. Like, some people debate whether if it's if you get the surgery or not. But as long as you dress up and you're doing the part, because it's dangerous procedure when you do all that stuff. So people sometimes opt out of it because it's dangerous. So, I'll stay trans.
My comment got 60 likes on her comment section.
Good job, Nikki. I guess my bigger thing is when she started, after she does her twirl in front of the camera to show her audience her full whatever that was that she was wearing, she then says, "I'm here at St. Jude's in Memphis. It's been at the heart of so many fundraisers and so many scams on this platform." So the fact that she knows that it was all gross and smarmy, and then she's there to do what she does. And honestly, I believe that she was there to have an interaction with law enforcement.
Yeah.
To get it on camera.
I was about to say, I would think that CERN Birdie, like Brohon Betty, probably gave her the idea. It's like,
ding, ding, damn, for a tomato. You are smart there, buddy.
Yeah, probably says, "Hey, you can make some money with this lawsuit, if they ever touch you."
Yep. Just like what Betty said about if that woman, if Fascia would have come across the counter and touched her. Same shit, different person.
So listen to this. Children's hospitals this is Taylor Love. Children's hospitals are locked down for safety and security reasons, just like maternity wards. In fact, all hospitals know the identity of visitors and patients they're visiting. Otherwise, crazies will show up and create content like this. Hash Brown says, "Lockdown, ? I drove through the main gate unimpeded, ass hat." Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
See, that's even more because that shows that there was forethought, there was planning, all of that.
Yep. My response was, really? Because you couldn't remember which gate you drove in.
Well, she probably had something in her car that she probably didn't want them to see. Let's just say that much. Probably it was not something she wanted anyone to see.
Once she realized that they were going to, first she was, hey, you want to validate my car? And then she probably realized, hey, I might have something in there that they might not want to see. You know what I mean? And that's when she was like, I'm not giving them consent to go in that car.
I couldn't believe that she actually she was doing a fundraiser if she was going to live stream inside a hospital.
Yep. She was going in no matter what, but she said, whether I take you guys in or with me, we'll see. And she
it's all undercover, undercover work.
Yeah.
And then she's just live streaming while walking into a hospital. I don't even know if that's allowed in HIPAA, to film people secretly in a hospital.
Well, you can't film kids at all.
Yeah.
They're not exactly. And it's a children's research hospital. So do they not think that they wouldn't be on the watch for some wackadoo roaming and live streaming? I mean, hell, they thought her tripod was a golf club.
How could she think that was a good idea? you know?
If you're
It's just
thinking about with no morals for all money.
Yeah,
it's
I
a
mean, but it just
concern.
seems like just very irrational, you know? Like not really thought through. Of course, I get it, but I mean, there's like so much wrong with this whole thing.
Well, and HIPAA applies to medical staff and employees of that facility. Your HIPAA is between you and the staff at the facility you're working at. Like they can't out your information. Now,
Yeah.
another person, most hospitals say no video, no video filming, no photography, none of that. And I'm sure she walked past a sign and did not pay attention to it.
Wow. Hospital goes, okay, I got to read this one off. This will be the last one I read. For the record, the very first lady you spoke to told you that you had to register in order to gain access to the cafeteria, but then you walked over to someone else and asked the same thing, hoping to get a different answer. They were onto you from the start. Thank goodness for that. It seems you seek special treatment and then cry transphobia when no one seems to care. She responds, onto me, LOL, with a emoji. I had already admitted I was not affiliated to anyone in that hospital, asshat. They said no. I left. End of. You said that you were visiting your mother who had a friend with a sick child there.
Because you came to meet at the cafeteria there, PayPal Mao, you gutter muppet.
How is she putting these comments in there when the video is right there for everybody to see? Like, what the?
Because her fans don't care. The fans want to watch a shit show.
Well, 85% of these comments, Tim, are negative. I would say maybe 90.
I mean, but they're helping like engagement. So
yeah, that's probably why she's keeping it up. It's her, like I said, it's her biggest video she's had probably ever. Because the Olive Garden one, I'm not going to count as one that everybody just clicked on that. Probably see what was going on real quick.
Did Doug Hutton get arrested in the hospital? I saw him interaction with cops. I know that. He probably, actually, I think he did get arrested while in a hospital parking lot.
Is that Doug the wrestler?
No, yeah, the Doug the wrestler we were watching, the guy with no thanks. Yeah, he did get arrested in a parking lot, I think. When he was doing his auditing days, when he was just filming people without their permission and seeing how far he can get away with it.
Man, oh man.
Well, you know what? They need to realize that this is now, there's a change that's going to be happening. They're not going to be able to continue this behavior and get away with it, get a pass on it, any of them. They are going to have to start facing the ramifications for their actions.
Absolutely. But unfortunately, YouTube doesn't feel like giving them ramifications. They'll ban you for saying a naughty word, but they'll let someone literally attempt to live stream sick people.
Well, I mean, that's okay. So it starts by them getting, in my opinion, from where I stand, the way I see it, it starts by once they get in trouble with law enforcement, and then law enforcement has the ability, once it's tied back to their YouTube channel, because one of the rules of TOS is you cannot use your platform to cause negative real life impact. So if that's set, if they're going out and they're doing that for clicks and views, at some point when they get caught up with law enforcement, it's going to tie back to their YouTube channel. Do you see? You've got to get the everything ties back, like the links of everything, one thing leads to another that leads to another. And this is how it started. So now that we're able to have a marked history that's in a very short time that's following them, it's going to help. For one of these times, one of us is going to have enough of a leg to stand on, and all of their history is going to come back into it.
Yeah.
And Tim, I think you were dead on yesterday when you said, I believe it was you that said that she was just taking a page out of Molly's book to try to get a lawsuit.
Yeah, probably. That's what probably she was doing.
Yep.
She wants to, or she wants it to trend. Like she went purposely there so that the police would do something to her, so that she'd get to be trending, and that's her hope. Like Personally, I don't think that was a smart idea, even if like you got what you wished for. If you saw how brutal they were to Tyree Nichols, I don't think you would want them to do that to you. Just a saying. You know what I mean?
And why would she think that law enforcement were going to valet her car to her? No, they're trying to get you off their fucking property, dude. They don't want you on their property. You have no business being on their property. It is not a public place. It is a closed private campus owned by St. Jude's. A real quick search of what local laws are when you're going to be touring an area is advisable. There, gutter muppet.
And her saying that she was, the racism thing, putting the racist card and all that. She was the one saying to those officers, "Yeah, you want to valet my car?" You know what I mean? Like treating them like peasants. Like, who the fuck do you think you are, Mallory? Like, it's like.
I get what you're saying, Sherry. Sure, can we not assume intent, please? But like, it's kind of weird that let's say Molly is in the situation with the store from Ashley with Betty, and then literally a couple of days later she does something like Hash Brown does something like that. It's kind of like correlation.
Well, and then Grandma Sherry, who was the first person she acknowledged in her chat after saying that she sat in her car? Yes, after saying that she had sat in her car for 30 minutes. Do you think that woman wasn't on her phone, wasn't trying to figure out make her come up with her game plan?
Oh, of course. She said she sat in her car for 20 minutes to charge her phone before she went in.
Gosh.
And yeah, you guys said Justin was the one telling her, "Hey, yeah, they'll just give you a tour, right?" In her chat, he was the one saying, "Yeah, you go in. They'll give you a tour around." Good friend there, Mel, huh?
Throwing her onto the bus like that. He's like, "Yeah, go do it." Isn't his husband a doctor or something? Wouldn't he know? Maybe he would know. That you can't just walk into a hospital.
At that point, no, I don't think he's that. But I don't.
Okay.
I mean, during this day and age, there is science posted everywhere.
I feel like people should know that, especially since the pandemic. You know what I mean? Like it was, Hey,
Ellie, if you were a great big money donor, don't you think that you would have called ahead and said, "Hey, I'm coming to do this. I would like a tour to see where my dollars have gone. Here's my proof to St. Jude that we have donated X number of dollars or done a fundraiser for this." Wouldn't you have called ahead and worked with legitimate staff rather than just go roaming? It's not a museum. It's a hospital.
Yeah. She was treating it like a...
She's either extremely effing dumb or just extremely calculated. You know what I mean? So it's just one of the two, and either or no bueno. And Graham, I get what you're saying, but when she retitles her stream that way, afterwards, it makes it look like that even more.
Right. That once the stream was retitled, I wasn't assuming anything, Grandma Sherry, until she retitled the stream. So given that the stream has been retitled to what it is, that shows intent.
At least implies it. You know what I mean?
Well, it shows intent when you back it up and you start at the beginning of that video again. And she says, I'm here to bring you St. Jude, a facility that's been near and dear to the hearts of many in our YouTube community, from the dollars we've raised to the scandals that have caused them. I mean, come on. Yeah. That shows the intent right there.
Yeah. And then when she goes in there saying,
and what was she going to do? Like, she was going to go in there and she's going to do like this. She's going to sneak in and be like, are they really using the money we're using? And then she's going to her big investigation. She's going to find out there's like a ping pong table with like some sort of VR station just for the hospital staff. And they're not really working on research and helping these kids at all. It's just a big scam. Like, what the fuck is her point of sneaking?
What about, let's boil this down just to the bare bones of interacting with law enforcement. In a city that was just on lockdown, and when a law enforcement official that's clearly law enforcement, I mean, they're coming in a uniform and there's multiples of them, ask you to stop, and you say, "Oh no, I'm just going to keep moving on my merry way." Where's your respect?
And like what? And I know you guys said that. What was she gonna go in there and film? Little kids that are sick, like Tim just said, a ping pong table, the cafeteria. Like what? Like the intent there. Like what was
the
it?
intent was that she was like, I don't know. I guess this was an expose where she was seeing if the money's is really being spent for research. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, like, or she just wanted to pretend that she was virtual signaling.
How would you
like
figure that out? Even
I don't know, but
possible.
she just wanted to sneak in, get some photos, probably. You know, like that's pretty much this person's thought. And you're thinking about it is like, what's
Grandma Sherry? No, don't leave. It's okay to be triggered by the earlier stuff.
Yeah.
And it's okay to have a bit. It is completely okay to have that opinion in here.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, I'm not fighting with you. I love that you're reminding us to not assume things not in evidence. I love that. And I appreciate you helping to keep us in check so we don't say something that we shouldn't. So please don't leave, honey. I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay and keep participating because it shows that you care.
Yep. And then Skeptic says,
you're overthinking it.
You're overthinking it. Giving their pet no reason to give them the benefit of the doubt.
It's true. This is just what they do. We can't think that they have any logic because they don't have any logic, right?
Yeah. It's just like
we're trying to be logical for them, but there is really no logic in this whole thing. So it's just all chaos.
Absolutely. So let me see. What did you think of that whole Don Wells thing? Like, I didn't get your opinion on that.
Mine?
Yeah, when he was on that panel with that.
Okay, well, here's my thought on this. Shame on YouTube for platforming him and giving him a place to speak and helping to contribute to more of the fuck shit that they've done to this family. Everybody should put a damn moratorium on them. And like the ones that aren't out there to pad their bank accounts, those are the ones that he should be platformed with. Chasing Truth, Gray Hughes, Queen Bee, somebody of that nature. The rest of them, like stand up and have some fucking character and a backbone. Don't put that man on your platform because all you guys have done is fucked in his life and fucked in his case and caused real life impact. Grow up.
That was dirty having Chris McDonough on come on out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's absolutely dirty because if the guy doesn't want to talk to him, then you don't invite him up. Like, for instance, like if you had, like, I'm sure if Queen had a guest on that says, I don't want so and so on, I'm sure she wouldn't be like secretly texting that person and just do a gotcha moment and invite them up like immediately. That's just not how you're supposed to do it, you know? But like the problem is they always play dirty with this guy and they do it for the views. They don't care about the case. They don't care about this person being missing.
For God's sake, his little girl just has been missing for 599 days. Her second missing birthday just happened.
Yeah.
And here all these YouTubers are just using him as another damn cash cow or still continuing to use him as that. Don't do that to this man. He's been hurt enough by this platform.
Yeah, and the fact is you don't even know if he did anything. You don't know if he's actually guilty of anything, and you're assuming things that there's no evidence. There's no evidence if he did it or didn't. So far you have to go with the presumption of innocence in America. If this guy hasn't been arrested or charged or convicted, he's innocent. So if you're thinking about it logically, you are victimizing a victim to make money.
Yes, Tim. Say it one more time louder for those idiots in the back that have no comprehension.
You are victimizing a victim, basically.
You said that.
I mean, like, that's the truth. You have to work with the legal system. If you are following true crime and you're following the legal system, you have to abide by its rules. You can't run with theories and rumors because there's no facts to them. You can have an opinion, and that's great. You can have an opinion, but this has gone way beyond opinions. Like, my opinion doesn't go to real life. Like, I have an opinion about Molly Golightly, but I'm not going to go real life on Molly Golightly. I'm not going to go to her house or anything or try to get her fired. I think she's a piece of shit, but and I will point out facts of why she's a piece of shit, but I'm not going to go real life on the woman. And that's the same thing here. It's like you have opinions, but you have no facts to back up he actually did anything. So you're victimizing a victim so you can get money. and you don't care about the truth, you don't care about pursuing the truth, you care about how many views you can get and how many times you can get I got him, guys, I got him. This guy's really unpopular, guys, I got him. And you treat this guy like a piece of shit. That's like crazy.
Well, Tita said Jason was angry at Don too.
Well,
yeah, I think Don. Yeah, Don has got to wake the fuck up. Don, wake the fuck up. If you ever hear this, wake the fuck up and stop going on podcasts and shit like that.
Don, just stay off of YouTube. Please. Please, please, please. And if you have to go on YouTube, try getting in contact with the people who are not out here to make money off your daughter's name or your name.
Yeah, I would even say like what, I mean, like, I don't know. At this point, like, I think law enforcement are more important. I mean, it's not a cold case yet because it's not like, in real life. It's a cold case on YouTube, but it's not a cold case in real life. But like I don't know if the answers are going to be found on YouTube. I think it's just like I don't know if he's just wasting his energy on YouTube at this point, where he can be more productive in other areas. If him going online is I feel like that's wasting his energy a little bit, where he can be searching other ways.
And it's not mentally for him. It's not good because look what Look what they're. I mean, most of them are doing to him. You know what I mean? They're just fucking around with him. Like that guy. What's his name? Lab or the Lab? What's his guy's name? Josh.
Yeah, and I like to because Queen's away, I think, because she's probably driving or something. They are just trying to. This was the $5 from Who Said That, and I'll post in the back so Queen will see it. And so thank you.
Actually posted already. Go ahead.
Good, thank you. They are just trying to squeeze every penny off back of this missing baby. Absolutely. Yeah, Josh is a dangerous idiot. They're all dangerous idiots. They need to feel the pressure and recognize that their brand is threatened and they might lose money. If they don't, they won't. Yeah, how could you be a person that, like, Chris McDonough wants to be legitimate? He has a set of skills that most people in true crime absolutely do not have. He was a former police officer. And what does he do? He does the same tactics as Doug and everyone else. Doug and Betty and all these other people have done in the past or present. He does the same tactics. And I'm like, you're no different. You're no different. You're not using your powers for good. You're using them for evil because you want to make money. Because you've always found, because if you watch the Michael Crow case, you see that he likes to, kind of like cut corners to get things he wants. And that's how you see him in true crime.
And also that Josh guy, I remember Don saying, you've been super nice to me on the phone. And all of a sudden now you're being, a dick. And it just shows you right then and there that he was being super nice to him to get to him.
There's a lot of history there, Nick, because because the Lab was hooked up with McDonough for a good hot minute. I mean, everybody used to tease him about being Chris McDonough's grandson.
Chris
McDonough.
Chris McDonough.
Don't make fun of me. I'm a good investigator. Very good investigator. I'll find out the information on this case.
I heard you guys talking about he put some people in jail, some kids in jail that
Yes, Michael Crow.
Wow.
Yeah, if you got to watch, I tossed in Jones's chat. You can watch the 60-minute episode. Literally, it's like a 3-part. It's like an hour long. You can watch it. It's called Travesty of Justice or something like that. And it really goes into like the judge, I think, ruled like it was like mental torture that he put this kid through. He didn't even have consent from the parents to talk to this kid, to talk to him. And the kid was
he still a private investigator, Tim? Like, what the hell?
What do you mean a private investigator?
I thought he was a PI.
He was a police officer.
Yeah, I thought. Well, I know that, but I thought he went to PI afterwards.
Head of the cold case, cold case foundation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he was a former investigator turned philanthropist.
He was in Fruitland
for
Michael Vaughn's press conference. Remember? Did you guys remember when he popped up in that press conference?
He was behind him.
Yeah, it says psychological torture. Yeah, that's what. And he lost and because of them, they had to pay a lot of money towards them. But yeah, a bunch of kids got to stay in jail for a little bit. They had to deal with a lot of shit, and because he did such a shitty job on the case, the real killer was able to appeal it and is like walking around right now. So it's really great job. Really great job.
And he's still calling them guilty. Shit, if I was that kid, I would freaking.
You talking about the
sue
Michael Long case?
No, the Michael Crow.
Oh, Michael Crow. Oh, okay.
The case that he was standing behind. Was that Monkey Michael?
Yeah, that was
right?
Monkey.
Yeah, Monkey.
Monkey Bond or Michael Bond.
I remember seeing his freaking ugly ass standing behind the.
Oh, he's a joke. He's an absolute joke, honestly. Everything he does is a joke. Here, if anyone wants to actually look at, there's actually a channel that has the videos and the discussion. It's called Injustice Anyway, Working to Correct Wrongful Convictions. And here, you guys can watch it if you want. And it has the old 60 Minutes episodes on it. And yeah, it's really fucked up what that guy did. And he tries to just skate around it and do his bullshit explanation. And it's like, bro, can't you just admit you fucked up and just move on? Nope, I never get anything wrong. Yeah, you do, sir. You get things incredibly wrong. You not only almost put 3 kids in jail for a very long time, but you also lost the state a lot of money. A lot of money. And then you come on YouTube and you you do the most sludgiest bullshit tactics anyone can do. You did the same tactics that every other sludge YouTuber does when it comes to true crime, the worst of the worst do. And then you pretend that you're in the air of importance and shit. No, you're not, sir.
Jamie B says Josh is a criminal.
I don't know Josh's background, so I'm not going to say anything. I don't know his
I
background.
was just reading the comment, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if he's a criminal, then he fits right in on doing what he's doing because it seems to be birds of a feather. It seems like even though McDonough didn't get punished the way that he should have, he cost the city a lot of money for inappropriate conduct. It just figures that 2 people that are inappropriate would connect,
Yeah, and I don't know about his criminal history, and plus he might have served his time and moved on, so I don't want to really. You know what I mean? People, as long as they do their crime, it's do their time and move on. And it's not like something that has to do with kids or assaulting women. I have no care. I think once you do your time, you move on with your life, you're cool. So I don't really guilt people on just having a criminal past, as long as you're not doing continuous criminal activities.
And I think they should also make it right. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it says here, I'll read the thing. It says, on January 21, 1998, 12-year-old Stephanie Crow was found by family members lying on her bedroom floor, stabbed to death. The police investigation started with the immediate family. Each family member was interviewed separately with an increased focus on Stephanie's 14-year-old brother, Michael. Michael was interrogated for 27 hours for 3 days. 2 close friends of Michael's were also questioned using inappropriate tactics on the 3 youths. The police were able to obtain confessions. The method used to obtain the confessions left much doubt about their accuracy. Police used lies, false promises, and threats in order to pursue the boys to confess. False confession expert Richard Leo analyzed the videotaped interrogations and concluded that all 3 confessions were coerced. Leo described the interrogation as a form of psychological torture that led the boys to say anything in order to make it stop. All charges against Michael and his 2 friends were dropped when it became obvious that they had nothing to do with Stephanie's murder. This case textbook example of how not to interrogate suspects. Richard Raymond Tuitt, a homeless man found wandering around the neighborhood shortly after the murder, was brought in for questioning. DNA tests proved that Stephanie's blood was on Tuitt's clothing. In May 2004, Tuitt was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 13 years in state prison. And then he got out, I think, after 7 years of some sort of appeal. And you can actually watch, I dropped the link, and you can watch the documentary on 60 Minutes, the old one. And it shows it shows videotape of Chris McDonough actually interrogating Michael Crow.
Oh, it does? It has a,
yeah.
Okay, cool.
So, I mean, and he wants people to forget about that. Yeah, and you can watch Skeptic's videos. He wants everyone to forget about that and pretend that he's the greatest detective in the world. Okay, bro.
I'm surprised he didn't do time for that. That seems like obviously.
No, I mean, because technically he didn't commit a crime. I mean, it's a civil matter. So, and that's why it cost him a lot of money in lawsuit and insurance. So, in the end of the day, it's not a criminal matter to do something like that because cops can, by authority, they can lie to you. Absolutely. But this kid was, 14 years old at the time, and you should have heard the things he did with this kid with the interrogation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It seems like what you're saying is like done some pretty horrific things. You would think he would have at least a smack on the wrist.
Yeah,
somewhat.
I don't know if Skepta is in the back, and I can't bring anyone up. Only Queen can, so I don't know. I would like Skepta. I like Skepta up, but I don't know if I can let him up. I don't know if he's in the back. Yeah, he lost a lot of money. I think it's $7 million. It was just ridiculous. The guy pretends like they're guilty or something. It's like, bro, they found the homeless guy with the blood on him. Okay.
Oh, was I not muted?
You were muted just now.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I was telling my dog to knock it off. He was itching. I thought I wasn't muted.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, that's the problem with him. He's just like, he keeps on pushing. So yeah, I don't like Chris McDonough. I don't like, it's the same thing with Summer. He pushes. He thinks he's a smart guy. He's not. But people think that he's got this air of integrity, or he's a smart guy. And with the athletic track situation, nomadic track situation, where he like literally Googled and then just falsely doxed the wrong guy. And Perplex QT calls him out on it, and a bunch of other people called him out on it, and he still was doubling down on that shit. Like, bro, do you know how Google works? Do you know how like fucking it works? Like, geez Louise.
Josh nearly lost his channel over some fraudulent activity involving his subs or something a few months ago.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Josh, and I don't really make comments about people I don't know too much. I just get a feeling he's very sneaky. And
everybody, I'm just reading off the comments.
I just like, we're just talking in backstage with Queen and stuff. I don't know if Queen's in the back. Let me see. I can see if I can IM her and see if she's, because Queen takes care of her kids sometimes.
Yeah, and Sunday fun day. Allie says, bro, do you even Google? Oh, you're okay. He is backstage. Okay, I didn't see that comment. She'll be back in a little bit. Skeptic.
She's probably just doing something. She should be back.
So just sit tight, Skeptic. She'll be back in shortly.
Yeah, thanks, Skeptic. Sorry about that. Cause sometimes she has the things to do. She steps away. She has to take care of her kids. It's important. She's a mom first, so that's how it is. That's how it is.
Mom first and second.
She's probably out there getting a dog fight ready. Come on now. We know that she doesn't take care of her kids.
You know what? She's probably running some sort of cartel. And she's El Chapo. She's dealing with the cartel like all the Molly and Betty.
Yes, thank you, B. Tim. Come on now. Like, we got to make sure that we say 100.
Factual information. Yeah, she's El Capo.
El Capo.
El Capo of the
and the dog fighting ring
Queen
ready.
Pin. Yep.
Queen Pin OG. That's how she got the name on her channel.
Yep.
She's that's according to all these other sources. But yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely nuts.
It really is. It's like, I get so annoyed.
What do you get annoyed about?
Just the way the stupid things they say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they say like they'll sit there and say, "Don't look at my criminal past," and then the moment like they want to discredit someone, they're like, "Look at that person's criminal past," and it's like, "Man, Betty, you have like 44 charges on you, and some of them are violent." Okay. JLR, you literally stole millions of dollars from people in their bank account and went to jail for wire fraud. Betty, you did some things like possible physical assault on women. I think I heard those charges. I have to look up his record again. I mean, like, you all got charges, so please, you're not the moral authority on anything. Like, you can't believe.
Yeah.
You have no authority.
You're not allowed.
For a fight with my brother and a fight with my dad.
Moral. Yeah.
I'm not ashamed of it. You know what I mean? Just an altercation happened with my brother, a fist fight, and my dad when I was 18.
Yeah,
and my dad threw the first punch. I just decided to take the charge because my dad was having like basically high blood pressure, and I was just like, I was a smart ass. I was like, you know what? It was my first time. I've never been to jail. Let's go, because there's 3 cops there. 2 cops were walked away. They were like, all right, you guys are good to go. And the female cop literally said, we got to arrest somebody. If we leave and something happens, we're responsible. And that's the law.
I mean, if we're gonna go with moral authority, then I could probably I should have moral authority over all of Betty and them, and what I say goes, because I have no criminal record nor parking ticket, so thus I have the ultimate authority over these people.
I got no tickets out also, so high five on that.
Yeah, like it's so ridiculous their arguments. It's like, because the thing is that they can't defeat your arguments, so they try to like poison, like make you look bad, and that's the whole thing, because they can't really defeat your argument. You can't, they're very bad actors, and they do these terrible things.
Do you have a car in New York? Do you drive in New York, or do you not? Some people don't have cars in New York. A lot.
I don't have a car.
So my insurance is $118 a month because I have never had a ticket.
My insurance, if I had a car, would be like $500 a month.
Wow. Even though you haven't had a ticket before or anything like that, an accident?
Yeah, like it's really expensive.
Nikki, what do you pay a month, Nikki?
$118.
I pay $32.
Whoa.
Yeah, New York is a lot because there's a lot of car accidents in New York City.
Yeah.
So obviously, if you're in Pennsylvania or someplace like that, you're gonna be very cheap. But New York City is like insane, so it just doesn't make sense to have a car.
Yeah, it's better to
if
drive
you take
the
a train.
subways.
Yeah, or
full coverage voices.
No, that's liability on my Jeep.
Okay. Yeah, mine's full coverage. Full
coverage was 47. I used to have full coverage. Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's because we got more cows than people, and I got a good driving record. Never had a ticket.
Oh shit! So you have the moral authority.
And I've never been arrested, and I've never been to jail. No mugshot. Thank you very much.
We're moral authorities. We could tell Betty to go fuck herself. All right.
Yeah, no accidents.
On regular basis, Jim. So come on, just get on board.
I have perfect driver record. You guys got cheap insurance. New York City is not cheap. Like, the cheapest insurance I've ever heard in New York was like $300 or something like that.
Voices, did you hear that Molly's flying into Tulsa?
Yes, for a private meet and greet at the Outsider's house. It's like her favorite place in the world to go because this woman lives in altered reality. Yes, she's been there. This is either the third or fourth time that I've heard of her going to the Outsider's house. She wants, but yes, that's what she's doing. I'm still waiting for Betty to show up here where it's, butt crack of cold and ankle deep to a tall giant in snow. So come on, Betty.
Because I remember you saying the only place to fly in is Tulsa, right?
No, you have to fly into Montana to get to where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
Like you would fly into Billings, Logan International, and then it's still a 2-hour drive.
Oh shit. Oh shit, man.
Yeah, you can't fly it. Like I have to drive 2 hours to get to an airport to fly out of here. And that's if I go north. If I were to go south, it's about 3.5, 4 hours to fly out. And that's going to be twice as expensive flying out of Wyoming because you're going to have to fly out and then connect to a bigger airport. So good luck, Betty. You're going to pay a lot of money unless you drive, honey. And cost of gas, well, it's we're going between $2.94 and $3.04.
Damn, that's good. I'm at $4.50 down here in South Florida. Everybody's putting their how much they're paying for car insurance in the chat.
That's going to be a big deal now. Everyone's going to start that debate. I pay this much. I pay this much.
Let's get this at 200.
Yeah, but you got to remember, I'm driving a 14-year-old vehicle with almost 300,000 miles on it.
Yeah, your vehicle might as well be like horse-driven at this point.
Right. Oh, hey, she still breaks 100 if I need her to. Governor kicks in at 102, and it just like she stalls right out. Oh God, it drives me crazy because you can only hit that on a downhill slide if you're like really going on it.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
I got a 18 Subaru Impreza, 42,000 miles on it.
Oh shit.
I had a question to ask you guys. Damn it, just left me.
What's the question you got? Tell us. Tell us, Nick. You're
left
under
me.
You're under pressure, Nick. You're under pressure. Tell us now or else.
It'll come to me in a second.
All right.
I promise.
Well, you failed. Kick him. our other vehicle is only.
Oh, no, it went away again. It was there for a second. Go ahead. Sorry, Tim.
No, I'm cool. What did you guys see about the JLR calling CPS?
I don't know about that. Would you please fill me in?
I didn't see too much. It was on Heels in the Air. She did a whole video on CPS about him like calling CPS and stuff like that.
Who did he call CPS on this time?
Well, I think it's going through the history. Let me see. Bogus calls. Let me see. Here's the video.
He
that
is like a pimple on the backside of society's ass.
Well, I mean, he's an alien. I really, truly believe that he's a fucking alien. Truthfully, I don't know how he gets around. I honestly think he's a fucking alien.
Oh, I remember now. It was just about the balloons.
Oh,
Yep.
the Chinese spy balloon.
Yeah, have you guys heard anything more on it and whatnot?
Oh,
Heard
they
that
shot
they're
it
like,
down yesterday.
yeah, and that they're saying be careful with the debris, like if you find any.
Oh,
I don't know
wow.
what that means. There's another one I heard in Latin America. Do you guys know anything about that one?
No.
One came from the South Pole and one came over from the North Pole.
That is just so weird, guys. What the hell?
Bro, they're sneaky motherfuckers.
I don't know why it took like a whole week for them to like shoot it down or whatever they did to it, you know? It took them a long time. I guess they had to wait for it to get over water.
Well, that's what my dad was asking as well yesterday or the day before that on Facebook is why haven't we shot that son of a bitch down yet? Because I mean,
It was like in the middle of the country, I guess. And then once
Because
it
we
got
didn't
to
want
like
the debris because it was what, 3 football fields or 3 school buses, sorry.
That's how
big it was?
I mean, it was huge. Like the person that found it first out of Billings, he had looked up and he could see something in the sky, but he was a former journalist, a photog journalist. So he was able to go in and get his big expensive camera and get the first pictures of it and took it to Q2 News in Billings.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a balloon, like, I don't mean, the size of like your bed or something like that. You know what I mean? I didn't think
Honey, it was the size of 3 school
Be right
buses. I had said last night 6 school buses, and I was incorrect. I did go back and see because I had seen it quoted both places, but it was the size of 3 school buses.
And how high was it?
60,000 feet.
it was above like the flight pattern
Right.
altitude.
They fly at 30,000 feet, and this was running at 60,000 feet.
Yeah, so crazy.
Yeah, I'm like thinking like how I'm thinking balloon. Obviously, it's obviously made of something else, but like how would it not burst that high? Holy moly!
Because of what it was made out of.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I wonder what it was made out of. Shit.
Well, I don't know. Whatever it was made out of, there was a lot of it.
China said it was a weather balloon. A gamer lover said.
Bullshit. Wow. Yeah, they said that, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, weather balloons found everywhere. You get one.
Yeah,
you get a weather balloon. You get a weather balloon.
And like, why would we let their weather balloon even fly across the country?
Yeah.
Or like airfield? Like it's crazy that they like didn't. I don't know. Do something.
Why would they even need a weather balloon in a different country?
Yeah, I know. We're just like studying your weather. Nothing to see
Right?
here. Do. We're just gonna fly this thing over your country.
What a dumb ass rebuttal.
And they got pissed at China responded to shooting it down and said that there's going to be some kind of like repercussions or something. I mean, not to laugh, but they said something. They weren't happy that it was shot down. Let's just say that.
Well, then maybe they should have kept their balloon in their own damn airspace.
Exactly.
How would they not believe that it would get shot down?
Well,
I know.
How would they not believe it would get shot down? How would they like it if we popped one of ours up over there?
Exactly. They would shoot it down. You know for a fact they would. They wouldn't just leave it hovering over them. Come on now. That's really weird. Like I haven't put too much thought in it. Like I did see somebody say, like, I don't want to say a lot, WW3, obviously. Well, if that's
it
the
could
start
have been like
of
a bioweapon or something. I don't know. That's what people were saying, you know.
That's what I was thinking was like it could have had something in it, a bio warfare. And piggybacking off that, how were those law enforcement people at St. Jude's campus not to know that Mallory wasn't some sort of bioterrorist trying to go in and infect with some sort of disease. You
never
don't know.
You never
That's
know.
a
Well, that's
research-
why you can't go into a hospital like that. That's the exact reason why they don't let people
And
just
it's a
like
research
waltzing in
hospital. People have dedicated hundreds of hours of study of things. They don't need some moron off the street walking in to get clicks and views and taint anything, you know?
And it's simple as this. Even if she had the C, because you know we can't say that word out loud anymore, by the way, new YouTube laws. Even if she had the C, then she could be giving kids that are really, really sick and make them, you know what I mean? Like there's so many things that
Yeah,
like
'cause you could be a silent spreader. No, like you don't even know if you have it because some people are a silent spreader.
yeah, the third time I got it, I had no clue I had it at all. I got 3 times in 1 year.
Nick, I've never even had it. The one time that I was ill, we thought it might be. I tested negative. I've never had it.
The first time I got it, it was Christmas Eve. I wasn't able to go. It was last year Christmas Eve time, not this past Christmas Eve, but the one before that. And my aunt throws a huge party every Christmas Eve. Look forward to it every year. I remember sitting up like Frankenstein out of bed and saying to myself, "Fuck, I have the C." That's how I knew it right then and there. And then my dad got me a test or whatnot, and obviously it came out positive. But I knew it. The other 2 times, the second time I was like iffy about it. The third time, didn't think I had it whatsoever, but just tested just in case, and it came up positive. I was like, what? And that was just because I was around somebody that had it, you know, like I was around a week before that.
Little Minx, exactly. She could have been someone dressed in disguise wanting to hurt children. Absolutely. Bare bones. So, I mean, none of it. Not like I just don't understand. And then to go into a climate with law enforcement that's tempered already on, you know, at a bubbling rate, why would you not show them respect?
Yes. Like what just went down with Tyree and, you know, just the protests and all that stuff, and you're going to go fuck around? Like,
You know, maybe she'll eventually go to jail. Who knows?
let's hope. Let's hope. What is that, Green? I think, yeah, Green's in the back as well, I think.
Yeah, but Queen, is she
Yeah,
back?
yeah. No, I know. I was just saying. I said Queen will be back shortly.
Okay,
You don't need to send her an email. Trust me, Green. She'll be back here shortly.
She's probably dealing with. She's probably hunting right now. She's probably hunting.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she's out in a tree stand somewhere. While she's, you know, calling a dog fight. Absolutely.
Yeah, she's probably taking to task one of her capos that basically crossed the line. She has to deal with that person now, according to them.
Yeah, according to the Book of Hoyle, you know how Queen plays cards.
Yeah, exactly. She wasn't dressed properly for St. Jude's tour. Yeah, she was dressed like a homeless person, Hash Brown. Like, she's like, I'm not homeless. It's like, ma'am,
She was a homeless Hash Brown looking for a fryer.
She's like this. She's like, does homeless people dress this elegantly? I think she said something like that. Like, it was like, what?
I've seen homeless people dress better than that, to be honest with you. And that's I feel like I'm insulting homeless people by comparing the two.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, scientific skeptic, I'm back. I'm up here. Are you up here with us?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just popped back up. I'm sorry about that, guys. My phone shut off.
Oh,
No
It's
problem.
okay.
Don't worry, we played copyright music, and then we proceeded to accuse people of crimes, and also we tagged.
Tim
working.
All the bad words.
Tim porn bombed everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty much it. So.
Yeah, like the whole time.
Am I up?
Tim puts in jiggle.
Yeah, you're up, skeptic. Everyone can hear you.
Oh, hey everyone, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, brother.
What are you gonna tell us about Christmas?
Hey, buddy.
Whatever you want.
I mean,
I'm
I plugged the channel last night. I plugged it like 3 or 4 times, and we were up here. We had just played Heels' video, And I know a lot of people do not know about Chris McDonough. They don't know anything about Chris. We call
Yeah, I mean, I'm your Huckleberry if you
I
want to know
know
about
that's
that
right.
crew, only because that's literally why I came to YouTube. I was noticing, I think I took an interest in the Lori Vallow case and I was fascinated by it. And so I came to YouTube. And what happens, I think a lot of us fall into the rabbit hole because we take an interest in a case, and then in between the news cycle, when there's really no more factual information coming out, we then fall into the lower quality channels looking for new info when we're jonesing. No offense, jonesing. When we're jonesing for new stuff, that's when you start falling into the less scrupulous channel rabbit hole. And so I noticed McDonough, and I'm sure, like everyone else, he's well spoken, he's got street cred, which is why it makes him more dangerous, because he just seems like this sort of soft spoken, elderly, charming grandpa type who's got a 40-year commitment to law enforcement, and it's just easy to not notice his tactics and to sort of just fall for his appeal to authority. I mean, he's constantly letting you know he's a 40-year ex-super cop, and he's done this and he's done that, and he's a trainer, and he works for this seemingly superficially legitimate altruistic nonprofit, the Cold Case Foundation. And it's just easy, if you're not paying attention, to think that he's doing anything but adding value and just here to share his knowledge and skills in this space. But if you look a little closer, he's not behaving like an ex-law enforcement officer. He knows that what he's doing doesn't conform with those standards. People like Duty Ron and Mike and Police Off the Cuff are more careful. They are applying more of what they learned on the job. And he's not, which is why he's been called out by all of these people. And, the fact that even the media still doesn't, either they don't want to vet him, they don't vet him, or they just know he's got a bit of street clout and name. So they put him up, and, he's a powerful channel. So I had noticed it from the outside. And I happened to be present for the Nomadic Trek scandal. And the guy is bad news. And, he's still performing the same sorts of little tricks that, again, you have to know a bit about his past. You need to understand his tactics, because he's, in my book, well, as I say, 2021, he was the bad actor of the year. And he's still doing the same tricks, whether or not he's gotten a bit more careful. But, he's not just guilty of the Michael Crow case. He was doing it in 2021. He falsely accused 3 innocent people, out of his need for attention, and then probably out of vindictiveness, accused 3 innocent people and got them doxxed and threatened in real life. Very, very serious stuff. As I said the last time I was up here, if you don't like each other, don't talk to each other or call each other jerks or assholes or whatever your preferred insult is. But you don't go real life, and you certainly don't accuse people of the most heinous crimes without any respect for burden of proof and presumption of innocence, especially when you're an ex-cop. So, he went after AKRox and Jamie Wilson and Nomadic Trek. And so I tried to document his behavior, and, whatever. Now he's a bit more subtle, but what he's done is about as dangerous and consequential as it gets.
How did he dox those people? I'm not 100% sure how he doxed those 3 people.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to talk about, the Michael Crow case or the Nomadic or the Jamie or the AK case, or
Well, I mean, I think
hold on. I wanted to start with this real fast. So the only thing I really know about him is that he is a retired officer.
Yeah.
I guess you should start with the Michael Crow thing, and then start.
Yeah, the Crow case was just essentially that they sort of, they were accused of violating the civil rights of these 3 boys, and they used rather draconian interrogation techniques to
the Reeds
the Reed technique, and he was allegedly this expert in an alleged science called CVSA, which I totally discredited. It's even less dependable than the polygraph, and the polygraph also
it's like
pseudoscience.
I just want to explain. The read technique is you presume the person's guilty and you kind of go with it from there.
Yeah, it's a set of tactics.
Yeah, that's the police tactic. That's the read tactic. And the voice, the thing he's talking about is just like the lie detector, but it's supposed to be a voice stress machine. And they used it during Afghanistan, and they found out its accuracy was 50-50, where you had a coin toss.
No, if I can jump in. If you go to their public literature, the owners and the company claim that there's a peer-reviewed study out there that shows it's something like 98% accurate, and then when they after they take their oath and put their hand on the Bible in court, they acknowledge that it doesn't work at all.
Yeah,
and the studies that they claimed was a peer review, it was a total conflict of interest, and ultimately the technology doesn't work at all, and even the data that they use to demonstrate that CVSA works is based on like a 1970s prototype. So it's a complete
Also,
hoax.
the guy who actually created the company actually got his psychology degree from 2 weeks of reading the Bible from a mall place.
So I mean, I have all the links in one of my videos if you want to go see CVSA and how it's been completely debunked, and it's a fraud. But a lot of law enforcement companies have purchased the technology, and then they have people that are alleged experts on it, and that was Chris's claim to fame in the Crow case. So he came in as a fellow interrogator who had this alleged expertise in this debunked technology, and that's why I always tell people you need to understand that whether it's CVSA or polygraph, you need to understand them as interrogation techniques. They're there to scare people, and if you believe that these things are legit, and Chris, if you look at the old videos of him interrogating Michael, for example, he says we have science on our side. So if you believe that, then you believe that the cops have the goods on you, that they know you're guilty, that's going to make you nervous, cause anxiety, and they put him under so much pressure, pretending that they were the only out he had, his only friends. They even lied to him and told him that his parents had disowned him, and they didn't have either an attorney or his parents present. They lied about where their kid was, and they had him in an interrogation room, and they told him that they lied and told him that they had the goods on him, and they had blood evidence, and that they knew he was lying from the CVSA, and they put so much pressure on this kid, they convinced him, even though he was saying I didn't do it, and completely losing it. I mean, he was just an emotional wreck, the poor kid. And they convinced him, sort of like, if you did it, how would you have done it? And coerced him into sort of fabricating a story, like, okay, if I did it, although I'm not aware that I did it. And they convinced him and coerced a confession out of him, and then they put him in jail for a while, and it didn't hold up in court. It was reversed, and there was an original civil suit in 2004 where they won a summary judgment. They won the case, and that was overturned in a 2002 overruling by a superior court, the Ninth Court of Appeals, and they were found responsible for violating the civil rights of these 3 boys. And the civil suit, they settled and got, I think in the Michael Crow case, it was something like 7.25, and one of the other 2 kids got, I think, $1 million settlement, and the third kid just didn't want anything to do with it because the family had already been traumatized long enough. And and to this day, McDonough still has links in his videos, and he's had his henchmen like Doug and Josh go up and pretend to understand legalese and read the 2004 summary. And he lied to Tricia from Websleuths and still says that he was exonerated, and he just completely ignores the superseding 2010 decision by a superior court, which was upheld, by the way, by the Supreme Court of the United States, where they were found responsible for violating the civil rights of these boys. And he still to this day lies, and it really does seem like he believes it. He refuses to take accountability for his responsibility, and that's his pattern, is that he will never admit a lie. He will never apologize. And so then, this is maybe old history, but this was when he was a cop. And then in 2021, he falsely accused on Linda's channel, It's a Crime, AKRox, of having child porn on his computer. And there was never any evidence of that. And then he claimed that he never doxes people. He never goes real life. Although on that video, I mean, you could see his anger issues and his arrogance, his narcissism. And he says, I know everything about you. The 3-letter agencies are watching over you, just like he did in Nomadic Track. We're coming to get you. I have insider information. I know where you live. He announced where AK lives, and then he said, I never dox people. And then I have, you know, all the evidence of him on Twitter doxing AK's name and his address. And so, you know, he's and his family was in jeopardy. And you know, I have letters from his wife saying she could never, you know, she was no longer comfortable in her home. He claims he was swatted. And she claimed that, you know, when AK is away from home, she can't drive home and feel safe if she sees headlights in the rearview mirror, and she keeps a bat by her bed, and she was worried for the safety of, you know, her child, her young child, and herself, because, you know, she was afraid that the McDonough crew or one of his cult members were going to come and kill him in the middle of the night. And, you know, and that's just, and then there's the Nomadic Trek case, same thing, real life consequences. They finally did dox him. He got threatening packages in the mail. His family was in danger. He handed over everything to the FBI. And then he did the same thing in the Jamie Wilson case. The only one I'll give him a tad bit of the benefit of the doubt was in the Jamie Wilson case, because there was another person named Jamie that he conflated, but the result was the same. He never apologized. People still believe that he apologized. He never apologized. He did a tour on several other channels, never on his own channel, on Unmasked and a few other channels, where on one, he admits that he made a mistake, but like minimizes it. He never apologized to Jamie personally. He never acknowledged the real life consequences. People came to Jamie's house, said they knew he had Summer in his house and that they were going to come in and get her. And he was outside.
Jesus.
He was outside with an AR-15, you know, for a couple of days.
Made that
and
right.
walking down the street and saying, you know, any motherfucker comes in my house is going to get it between the eyes. But he was scared. And Jamie's a nice guy. And Jamie just went there to help because he had had a friend in the past who disappeared, and he helped in the discovery and the, you know, in the searches. And then he happened to be in the area, and he showed up at the Wells house and asked if he could help. And that was his sin. And then he, you know, his reputation was sullied, and people to this day, you know, still, because people forget, even if these people do apologize, there's always somebody somewhere who either didn't hear the apology or doesn't care and associates them with being a pedo, because he was accused, of course, of being a pedo too, and an abductor. And these things never necessarily leave you. Somebody then brings up your name, and somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I saw somewhere you're a criminal," and that's why all these people whether it's in the Kylie Rodney case or these other cases, people just remember, "Oh yeah, I remember you. Didn't you have something to do with, you know, that person's disappearance, or aren't you a criminal, or aren't you a pedo or something?" I mean, it's a Trojan. You can't take that stuff back. You can't put Pandora back in her box.
Yeah,
there really is no coming back from that, because you're just gonna have idiots, even if they do realize if they implant it in their own brain and they believe it. You know what I mean? It's almost like
and then after the fact, then they just say, "Well, I don't know the details. I just know that your name was associated with you know, pedophilia or some other crime," and then they just go, "Whatever, it's a both sides ism. I don't know the story, so you're probably guilty." You know, it's just like, no,
they don't even
once
give
it's
them
out
chance.
there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I mean, if you want more details about any of those cases, I can talk about it. But it's a whole crew, because then he put up these other channels in order to not sully the reputation of his channel. He then went on the Lab, and then the Lab and Doug, no thanks, they and other channels, which I don't know if you want me to put their names up, but you know, TM and AB, who were using these cases, and they all have you know, bad backgrounds, and they jumped on his coattails because they know it's good for views. If you're letting a big channel come and, you know, especially like an ex-cop, and you're bringing them up on your panel and you're treating them with respect. So, you know, I pointed out also all the other channels that didn't, you know, they didn't vet him, they didn't ask him any hard questions, they just gave him softballs, and then they're using his clout. And that's why Trisha from Websleuths, she had, at some point, somebody handed her my video, and then when she found out that she had Chris up on her panel, and she considered herself friends with Chris and his wife, and he was a respectable, I forget what it's called, like a credited expert on her big website. And when she found out, she contacted him and talked to him in real life, and he refused to acknowledge any of it, and she removed him as an expert on her website, and she called him out in public, and then all of his fans went after her, and she lost a lot of subs, and she was criticized simply because she had the balls to stand up to him and his big reputation, and she called him out for the fact that she had him up on her panel and didn't recognize that he was defaming an innocent person, Jamie Wilson, and she didn't recognize it at the time. And after the fact, she felt bad, and then she called him out, and then she called Jamie and cried. I mean, I think she was about as sincere as possible and cried and had Jamie up, and Jamie was very, very appreciative that a credible channel would care about what he had gone through. And there's a video of him where he also tells the story, and I tried to put it together in some of my videos. And so, yeah, Trisha not only had the courage to stand up to him, because most people are afraid of him. And I know, I mean, he's sent a PI after me because of this stuff. I've gotten death threats. He's, I've been doxxed, and, the worst that they could find and falsely accuse me of is that I'm an accountant, which isn't true, but that's the best they could find.
I might need you for this tax.
Yeah, I was a financial consultant. I'm an economist, but I've never been an accountant in my life. But anyway, as if that's an insult. I mean, really, that's
right. Why is that even an insult?
Right. Anyway, so it's been sketchy because, you go after the big players in this space and they'll protect their livelihood. And when you got somebody that's an ex-cop who claims to have, buddies on the inside and access to the 3-letter agencies, and, you just go like, what are these people willing to do? Would they plant something on you? Would they send their buddy to come, terrorize you in a, in a cop car? Would they plant something on your home? Would they SWAT you? I mean, I don't know. I live in the clean world. I don't have a record.
See, what's really messed up is kids don't, when even adults don't know how to talk to the police. They don't realize the police are allowed to lie to you. They're allowed to play games with you. Yeah. They're allowed to talk shit to you. They're allowed to tell you they're going to call CPS on your children. They're going to take your kids. They're going to put you in prison for life. Indeed. If you don't tell me this, we're going to do that. That's why they say you're supposed to go in and just say, I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer.
Exactly. And to your point, Queen, I try to be profitable. I'm not anti-cop. I've had bad experience with the cops. I probably have good reasons to be, but I'm not anti-cop. My uncle's a cop. He's a lovely guy. He lives up to the standard of protect and serve, a lifetime of community service. I mean, just a great guy. So I'm not anti-cop, and I recognize that, trying to get bad guys is hard and interrogation is subtle. And so we should be able to give them the benefit of the doubt that they can use certain tactics. But we have, international treaties on the torture of people. We know human psychology enough that if you lock them in a cold room long enough and you psychologically badger them for long enough, eventually people snap, and then they're willing to say anything you want in order to just make it stop. And so interrogation techniques, can cross the line. And so we have to figure out as a society what we consider acceptable, and I'm not saying it's easy, and I think they should have the ability to, engage in some borderline tactics, but to some extent, at some point, it definitely rises to the level of psychological torture. And in the words of the presiding judge from the Ninth Court of Appeals, who made the 2010 ruling finding them guilty or responsible of violating the civil rights of these 3 young boys, that presiding judge said this was psychological torture, and another retired reputable judge said it was the most heinous example of interrogation that they'd ever seen in their career. So, what they did, at least from the perspective of legal scholars, crossed the line in that case, especially given their age and the fact that they lied to their parents and they didn't have representation, and they were badgered and frightened so far that they finally fabricated a story to satisfy them, and they coerced a confession. And when a brain is at that stage, it doesn't even know. Talk about gaslighting. Then you're dealing with the brain that's like, I don't know, maybe I did do it. I'm not conscious of it, but you're telling me I did, and you can have authority.
You can also implant false memories into people.
Indeed, all sorts of things.
Yeah.
That's why we have such strict, we have Geneva Conventions on things that we can't do with prisoners of war, and there are reasons why, because we know that once a brain is beyond the saturation point, if you push it far enough, a brain will say and do whatever the fuck you want it to, in order for the interrogation, the torture to stop.
To get out of the distress, right?
Yeah. They'll tell you anything you want just to be able to go to the bathroom and get a meal and sleep. You know.
And remember, it's 27 hours. The kid's dealing with the loss of his sister who just got murdered, and he's being lied to that his parents think he murdered his sister, and that the only people that could save
he's
you is
14, and he's got a brain that's not fully formed, and he's open to the appeal to authority with the adults that are telling him they got him, that science is on their side, that they know, and so then the kid's questioning his own sanity. That's what gaslighting is. Gaslighting is making you think that possibly you are misinterpreting reality and that your senses are flawed. Your memory doesn't work. You could do something that you're not consciously aware of. And it's scary because that means that we could all be pushed to that point. That's why we have ethics.
And this is kind of a recurring theme with Chris, where he thinks he's right and he will just double down, triple down, quadruple down. And even when he's disproven, he'll just be like, oh, well, I was always right. That just got away. And that's probably the same thing with the Summer case as well. How he's doing it there too.
And I made a video where I also debunked their bad psychology because I think he made a PR stunt. I have a video called the troll fraud, where he misrepresents. I've been teaching science for over a decade, and I know the studies on trolling and psychology and how there is a correlation between certain online trolling behavior and the dark triad or the dark tetrad, whichever psychological profile you want to refer to. And so he made a video with a bunch of non-experts pretending that it was a panel of experts misrepresenting psychiatry and psychology in order to basically convince his audience that anyone, so the logic went like this. Anyone who disagrees with me is a troll. Anyone who trolls has the dark tetrad personality traits of Machiavellianism, sadism, psychopathy, and narcissism, and therefore anybody who criticizes me is a troll. All trolls are psychopaths, therefore everybody that criticizes me is a psychopath and a criminal. So he tried to make this case and convince his audience that essentially, anybody who might criticize Chris McDonough is a troll and therefore a psychopathic criminal. And so I debunked it because I've looked at all the studies. He referred to as one scientific study. They never cited the study. None of them knew what the fuck they were talking about. None of them are scientists. None of them are psychiatrists. They're just ex-cops. And so I debunked it with a ton of studies showing you don't even know what the studies mean, Chris. You're not smart enough to read a scientific study. And the people that are shown to have behavioral traits that highly correlate with the dark tetrad are people who have already been found to score highly on these personality traits. So it's not just every example.
So are
of
you
trolling.
saying
We all troll?
Yeah. So is he saying that we're all psychopaths?
Yeah, exactly.
All the clip channels.
I'll tell you what, this is one of the biggest tragedy pimps in the Summer Wells case. One of the biggest. I ain't bullshitting. I am not bullshitting. I promise you right now. He's made so much money off that baby. Look,
he's made his
bank.
Look, he's made his living.
141,000 views, and he's went over this video 25,000 times. No bullshit.
We need to look him up on Playboard, Social Blade, all of that. And
he makes bank.
And start exposing them numbers. Yes, we need to start exposing them numbers, making money off these. Look, I'll tell you what. That, like I said, he's the one of the biggest tragedy pimps in the Summer Wells case. Straight up.
Yes, ma'am. I don't like him. I
People
absolutely.
are like, nah, Benny's the bad, Benny this, Benny that. No, Chris McDonough. Chris McDonough.
I even came to the defense of Benny. I'm no Benny fan, but he also falsely accused Benny of being responsible for his channel being brought down. His channel got brought down because they and YouTube said it on Twitter. The YouTube channel said it had nothing to do with mass reporting. So he lied. He said his channel was brought down. It was a family-friendly channel, and that it was brought down by a gang of mass reporters trolls. And then Benny was trolling him fucking hard. I mean, it was actually funny. And then Benny even created a Nomadic Trek YouTube channel, and I don't approve of Benny's trolling tactics, but it was funny because he was trolling McDonough, and then McDonough tried to make the case that Benny was the one who brought his channel down, and then he put up Benny's mug picture on his Twitter, and he blamed a gang of trolls. And the reality is that YouTube admitted his channel was not brought down for mass reporting. They reviewed his his content in the Nomadic Trek case, and they found it to go against terms of service, and his channel was suspended. I mean, he was gone. And ultimately, then he must have gotten access to YouTube, and they negotiated. He was probably agreed to not talk about Nomadic Trek, and they removed his content. And then he came back like nothing. And you know, all of his dregs, you know, Doug and Josh were all up there saying he did nothing wrong, and they were all defending him. They were all his apologists, and you know, one of them is still his apologist. So you know, these are some of the worst dregs in this space.
I just want to make sure everyone knows who we're talking about. I just want to put his picture up here so everyone knows who we're talking about, just to make it clear. Just so we're clear.
And you know, I mean, if you want, I can send you links so you don't have to listen to me drone on in that case. But I can just send you, you know, 3 or 4 videos that, you know, with all
I'd
the
appreciate it.
receipts
I
that
think I'm going to touch
show
it, and I think I'm going to tap into this. I know he's going to get mad, but I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, and that's why
I don't give a
that's
shit.
why I talk about we need more cover. We need to spread the risk so that these people can't just go after one of us. We need them, you know, to have to put out a lot of fires. So okay, well, let me drop a couple of links.
You have to go, Voices?
No, well, I will in a few minutes, but Grandma wanted me to make sure that I patted Queen on the back from her for making sure to remind everybody that law enforcement can and will lie to you, and it's completely legal for them.
Oh,
So,
absolutely, it is. I will definitely make that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I try to make that very clear to people. One of my biggest things is always ask for an attorney. Always ask for an attorney.
Don't say
Oh, yeah.
anything.
Well, the guy that's been talking to us, here, let me say this. The guy that's been talking is Scientific Skeptic, and I will drop his channel link in here as well, because I know a lot of people were asking. So I'll drop that channel link in there, but you guys make sure you go subscribe to him. And if you guys want to deep dive into this before I get a chance to, the Chris McDonough stuff, his channel is very, very informative. So,
hey, Queen, Grandma has input. She's been listening all afternoon with us.
Has she dated
sweet.
Chris
Hey, Grandma.
McDonough? Has she dated Chris McDonough?
Down here in Wyoming, there's the new hires for the police force. I've sent down to Douglas. It's in the southern part of our state. And I had a friend that went down there for a CARES stuff a while back. And she said, you know, I don't understand those policemen. She said, they're taught to lie. They're taught to say things that aren't true. And she said, I think you really, the first thing you do is you don't say anything. And the next thing you do is you ask for a lawyer. You say, I want a lawyer.
That's right. Straight up. Grandma knows.
Because they're taught to lie.
So there you go.
Tell him, Grandma. Tell him. Firsthand knowledge.
85 years of, that's Voices Grandma. Then that is 85 years of life experience.
Very wise woman. Very, very wise woman.
75 years of marriage to 2 husbands, and has outlived 2 husbands, 3 grandchildren, and her own daughter.
Very wise. Very, very wise.
Thank you, Grandma Voices.
But she listens all the time because I roam the house, and you guys are always on in the basement, and she wanted me to reiterate to you, Queen, you are so right. The cops are trained to lie. They will say everything. They will say anything and everything to catch you up.
Oh yes, they will, and you know they can get away with it. That's the worst part about it.
Yeah, yes, Unirock, Scientific Skeptic was talking. That's how Chris McDonough thinks. Chris McDonough thinks all trolls are like fucking psychopaths. And
Oh yeah, let me post that. So I posted the 3 videos because you guys don't want to probably listen to my ridiculously long.
I don't mind listening to you. I like listening to you.
No, but I also have a lot of pre-made videos where I just capture the goods, and they're shorter, whatever, they're hour videos. And so I did the 3 in here. I just did the Jamie Wilson fraud, the AKRox fraud, and the Nomadic Trek fraud, and then I'll post the other one, the science fraud, if you want, which has all the receipts in the description, all the scientific studies, and it shows how they misrepresented the science and how they were just doing it as a PR stunt to cover
do you mind
Chris's
if I
bad
link those
behavior.
in the description? I don't mean to cut you off, baby. Do you mind if I link them in the description too?
Yeah,
I have a hell of a time getting caught up, but I
yeah.
will link them. So if anybody wants to go to them, they have the
Yeah,
link.
let me find the 4th one, the science one, and I have more, but again, I don't want you guys to try to figure out the millions of videos and the relevant ones, because you're probably only interested in those.
Skeptic, how long did I'm sorry, Tim, 1 sec.
man.
How long did the channel go down? His channel go down for?
I think it was like a couple days. Seems to me it was
It
3
was
days.
3 days. It was
3
3
days,
days
yeah.
because Tiffany Marie gave him her platform to.
Yeah, he went on an apology tour when his channel was down, and he went on with the lab and Doug Hutton, and then he went on Tiffany Marie's, and she was blowing smoke up his backside, and then
So he didn't even get a 7-day strike. He just got 3 days.
I think so. So I think he had reached out to YouTube,
He
and
had to.
because he's a big money maker, and this
Yep,
this
he
is where you
went-
know
he
that
and-
YouTube does it for money.
He and his little band of merry band
Yeah.
of flying monkeys
Yeah.
hit Team YouTube via Twitter, and that's all it takes is a little Twitter campaign, and you can get into Team YouTube, get in dialogue, and of course, it was somebody else's fault, because he's already taken all the other stuff down. And I do agree with Skep about him making a deal about, I won't talk about this person anymore. And when it comes to dollar signs, you're in the partner program, so they're in the business to make money, and you're bringing in revenue. You got
Right.
a little bit of leverage.
And then he closed his Twitter account down and claimed that he didn't have time for all this nonsense, because he was, I think, at that point he was afraid. He was getting a lot of pushback. I mean, the last video he made in that series, because that's why I also hold the rest of that organization, the nonprofit, responsible too, because that Greg Cooper guy, claims to be whatever expert profiler. He was reading the tea leaves. So what they were doing was they made three videos in a row where they were looking at this anonymous Nomadic Trek Twitter tweets, and they were assuming he was guilty. They were taking Chris's premise that he was Brian Laundrie, and they were trying to read deep meaning into all of his anonymous innocent tweets. The guy, I mean, I know the guy. I interviewed him. He's a lovely guy, and he was just, he's a bit philosophical, and he likes nature, and so they were reading all these deep meaning into these innocent tweets and suggesting that he was a psychopath and he had violent tendencies. And I mean, any superficial objective reading of these tweets would have led you to believe that there was nothing nefarious here, but him and Greg Cooper, and then him and I think that other guy, something Steve Johnson or something like that, and then some other woman. And I even gave them a bit of the benefit of the doubt that I think they accepted that Chris was a reputable guy. They accepted his premise that he probably had done his homework, and he had good reason to believe that this anonymous Twitter was Brian Laundrie, and then they just went along with the ride. He might have psychologically primed them, and then they were just sitting there reading the tweets with him and saying, oh yeah, this is like, a sign that this guy's, antisocial, or he's a sociopath, or this is weird. And there's nothing weird about it. But when you're convinced that somebody's a bad guy, that's why these true crime channels are so dangerous. Once they have the bug in their brain that they've found a bad guy, then you can read nefariousness in everything. You just, you can see clues everywhere that aren't there. It's called apophenia. I talk about
we talked
brains
about
that are just susceptible to false pattern matching.
And we talked about that a little bit earlier with the Tyler Doyle situation, with them accusing, like these Reddits and Facebooks are accusing this woman of having something to do with her husband's disappearance and stuff like that, because she didn't do this, and they're reading into all this stuff and reading the tea leaves kind of deal. Yeah.
Hey, Skep, before we get any farther down this road, I just want to say thank you so much for coming up on panel and enlightening all of us with your knowledge. I mean, some of us would have to pay professionals to get this kind of conversation going, to cause our minds to think differently. And the fact that you provoke it by coming on a panel, I really personally appreciate it. So thank you.
I'm honored. You're very welcome. I appreciate that. Kind of you. Yeah, because we need to be fair and objective and give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes. But when when you look at the consequential real life consequences that these these people are responsible for doing, and then you notice a pattern, you just there's good reason to believe that it's not by accident, and they understand that we're susceptible to the mystery, that we are, anxiety is caused when we think that innocent people are harmed, and these people play on, I talk about all the psychology, the appeals to emotion. We are already psychologically vulnerable when we're hurt emotionally by the possibility that a child has been hurt, or just any innocent person is hurt, and we so long for closure and getting the bad guy to like return the world back to something that we can consider safe. And in that sense, then there are channels that sort of know more about our brains than we do, and then they play that mystery game, and they see clues everywhere, and we are just primed psychologically to, if we trust them, if we consider them authority figures, and
Yeah.
someone like Chris, he knows what he's doing.
Can I ask you a question? I mean, because
Yeah.
like people who are covering us, they might want to have a warning about him. Tell him what he does to people that might look into.
Oh yeah, because just as a heads up, if anybody wants to cover this or anybody wants to deep dive into this, just please be aware.
Well, yeah, he's got a PI after me, a guy named Billy, and I was doxxed, my name, and he sent Josh to come dox me, and then they put my name out there, and then I was getting threatening anonymous comments from people telling me that I was going to have a blue Christmas, and I'm not stupid. That means, and telling me that big guys were coming to big guys were coming to visit me at my home. They knew where I lived. And you know, I understood what a blue Christmas meant. I was expecting to get swatted, or you know, these guys planting evidence, or just coming and threatening me. And you know, once you're security, I mean, you know, that's why I say, you know, don't take this stuff lightly. If you live at home and you feel safe, you're not looking over your shoulder when you're driving out of your driveway. You're not looking out the window when you hear a noise. You're not running outside with a golf club or a weapon when you hear a noise outside. I live in the tropics. I hear raccoons and big iguanas that sound big enough to be a human. And after, you know, several events now, you know, with a PI after me, and apparently he doesn't have a clean reputation, I was looking over my shoulder. I was hearing noises. I was getting up in the middle of the night naked, getting my fucking biggest golf club and walking outside going, I'm not going to be fucking scared of you, motherfucker. If you're going to come, let's do this. And it's
That's
creepy.
no way to live.
Your entire perception of safety and security is altered once you believe, and that's what they know, that they don't have to do anything. They just have to fucking plant the seed of insecurity, and you'll feel it. And it completely disrupts your life.
And that is why when Betty made that community post, the first thing I did was contact my local law enforcement, follow all of my rules, and go ahead. If you think you're going to get past grandma, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I figure. I mean, you know, first of all, if you do me, you know, and that's my last day, well, then I don't have to worry about my expensive mortgage payment anymore, but I'm not going to back down from you guys. So then you just, you know, you have to stand tall and not let them bully you and intimidate you. And then you just, you know, whatever, you take measures. So you know, I got security cameras and I made a police report, and I live in a nice residential neighborhood. I let all my neighbors know, and I let the local association know. If anybody's, you know, hanging around soliciting or looking sketchy, there's no place to park in my neighborhood. So, you know, I made a video for any of you interested.
Does Chris really think he can reach out and touch somebody's life like that?
I made a video called Chris McDonough Protection Video, and I put out some community posts, and I tagged Police Off the Cuff and Mike from Profiling Evil and Duty Ron, other self-respecting cops, to let everybody know that if anything happened to me, if I was framed, I'd want a record in public for my protection. So if they get me, but you know, and also I don't have kids, and my wife's not here. I mean, I have a girlfriend. She's safe somewhere else. I don't have kids, so I would feel a lot different. Like, you know, we talked about like Crude AF maybe in the past. Betty beat him. She went after his family. He then said, fuck this, it's not worth it to me. And so she beat him. She won. And that's the thing, is they figure you're going to get intimidated and you're going to quit. And that's what they want. So somebody has to stand up and have the courage to not back down.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said Betty beat him. Who's Betty you talking about? I'm sorry.
Betty Bullhorn.
Bullhorn Betty beat him in court.
Well, I mean, she didn't even beat him in court.
Off YouTube.
I mean, I think she did. He did have to pay $500, at least that's what I've heard. But he basically just came on. He said, "I'm not going to be covering this story anymore because they went after my mother-in-law's business, or it was something like that." And then Crude stopped covering her, and he went black for a while because, and she won. And I don't. I mean, I understand and appreciate what he did. I would do that to protect my family too. But that's how they win.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant she went after Chris McDonough. I was about to say, oh.
No. She went
Oh
after.
no, they had
Crudo.
JLR follow him into the courthouse with his camera.
Yeah, and JLR
Yeah, they were
doxed me
the whole
too.
donkey's ass.
JLR doxed me too.
You know what?
Really?
I don't think they like the hood very well.
JLR sent me 2 private messages in my email. He found my email and he found my Facebook channel and he contacted me referring to me by my real name. And
Betty,
then he
I don't
said,
feel like Betty beat him at all. He was in there said Betty did not beat him. He gave her $500 to make that bitch go away.
no, but I just mean he stopped covering the content. So it's in that sense that that's what she wants us to do, is just at least go after somebody besides her and her livelihood. So I don't, and I understand why he would do it. So it's not like I'm speaking badly about Crude. I'm just saying that he had to change his content selection.
He basically got bullied around by her. Yeah. Because if he didn't, she was going to keep fucking with his family. And I understand that. I respect that, like you said. But it does piss you the fuck off that, you know what I mean? She does bullshit. But she only tries it with certain people. I think maybe because she thinks I went to prison and I'm a drug mule, she won't fuck with me. Yeah. But I don't know. Either way.
And that's why I always talk about we need to spread the risk. I mean, that's why I feel solidarity with you guys, because the more channels covering the bad behavior, the more likelihood that either that they feel the heat and they can't spread themselves that thin to go after each and every one of us. So you get enough channels covering them and you spread the risk.
Molly only had 89 people in her chat.
Yep.
Good.
Why? Because you know what?
There you go.
People don't fucking support the bullshit that they're pulling. And she came out and said that she does not support. She will no longer be donating to St. Jude's. Yeah, she fucked up.
Good. Yeah. And burnt toast ain't having it. She's like, fuck you. You can't touch me. I mean, so she's standing tall. That's why I say I understand why AF backed out. But in that case, she won in the sense that she got him to stop covering her. And that's what she wants.
Right.
Yeah.
See, she won't win. They won't win with me anymore. They've done everything that they can do, and nothing has it. Like, they've not stopped me.
Well, that's how I feel. I'm not
for a
stopping.
hot minute.
Oh yeah.
I was quiet for a hot minute, but I will not stop. And now their binder gets even worse because this last little go round. Good luck, ladies. Good luck.
No, they're not going to scare some of us, at least. Maybe they'll scare some of us, but they can't scare all of us. So again, spread the risk.
Yeah. She just tried, right? She got the voicemail on Nonsense's phone.
Yeah, and all that did now, because that would have worked like years ago, but now it's that you just upped her numbers, you just upped everyone that's going to watch her. There's going to be more support for her. It's you just did the opposite. You just gave her content, basically. She can literally play the recording and just talk about you now, and she'll probably get an extra 100, 200 people now watching her videos. It's like per live. So it's just such a stupid tactic. Like the tactic, if they were really smart, would be stop doing stupid shit that you can get criticized for, and eventually people would just move on to the next thing, and just that would be it.
And Betty, I mean, I know she talks about suing all these people, but she's getting sued right now from a credit card company.
Yeah.
And she's gonna go to court. She's been going to court. She's trying to claim that roof. She's trying to get money from that. And I noticed that she's now begging that they're becoming financially fucked. Like on here, they're not getting very far. Their numbers are going down. People are not donating to them anymore. They've finally, a lot of people have taken off their bullshit goggles and they're seeing what it is, and they're seeing what it is, like what they're doing.
I just say let's stick to the medium here. I mean, like Chris went off and he made, because he's afraid to do it on his own channel, he made a bunch of hit pieces on me and AK and Trisha from Websleuths by making stupid misinformation videos on Rumble and called us, a grandeur criminal behavior, part of a criminal syndicate. I mean, it was just laughable. It was so bad. It was like bad junior high media,
Oh, he'll have a field day talking shit about me, and that's good. I'll take the heat off you guys.
I'll just say, make your fucking videos. Make your stupid misinformation videos and accuse us of whatever the heck, do your best. But don't go real live. And so, that's just my rule. My rule's always been from day one.
Well, they can't defeat your argument, so they have to go after you personally. That's the thing.
Hey, Constance.
How you doing, Constance?
Hey, Constance.
I went in her chat yesterday, I think, something like that. I popped in to say, hey, But her dogs were going nuts when she was getting Chinese food, and then I bounced back out. She's like, "Hold on, my dogs are going nuts. I got to get my Chinese food." And then that was the end of the.
She was going to do a mukbang, live mukbang.
No. I think
Oh
she
no.
the dogs are barking, but she, you know what I mean. I go listen to the stuff that she talks about too with the tragedy pimps. You know what I mean? Because there's stuff that they catch that I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like there's stuff that you guys catch that I don't see. You know what I mean? So.
Well, it's too much for one person.
There's so much. It's hard to keep up.
What do you think about Josh from the lab, Skeptic?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was, when I first came here, whatever, I coined this term, the bad actors and true crime bad actors. And I made then a series of videos, and it was basically, it was going after Chris McDonough, and then I noticed he had little henchmen. So then I noticed Josh, and I made the videos I gave you. I think I have a couple others. I also have a few on Josh.
Did you shoot them over email, or are they in the back chat?
I don't think I did the ones on Josh, but I can try. Well, I dropped them in your chat, but I can send you a list of them afterwards. I'll try to. I have your email.
If you put them in the chat, babe, they didn't show up because we don't. There's only the mods can drop the links.
Oh, okay. Then I will.
Put it in the
I'll
private
send them
chat
to your email.
Yeah, and then I can put them in. Yeah, that way. Well, yeah, that you can send email.
Yeah,
however, whatever works for you, baby. I just want to put them on here so we can get them spread out.
Yeah, once I finish, then I'll drop them in the back so you can drop them in your description, because Josh is, Josh, what he did was horrendous. So he was it was clear that Chris was putting him and Doug and Tiffany and AB all up to become apologists for him, because they were all defending his narrative that he was that Nomadic was responsible. I even used Perplexed's video because she was one of the few that noticed it and actually called it out. And so I used her video because she had Tiffany being an apologist for Chris in that video, and I wanted to expose that. So then he basically went on their channels and he was dictating misinformation to them so that they would try to exonerate him in the Michael Crow case. And they were also going after Nomadic. And so Josh is up there saying, well, how can we be responsible for Nomadic Track? He has an anonymous account. We don't know who he is. So why are we doing anything bad? And it's like, that's such a bad argument, dude. The one thing that interneters are good about is finding people in real life and sleuthing. So sure enough, they found Nomadic Track, and the irony that he was a retired law enforcement officer was just, you can't make this stuff up. But then Josh and Doug were just making these horrible arguments defending Chris and believing that he'd get his channel back and that he hadn't done anything wrong. And I caught Josh and Doug in overt lies, and then I took Josh on, and Josh tried to challenge me to a public debate, and I went and acknowledged his request for a public debate, and he lied about that, and then he came to my channel and we got in a big fight. And I schooled him back to the Stone Age for about 3-4 hours on my channel because he was so frustrated to try to challenge me. And then he dirty deleted, because then I had 3-4 hours of Josh on my community post lying overtly about the things that he had said and the things that he had done, and he dirty deleted it. Then he went back to his panel and called me a coward because I wouldn't talk to him after he had his full debate with me. And then what he did in the case of the grab, I made another couple videos because I was contacted by the grab privately because she knew that I'd already covered Josh in the past and Doug in the past. And so she contacted me privately, and there are personal reasons that I won't divulge for why I didn't want to take her case on, because people contact me and they want me to make videos on people, and I don't just settle interpersonal disputes or virtual love affairs gone wrong. I only go after people that do things that I consider really consequential and very dangerous. So when she contacted me, I chose not to take her case because I was worried about her well-being, and I wasn't sure she was up to the task of going public, because I knew as soon as she went public, she'd get backlash. And now I can speak about some topics that I didn't cover. But somebody in Josh's camp, first of all, he came into my chat room with his name.
Before you get too far, quick question. So a while back, I had done a live, and I was actually just trying to look for it right now. So I was just trying to find the.
I have videos on with all the details too. I mean, I'll send
You know what I'm talking about already?
Yeah. So, and now that it's public, because somebody else dropped that, and at first I respected her right to not give the details, but she came into my chat room. That was public, so I could discuss that. He came into my chat room dropping these weird cryptic code words, Amerli and Sony, Amerli, and Sony, Soni. And I couldn't figure
Now-
out what the heck the code. I think I know where you're going to go. So I think I'm going to get to that.
Basically, it's the radio things where he was talking about kindergarten kids.
Yeah. Well, she dropped the video of him, first of all, being racist and misogynistic in his shock jock show. Then
Yes,
she has him.
That's what I
So I have all that, and then she drops the conversation that she recorded of him crying like a baby and admitting that he romance scammed her out of $7,500. She was going to probably give him another $7,000 or approximately $7,000. So he would have been into her for about 15 grand, and that's romance scam. That's a felony. And then she threatened him and said, if you don't reimburse me on my terms, not on your terms, you don't get to pay me $15 for the rest of your life. I want it quickly, and I want it in a large sum. And he somehow managed to find the $7,500, and he paid
I'm
her
sure
back.
he did.
And otherwise, she threatened to go to the cops. So he would have been in for a felony, and she did report it. So she has him on a video, an audio admitting that he romance scammed her, that he lied to her, that he was having an affair with another woman while he was pretending to romance her. Took her out of $7,500. He lied about a whole host of things that he was getting, making her feel bad for him, and stuff like whatever. Lied about that his dog needed surgery. Used his grandmother in order to make her feel bad, so she'd give him money. And then admitted it on audio, like for an hour and a half. He's crying like a little baby, admitting all of it. And then he went into my I have that.
Oh yes, I watched all of this.
And then it's like crying like a baby. I'm a liar. And then after the fact, he came into my chat room trying to discredit it, because by the way, he apologized on his own channel for and serial plagiarism. As somebody who's been writing original content on science and philosophy for a decade, and somebody was an academic. Plagiarism is serious. That's not fucking cool, bro. We work our asses off to get original research and original content, and there are rules about, not stealing someone else's work. And he was plagiarizing. So he's got tons of videos up where he's claiming original true crime writing and storytelling that he did. And she exposed him for that. She found the original source. She even contacted some of the authors. He stole it verbatim, 99%, somebody else's work.
So are you saying that he claimed that he wrote these articles, but just copied and pasted actual?
Exactly.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God.
Just straight up plagiarism in multiple cases. She's got all the goods. So she's got him admitting on audio that he romance scammed her out of $7,500. He lied to her consistently about problems that he had in his life, and that his computer had been stolen, and whatever, people had broken into his house or shot up his computer.
And he never cited
his grandmother needed a surgery, his dog needed a surgery. It was serial plagiarism. He admitted to all of it on the audio, and he's crying like a little baby. Then he went to his audience and he admitted the plagiarism, and he was going to try to be better. He would not admit the romance scam because that was a felony, but he did admit the serial plagiarism, and he was going to have to get better. And he admitted the racism and misogyny on his shock jock videos. But then he dirty deleted all of his community posts after he had apologized. So again, he tried to cover that up. Then he came into my chat room and he was dropping these cryptic words, Amerli and Sony, for about an hour and a half in my chat room. And we finally did our homework and found out that those code words relate to a suicide pact by a couple of Indian people in India, and that it was referring to suicide. So he was trying to get Jenny, who he knew was in the room, to off herself. He was trying to gaslight her into believing that she was crazy, and he was telling her she was crazy and she was nuts and all this stuff. And so then he tried in my chat room to drop these cryptic words, to use plausible deniability in order to get her to off herself. And then he claims he didn't do it. But the next day, exactly when he was in my chat room, so it would have had to have been sent before he came in my chat room, she got 2 packages of razor blades with a note, and I paraphrase, something like, do us all a favor or do yourself a favor. And he claims that he has nothing to do with that. But come on.
Whoa.
Really? Sorry, we're not fucking around anymore. So that was when I finally wrote him off. No, you're a piece of fucking shit, Josh. You're the worst. You should be in jail. And she made a report, and she stayed a police report, and she stayed at a friend's house because she was frightened. So I couldn't divulge the details about what she received at her house. I was only able to say that she got a gift. And then I saw it publicly put out there. So she must have told someone else. And then I feel morally okay to provide the detail because it's now public. The gift that she got was 2 packages of razor blades at the same time that he came into my house dropping code words for actual suicide that occurred in India.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Holy shit.
Who's wait. Who's who got that package?
The grab. After he came into my chat room. So that package, those packages were sent from an anonymous Amazon account to her home, 2 packages in a row, razor blades with a note that said, something to the effect of do yourself a favor or do us a favor or something like that. And that was at the exact same time that he came into my chat room dropping references to suicide. And she has said that, he was accusing her of being psychologically unstable, and he put her address out. So he had her address. So whether or not he did it or he put somebody up to it or somebody was incited by him to do it, the timing is just too much to think it's coincidental. Wow. It has to do with him. I mean, that's fucking about as bad as it gets.
So it was like the exact same timing?
Yeah, because he came into my chat room and that package arrived, I think, on our door the next day or that day, which means that package was sent before he came into my chat room dropping the suicide code.
But Skeptic, they're the moral superiority. They can go against Don Wells and be the interrogator.
Yeah, exactly. These are our moral paragons. These are moral authorities, people. And he's up there the other night being his typical arrogant prick, talking with Don Wells and, speaking with authority, like he has the right to try to lambaste Don Wells as if they haven't done that enough. Whether or not Don is guilty or not, it's not up to you, Josh, you piece of shit, to keep badgering him or Chris and doing it for views and sensational content. You either have the goods, hand it over to the police, or fucking shut the fuck up. And I keep saying, anybody who's having Don on their panel, I think we should question. He either has something to say, and he already said it, because as a lot of people have said, and I believe the same thing, whether or not he's guilty or they know something is possible, but I have no evidence. So I'm not going to say that there's any evidence that they've done anything. And, the fact that these are frickin' brilliant minds who, for all the times they've been drunk and fucked up and shit-faced on camera and video, that they haven't dropped the smoking gun clue. I mean, you're supposed to expect these are criminal masterminds, and that if they did have anything to say that was inculpating, what's the word? Implicating, that they would have said it already. So the people still using them and allowing them to come up on their panel, I really think we should question them. I think Don is nuts to do it, and we can question why it is that he's still doing it. But I think the people that are allowing him up there, I think that's also questionable integrity. What are you doing? What do you think you're going to get in your chat with him that nobody else has already gotten, or that the police haven't already gotten? They're not criminal masterminds. These are not big brains. They've been intoxicated and fucked up on camera 100 times, and we're still expecting that eventually you're going to ask them the gotcha question that gets them to divulge something.
Not
really?
Gonna happen. Not gonna happen. And I don't know why
This
they
is
keep
Michael.
doing this. Is this the right case?
Yeah, that's Michael Crow.
Okay, because
Yeah,
look,
that's
if
Michael
you go
Crow.
down, you see his ugly ass sitting right there. If this is him, hold on.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I have
that's
the
just-
descriptions in my videos on the Michael Crow case too. If you want to read about the 2010, I've dropped the links for the actual authoritative legal document, the 2010 document. I've made videos where I analyzed Doug reading the 2004 document badly.
So this is where McDonough, when he was working as an officer, he coerced this kid into making a confession
Correct.
about killing his sister. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Correct.
A false confession.
A
Correct.
false confession, right? Absolutely. And he was only
and
12
also
at the
the
time, correct?
and just he was 14, I think. And at the also the other thing is that the other thing too is that I didn't even know that that was a legal statement, but the court announced that these kids were factually innocent. Now, I'd never heard that phrase as somebody who does have a bit of a legal background. I've never, because we always talk about, the courts don't find you. This is also a really good argument, by the way. The courts don't find you innocent of anything. They find you not guilty, or not guilty. So that's why the burden of proof is in our civil society is to prove that they're guilty. Nobody disproves, nobody's proving innocence, and you don't have to disprove that you're guilty. The people who claim that somebody has committed a crime, they have all the burden of proof. So all these scumbag channels accusing people left and right have no respect for burden of proof, which is the frickin' foundation of our legal system. It's the foundation of logic. It's the foundation of science. And these people don't have any respect for burden of proof. They just feel in their gut that somebody's a bad guy, and then they'll make content just telling their audience, who are very impressionable, that somebody's guilty. Don't do that. If you don't know somebody's guilty, you probably should shut the fuck up. So anyway, so yes, they were 14, right. and the court, I'd never heard that ruling. The court referred to them as factually innocent, a legal phrase I'd never even heard was a thing.
Now I want to know why this ain't put out here, because I just learned about you, and I just learned about this.
I talked about this.
And basically that means they can never be tried. So what are you trying to accomplish anyway by still going after these kids? 10, 15 years later, they're still going after them. Josh has made videos going after them and insinuating that they were guilty and that Chris is right.
Not only that, they found they found a homeless guy who had the DNA of his sister, and he was convicted, but he got like an appeal because Chris fucked that case up.
Yeah, so I think in the case of that guy Truitt, I think was his name.
Yeah, Truitt.
He had mental health issues, and he was soliciting in the neighborhood. And so then it looks like what happened, and there was even a police officer that may have seen a door close when he was driving through the area, and that might have been him going into the house, but we don't know that for a fact. And what happens is it looks like the cops had their teeth in the kids from the get-go. They didn't look into the Truitt case because they found a bloody T-shirt with the DNA of Stephanie in a dumpster somewhere. And so Josh, to this day, claims that the cops essentially may have planted the shirt or something like that in order to make it look like the kids were not guilty. Or I forget exactly what the argument was, but there was a T-shirt that was found that was from Truitt. Truitt had probably, after he committed the crime, had probably thrown his shirt away in a local dumpster. It was found later, and the cops probably had already committed to thinking the kids were guilty and then probably fucked up. And then when it was found out that they found the Truitt shirt with blood on it and all that, then probably after the fact, they didn't do a good investigation, and there was probably some technicality, and he got off later and was acquitted. But he does seem like the right person, and so I think that this was probably the cops fucked up, and they probably. There was probably a problem with the custody of information. They didn't do a good job after the fact. And, there's that problem in that if you don't, sort of focus your attention on the right guys and make sure that the evidence is not corrupted and the custody of evidence is sound, that they probably then screwed up in the investigation once they changed their target from the kids to Truitt. Anyway, that guy got off, but and he then got busted 10 years later for drugs. So this guy was a troubled guy, and it was probably him.
I just want to read Lady Justice's, because she's actually a practicing attorney, and she's she says Chris McD is a dirty AF. He should have been prosecuted. They keep doing it because these people can't afford to sue. It's sick.
Yeah, because I knew a bit more of the details of Truitt, but I haven't covered that case as much. But yeah, there was this whole thing about a T-shirt with the DNA in a trash can. They hadn't found it early enough, or they might have even covered it up. I thought that I think there are reasons to think that they might have covered it up, because once the cops go for somebody, they have a vested interest in not exposing that they might have been on the wrong track or going after the wrong person. Yeah. And then after the fact, it might have been more difficult to prosecute Truitt, and they might have taken shortcuts, and then that didn't hold up under appeal.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I feel like
Look at that little boy.
he messed up a lot, and he still has yet to come out and apologize or say anything. He tried to make Don now see the other day when Don was up there on Josh's panel. He tried to say no, he wasn't convicted. I tried to tell you, and I feel like Josh keeps eating the load of shit from everything that dumb shit's fucking telling him. And I said, like I said, he's one of the biggest. I think he's, and this is just my opinion, but I think he's one of the ones that initially fucked that case up when it comes to Don and Candace and Summer and all that.
And he's been doing it.
I mean, Josh was on Justin's yesterday, right?
What?
Josh was on Justin's live yesterday.
John
feather.
Birds of a feather flock together. I told you what I tell you. Chris McDonough is one of the biggest fucking tragedy pimps out here when it comes down to these cases, and he's up into the Idaho 4
and
case.
He's going to get word on this because you're a bigger channel than I am, and this is going to spread around. And this is why we need to stand strong together.
Say, I really don't care. I've been wanting to talk about him anyways. I've already been doxxed.
I'm the Hive's official target. I have no assets. I live in Grandma's basement. Even my liens have liens. So go ahead, come at me, brah. Come at me.
Stop the cat, McDonough.
Stop the cat.
There we go.
I agree on Detective Juan.
Stop the cat.
I agree with Detective Juan. We need more self-respecting lawyers who are willing to, forego profit in order to be pro bono and help some of the victims
No, it's
and
actually
go after some of these guys.
According to Betty, it's pro se.
I know.
Anyway, let me shut up and let me send sort of a little basket of representative videos to.
Yeah, because we'll do a whole. Well, you know what? Matter of fact, we can link up and do a whole live on him tomorrow or something, or tomorrow night. You know what I mean? And just show some videos, show some links,
Oh yeah, no, I that would be nice because again,
kind of go over it because a lot of my people don't know anything about him. All they really know is that he was involved.
I say share. I don't want any credit. I just want this shit to get out, and whoever can make a good case, let's get it out.
Give credit. We give credit over here for sure, and we'll link your channel. You put your links out. I was gonna say I'm gonna put them out anyways, but I mean, if you guys want to go over it, I just don't know much about it. I'm still learning, so you know what I mean.
You gotta watch.
That's part of the problem. We can't all vet everybody and know everything about history and know all the characters. There are too many of them.
Yeah, you gotta watch that Michael Crow interrogation. That kid breaks down like.
Yeah, I think it's in one of my videos.
Look at him.
I have a live where I called, I think, Josh and Chris, you're pathetic. And I think I put together the sort of comprehensive arguments against Chris and the comprehensive arguments
him right here.
against
Isn't
Josh.
this Chris? Isn't this him right here?
I'm not sure that's Chris. I thought Chris was on the other side, but I think
I wonder how he feels about himself. I wonder when he's laying in bed at night if he ever thinks about this kid and what the fuck he did to him.
No, he's too arrogant. He thinks that whatever he does is right and just and authoritative.
Yeah, and this is the guy who's like, supposed to get like,
I think that one is the Science Fraud Cold Case Foundation.
This one says Michael, now 25 years old, says he confessed to his sister's murder after police detectives essentially isolated him from his family. They strip you away all your support systems, and once they've taken your family away from you and your friends, they start chipping away at your own beliefs and memory, Michael says. Michael says near the end of his interrogation, parts of him started to believe that he was guilty. I wanted them to stop telling me that I was lying and stop treating me the way they were treating me. This goes back, and you know what this reminds me of? And I hate to even correlate the two, but Brendan Dassey.
The Stephen Avery case. Yes, ma'am.
And I feel like he because even his confession didn't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? There would have been blood everywhere and it didn't happen. So anyhow, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to mix those two cases together, but when you're not, I mean, he, I don't know about Michael Crow or what his mental capacity is, but I know that Brandon Dassey was not, his mental capacity. He was not, he definitely should have had a lawyer present and a parent. You know what I mean?
Of course. Because
and they lied to the family. They said he wasn't there and he was in an interrogation room. So they
my God.
Yeah.
But no. And they lied to the kid and told him that his parents had disowned him.
Yeah.
So he felt all alone.
Yeah. Oh,
He
yeah.
felt like he had
Like I said, they could
friends. He had no allies.
and I could see, you know what I mean. I could see them saying that, you know, like to get him to
He's just a
talk.
kid.
Is
Yeah,
that
yeah, but
kidnapping?
after he lost his sister, for Christ's sake, he was already traumatized and in shock.
If his parents didn't know and they were telling him that, I mean, isn't that a form of kidnapping? I mean, don't they have to be there?
No.
Essentially,
It is. Yeah, say it essentially. Yeah, it is. But with the police,
as I
no,
said, it was
you know,
called
like
psychological torture. It is.
It is, yeah.
Kidnapping.
And real quick, that the link you put in the back, is that the one from the, remember that, Queen, that documentary about the online sleuths that can solve cases? Was she on one of the first episodes with the Abraham one?
I have no idea, honey. What you talking? What are you talking about, baby? I didn't hear what she even said about that. What'd you say?
It's called Web of Death.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is
Trisha is in that. It's with that case of Abraham Shakespeare. It's on Hulu. And yes, Trisha Griffith from Websleuths is featured in that story.
She clicked on it and I saw what she looked like, and I'm like, wait a minute, I think I know her. Oh wow, okay.
So Queen, I'm posting all the videos with the description in the private chat.
Okay, I'm gonna try to link them in here real fast while I'm, you know what I mean, trying to edit the
Nomadic trick, AK. Let me get that. I think I don't know if you can open them and read them, because I don't know if I'm getting them all in order.
Yeah, I see them all back there so far. 2 of them, or 3 of them. Sorry, 4 of them.
Yeah, because I also have Trisha's one, because again, we should laud her for her.
Okay, this is what I'll do,
courage,
because I'm not able to get them to put them here. Tim, is there any way you could shoot them over to my Discord?
Sure,
Like,
I'll do
I can
that now.
copy, like just copy and paste, and then that way I can copy and paste when we're done.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I couldn't get them to go over because I'm on the laptop, but I want to save the links and I can't get them into the description right now because it's not letting me click over to another screen with it. So when we get done, I will put them in the description. That way, anybody that wants to go check them out, go listen to them, go watch, get prepared and ready, look up the Michael Crow case and stuff like that. We will talk about it. We will bring it to panel. We will talk about it. You know what I mean? If Chris wants to come up, he's welcome to come up. I would let him.
Chris will never.
I don't think he ever would, but if he does,
he doesn't.
I'll definitely let him up. If Josh wants to come up, I'll let him up too. But I don't think either one of them would have the cojones to come up here and talk to us and talk about it. Nope.
Pussy boy. Oh, that wasn't unmuted. Shit.
Oh shit, you're done.
Guys, I don't think
dare him.
But you know what? When we did that panel on Josh, he actually commented in it about it with the where he was saying I believe it was he was talking about his private area and kindergartners and school age kids and yeah.
Oh, by the way, the grub is in the chat. She says scientific skeptic. I got 4. The grub, the lady that we were discussing with earlier, the grub.
Yeah, she's.
Oh, no shit.
Friend.
Okay.
She's
The grab.
I love her. Yeah.
I don't know why I said the grub. You know me with names.
You're so bad.
I'm so fucking terrible. Email saying that you were on panel over here. Uh-oh. They're like, where's
you guys let me know who she is?
He's over here in the hood hive. What's he doing over there?
Oh no.
The hood
She's
hive.
great, and I was so happy to see people support her. And then, and like I said, I wanted to protect her well-being, and when she went out public, I just wanted to warn her, that her reputation was going to get dragged through the mud. We should be careful if we're going to bring somebody up on panel that they understand the consequences of going public.
I mean, that's the thing. You got to kind of give them the riot act. Like, you might be right, but you got to decide if you want to just let it go or go public.
Are you sure you want to deal with the fallout? Because you're going to get fallout.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, you will.
And she got the rest of the stuff from Josh after she went public. So there were real life consequences. She had to make a police report, and she went to stay at her friend's. Yeah, because she was
grab. Okay, wait a minute. She was the one that posted this stuff about Lady Justice. You were up here on panel. You just dropped down. Come back up, love. Come back up. We love to hear from you.
Yeah, that's the woman that the Josh, I believe, shipped that special package.
Yeah,
not that much.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is the one that with the Amazon package, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. The razor blades.
Okay.
Yeah.
little bitch.
Okay, now I'm going to post the interview room and the lab are pathetic, which was,
Yeah, I'm referring to Josh. Oh yeah.
Just to make sure.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
not
no.
her. No, no, no,
on
not
live,
her.
but
I
just
mean,
was Chris and Josh.
You're breaking up. You're going really slow. What's the internet? You're okay, Skeptic?
he might be
Oh,
muted.
am I cutting out?
You're cutting
you
out.
are.
It were like literally sounded like a robot on its last life, while it was like literally.
Yeah, it's probably because I have too many tabs open. So let me close some of these.
She said she
Looks like
got
a battery
two
dying.
packages.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
she got
Lord.
two
Two
packages.
packages.
Yep.
Yeah, razor blades.
Yep.
Was it different times or at the same time?
Same time.
Wow.
Return
2 days
to
in a row
sender.
or something like that.
Return to sender. That's
And
what
Josh claims he has nothing to do with it.
Favor.
Yeah. Josh claims he has nothing to do with it, but the timing is impeccable. This is it was I think sent before my live if it arrived there.
Oh
and he came into my chat room dropping those code words Amerly and Sony. And if you type up Amerly and Sony and India, you'll get a video an article from I think it's the Indian Times or something like that. And it has all the details. So he kept posting those cryptic words. So he
What
knew
is
it was
wrong
good.
with him? Like, why would he post cryptic words on purpose, knowing you're gonna look him up? Like it's like he's trying to hint.
Well, I think it's plausible deniability.
Yeah.
You can say you didn't overtly say off yourself. You're using cryptic terms so that if it ever comes back to you legally, you could just say, I don't know what you're talking about. I was making a joke or I was referring to something else. You can't know that what my intentions were.
Yeah, he was saying it without trying to say it.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, I mean, I probably have some more, but these are.
The Grab, do you want to come up?
5 or 6. Yeah, she's
You're
great.
welcome to
She's
the link is
bright.
always
She's
pinned. It's an
sweet.
open panel. Go
Yeah.
ahead, babe. Go ahead, Skep.
I consider her my friend.
Yeah, well, I seen she was trying to explain herself in the chat, and sometimes it gets lost. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It
Yeah,
gets
let her
lost
tell
in
the
chat,
story.
So,
she did
yeah,
get
she's
different
welcome to
packages at
come up
different
to-
days.
Hold on, Boston. Give me one
Sorry.
sec, bud.
Sorry.
Yeah, we keep an open panel over here, and you're welcome to come up. The link is pinned up there at the top, and if you don't want does she know how? She's been here a while. She knows how the camera works and stuff like that, right?
Oh yeah, she's been on my panel a lot.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was say I'll put a screen cover up if you want me to. If you don't know how to do the you know what I mean. Some people don't. Some people do. But anyhow, I sent Skep photos of the gifts. Yeah, we just heard all about it actually. All right, yeah, come up when you get a chance, baby. Just click the link up at the top. Pause the YouTube before you pop up. We'd love to hear from you. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff I didn't know about this, and
I don't remember.
out.
Yeah, Jenny, I don't remember you sending me photos of the gifts. I remember you telling me about them, but I don't remember photos. Or maybe it was just the box without showing me the contents, or maybe I just have a bad memory. I have a horrible memory.
I know I do. I know I got a bad.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember
I get so
what I had
much
for
stuff,
breakfast or if I had breakfast.
So how long has Josh been on this platform?
Long time.
Okay, so he definitely knows what he's got going on. He knows what he's doing. He knows what's going on.
And then we catch him dirty deleting. So then he'll sort of partially admit that he's done wrong in order to try to show some humanity to his audience, and then he dirty deletes it.
Well, yeah, because I exposed that bullshit when we got it. As soon as we got it, I'm like, with the kids and the phone calls. He immediately came out with a video right after that talking about, well, I'm so sorry. That was a shock jock thing. I only said it because I was trying to get a reaction from people. And I'm so sorry. It should have never been. I mean, he was kissing ass.
I mean, we all want to forgive. How many times you got to give somebody a break? 1 time. Okay. 2 times, 3 times, 10 times. You're an asshole. You're a troublemaker at best, but you might be a fucking sociopath. Because that shit, trying to get somebody to off themselves.
Yeah, that's not fucking cool. Not okay
Sending
at all.
something at their house, dude. And if he hadn't reimbursed her, that was a felony. So already those threats. But the problem is that the cops would have to prove the provenance of those gifts, and to the extent that those Amazon gifts couldn't be directly traced back to him, they probably can't prosecute. But the romance scam, that's a felony. And I brought it up when Josh was in my room. I said, you're a criminal. The fact that you got away with it, that's why I call him a criminal. So when you weren't talking, you didn't know what I meant by criminal. The fact that he didn't get prosecuted, for me, it's not okay in my book. You frickin', when she threatened to get you arrested, and then you somehow came up with the $7,500, she gave you a pass. Because if you hadn't come up with the money, you'd be in jail for a frickin' romance scam. That's a felony. So by my book, he's a fucking criminal.
I've a quick question. I saw the grab. She said she got one on Monday and then one on Wednesday. So she did get them 2 separate days.
Yeah.
Would that mean that it's 2 separate people as well? Like that sent it out?
I mean, what are the odds?
Right.
Same package. I even asked, could it have been an Amazon mistake? Like, here we go.
So I just want to make sure everybody knows who we're talking about. This is the lab, and this would be Josh. This is his channel. This is who we're speaking on.
And he's got a second backup channel, the Lab 2.0 or something like that, or the Lab Archive or something. His primary account's been blocked, but his secondary account is still unblocked. And it's something like the Lab Archive or 2.0. It used to be called 2.0. That's the channel he used to come into my chat room. And he has not been blocked. I have all the screenshots, by the way. I have all the receipts if anybody want the receipts.
Is that him crying?
I don't know. He often, that's what I said. When I first came, I actually tried to help the guy. And I took the risk of going in his chat room to say, don't get into bed with Doug and Chris. And his chat room went after me and called me a troll. And so I actually tried to help him. But I wanted to say, I mean, the guy's not a bad actor. He should do acting. He's not a horrible actor because he's good at.
I know he ain't fucking crying right here, is he?
Yeah, he sometimes cries and he sometimes get angry, and and he's convincing if you don't know what the fuck he's done.
Let me play this record. I need to. Hold on.
Oh wow.
You come out here to my house and I'll show you who the is searching, motherfucker.
So that's Don Wells lighting his ass up, which obviously he needed to light his ass up.
And then he started crying about that?
I don't know.
You see that hat he has on, guys? I know exactly where that hat's from, so I know now I know actually where he lives. Or where
he's jumping on the Koberger train, huh? Look at all these lives. There's one girl that I went to her thing and she's got like hundreds of videos of Koberger. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, like there's like I don't
People get obsessed.
Yeah, there's like no new information really, so that's why I haven't really been looking into it. So I've been waiting for like the actual trial, and then I'll probably look more into it.
Do you see that hat he's wearing? The Owls hat?
And there's another channel called the CNY family. There's another channel called the CNY family that she has about 5,000-6,000 subs. She's still on the Kylie Rodney conspiracy train.
Oh my God, it's
covering
ridiculous.
Zav Girl and the Ryan lies. And when I challenged her on that, she accused me of not caring about victims.
Well, that's always the case. It's like, and I always come back like, there's more people that are missing, and you could talk about those people too.
Right.
You can always revisit the subject if you're really interested in the case, like every week or something, or every 2 weeks or a month. But like, this is just ridiculous. You're like literally sitting there constantly talking about the same person. Like, you're not helping anyone.
All right, so this is Josh. If y'all need to know who it is, it's just the lab. This is the lab. Jonesin.
Jonesin.
I said the same thing. I know he ain't crying like a little bitch. I know he ain't crying like a little bitch.
Yeah, by the way, this would be a perfect forum for him to come up. I'd love you guys to, take him apart.
Shit, Ryan trying to come up here. I just watched that 2 days ago.
Because you guys won't give him a free ride.
Yeah, well, we don't really give anyone a free ride.
Right, I don't think we really do. I mean, I don't know.
Ash or grass. Nobody rides for free up in the hive.
That's right. Twist them if you got them. Get ready, because we're about to go to town.
I rewatched it right after it's one with you guys, and you guys, there was at least 24, 25, 26 instances where it made him look so ridiculous that he just had to throw insults
Yeah,
out there.
I mean, like how I usually do things if I go after someone, I usually get a folder, I create a folder, and I start going after links and videos, and then I start writing up like a little dissertation on them, and then I just basically that's how I do it. I do not have that folder yet for the lab, but I might start soon. That's
Well, yeah, and
usually how
I just
do it.
provide evidence. Let them hang themselves. I don't need to make shit up. I don't need to misrepresent their argument.
Yeah, that's how because I feel like whenever you
Right.
go after someone, you have to have the links available. So whenever I go after someone, I make sure to have the folder available. I can pull up and be like, okay, now we can play. And you said this, okay, timestamp so and so. We'll go there, and that's how I usually do things when I go after people. Because I
right
consider
here we go. There's a picture.
I think Grab just jumped
There's a
up. 'cause
picture
she said
of both of them.
too.
There's Crybaby on the left and Chris on the right. Chris. Hey, love. What's up, babe?
What's up, baby?
Hello.
What you doing, my best friend?
I just got done with Community Unity Day. I've been listening to y'all all day. Holy shit. I was wondering when you were going to hear about Chris Dun for real. I'm glad Skeptic is over here because he knows all the juicy details.
I know. That's why I said. Well, that's why I said. You know what? We'll get into this because he knows the truth. He knows what's going on. He's got the receipts. You know what I mean? He knows all that.
Yeah,
So
yeah, he does.
he can correct us if we're wrong. Make sure we got. You know what I'm saying? Make sure we're putting out factual information.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And again, so I gave you the links. Don't trust me. Don't trust anybody. Just freaking let them tell you the story in their own words.
You could trust
That's
me
right.
with your bank account, your financial information. Don't worry.
Social security number.
Yeah, you could definitely trust me, guys. Wink, wink.
Yeah, and we can trust Jaundice, right? Because he'll put up, he'll make sure and share your PIN number, your ATM card, your social security number.
Yup.
Mother's maiden name.
We're waiting on
Exactly.
we're waiting on the Grab. Now, see, this is the lab, and
Yeah.
she, I don't know her name, but I don't want to use her first name or whatever. But
the-
her channel is called the Grab.
Yeah, and the night that
That's
the night that the lab came into my channel, because he's come in a few times, but the one of the nights he came in, because they both have the same icon, and she was in my room that night.
Oh,
I didn't realize it was Josh, and then somebody said, like, no, that's not the Grab, and I'm like, oh fuck, I said, is that Josh? And I'm like, hey Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Josh, come on over. Come on up.
I call him Derpy Josh because he hated it once when I said derp, and that totally triggered him. So now
You
I
call him
I call
Dirty
him
Josh or Derpy?
Derpy.
Derpy.
And that's stuck in my community. We call him Derpy Josh,
Okay, voices. You're not very
and
helping us.
he hates that. He absolutely hates it if you call him Derpy Josh.
Yeah,
Derpy
you're not-
Josh.
It means foolish or stupid.
Okay.
You almost got us in trouble, voices, with that.
I also feel like a derp is like a gullible.
Hanging out with Jaundice for all. You know what? That's what I said. Tragedy pimps. They stick together. Jaundice and he. You know what? Those are his people. Those are his fucking people.
I was lurking around yesterday, and I just clicked on Jaundice's, and I saw that guy up there, and then I saw the chat saying, "Is that Josh?" So that's when I put two and two together when you guys were talking about in the stream. Like, yeah, he was over there.
Wow, derps of a feather.
Tip.
Derps of a feather.
I don't know what they were discussing because I didn't.
Derps of a feather, derp together.
Queen.
That's what I was gonna say. Derps of a feather, derp together.
Queen, did you say that Molly did say something about St. Jude and the Mallory situation that she's not donating anymore afterwards? I remember saying that earlier.
Okay, baby. She said you're gonna be. It's gonna take a minute. You're gonna take a minute, or it's gonna take a minute. What you mean, baby?
It's gonna take a minute. She's probably getting set up.
Getting her stuff ready. Well, that's cool, baby. That's fine. Just whenever you're ready, honey. No rush. You know what I mean?
If you don't know her, you'll love her. She's bright. She's sweet. She's educated. She's sophisticated. She's compassionate. She was ridiculously compassionate, even to Josh.
Well, that's what I was just gonna say. If she can be compassionate to these guys, then I'm sure she's a gem.
Yeah, I love
hold
her.
on. Here we go. Hey, baby, can you hear us? Okay.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can. Oh, and you got a beautiful voice too. Check you out. I got a scratchy, icky voice. So,
Welcome to the hive.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. I just got back from another vacation.
Oh, good. I told
Oh,
you.
shoot. I'm jealous.
I remember when it was happening, I was like, please just get out of this space and go have some fun somewhere, go on vacation. She was like, I don't want to go on vacation. Then like the next time I talked to her, she's like, I've been on 3 vacations.
Yeah, good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
4 now.
4. Good for you.
Good though. You know what? You need that. You know, you really do.
I mean, here's the thing though. This is what I learned about it. And luckily I had a good group of people that kind of told me this. And even though I didn't believe it at first, they were right about it. The cycle is like 2 weeks that you're getting trashed, you know, like Tiffany Marie and everybody else. They really jump on you. They kind of twist everything. They make up so much stuff that's not true. And but it lasts 2 weeks. And then after that, I think for me, what I realized is that it doesn't matter where people go in terms of like the different rooms. They just eat what they're fed. So maybe they're saying something nice to you in this chat room. They go over to this chat room and the leader is saying something nasty about you, then they're going to eat it and they're going to respond to it for that dopamine rush. And they do that.
A lot of them are flip floppers. A lot of you'll notice a lot of people will flip flop to who they whatever chat they're in.
Well, see, I really think it's brain chemicals, to be honest with you. I think that there's so many lonely people on YouTube and so many people that have been touched by crime, particularly in the true crime community, that we're looking for support. And a lot of times this anonymous pat on the back because of what you're saying.
And there's research. I made a video on it. There's like new studies showing that that's why these people do it, for the dopamine and serotonin rush. So we know that they're not actually necessarily consciously trying to spread information. They will spread whatever information gets them their dopamine and serotonin high, the attention. And so in that sense, if YouTube would enforce its terms of service, then these people would be like Pavlovian dogs. They only get a cookie if they are responsible. And that's actually very encouraging, and it should put the pressure clearly on YouTube that if you need your cookie, if you need your attention rush, your serotonin rush, if you don't spread bullshit, you can get that cookie. But if you spread bullshit, you don't get a cookie. So that's where I think it's encouraging, because then we can put pressure on the social media companies to be to not construct their algorithms to reinforce bad behavior, because their algorithms just go with what goes viral. And so the problem is that they probably don't have a vested interest in not spreading stuff that goes viral, because they make more money on stuff that goes viral.
And also not enough manpower or like support, you know?
Yeah. Human beings that actually review, as opposed to just bots.
Yeah, it's all like AI, you know?
Yeah,
There's
it's all
no,
AI.
you can't get a person really. You have to like tweet at YouTube, like to get any kind of like change to happen.
And that barely works.
And they don't have a vested interest in hiring the actual human beings, because they're more expensive. You have to give them benefits.
I don't really want to do
And
that.
time off.
Well, and I think in the long run, if a creator's profitable enough, they'll turn their eye for a long time.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen a lot.
In any case, I was just like, as we have the grab, Queen, you want to just grab the grab, excuse the pun, and let her tell what she wants to say, because she's the authority on this case.
I mean, I can tell you the whole story, but it's kind of long-winded and stuff. I mean, I don't.
Well, it's kind of up to you, baby. It's if you want to tell us, we're down to, like I said, we're down to listen. If you are not comfortable, or you want to wait and do it like when it's alive of its own, you know what I'm saying? I can schedule it for like tomorrow or the next day, and we can talk about just only this. It's up to you. If you want to share it now, that's fine. If you want to wait, that's fine. It's completely up to you.
It's actually up to you, because you're the one who's like, you know what I mean? It's totally up to you. I don't really.
Oh, I'm down then. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'm fucking down. I'm losing
here.
too. Spill the beans.
Yeah, I'm here for
people
it.
already started making popcorn once they saw you.
That's right. We got it, baby. We're ready.
Yeah, let's do this.
You're over here
Anybody get
live,
your
mama.
drink?
Let's do this.
Girl, I
Drink,
gotta
get your
pack
smoke.
everything. So you just keep talking. You are helping me stay motivated.
Indeed, I love a good story.
You're moving
I
or
gotta go
something?
back to the farm for 2 weeks.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Fun.
Ready,
Okay.
babe?
So I'll tell you the short version, and then if you want to hear more and ask questions about it, then I can go into more.
And by the way, before you start, I do you justice. I hope that I don't misrepresent or, say things that you're not on board with.
I'll be honest with you. I don't watch much YouTube anymore, so I don't really know what's said.
But like that back when I covered it, I mean, I didn't
Yeah, it was fine.
misrepresent the case, right?
No, it was fine. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. There's no like, as much as other creators wanted to like, spin it a bunch of ways, there's not really. You can try to spin it, but it's not true. Unfortunately, people believe untruths, but I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. So, I have a family member who was killed, who was murdered, and I spent a long time trying to get justice over this whole thing, and spent a lot of time not being heard about his case. And finally, this person that murdered him has been indicted, and we're
Good
working with
shit.
the attorney and stuff like that. But I had to be like the person that pushed all of that to happen, and basically had to become a detective. That's the whole reason I came to
And
YouTube.
I didn't cover that part. That's for you to tell.
Yeah, and I'm
you
not
didn't
going
know
to
anything about that at all. So
I'm not going to tell you the whole thing about that, but that kind of explains why I came to YouTube in the first place in 2020. Was I actually was on Trisha's Websleuth board trying to ask. I had watched that movie, Don't F with Cats, and
oh yes,
I was like, who are those people that figured out like how to figure out this murder, and how'd they find out all this stuff? And so I was like looking on the internet, and it wasn't Websleuths, but I came across Websleuths, and I made an account and started like messaging all these people talking about cases, like, hey, how did you find this out? How did you find this out? Because I needed to find out information about the person that I knew murdered my person, and my dad. And so no one would respond to me. I clicked on the headline thing at the top that said Websleuths YouTube Live, and she was only getting like 30 people in her chat at the time, but I went in there and started asking questions, and Trisha really helped me a lot. And I should have just stayed at Websleuths instead I started like roaming around the dark, dirty corners of YouTube.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that's where I came across Josh. And I watched him for a while, and he was one of the first people that I felt like understood what it was like to have a murdered parent, because there aren't a lot of true crime creators that, at least I haven't really seen any other than him, that have experienced what that's like,
Right, right. It's somebody that you could relate to. You felt you could, he would understand where you were coming from because it happened.
Right. And it was at a point where it was the lowest of the low point for me, where I just felt like, literally I had
You were super vulnerable too.
Absolutely. My entire life had been put on hold. I have a really successful business. It was also, I had to put that off. I still have it, and it's still going and everything, and it's still strong, but I don't have the passion anymore, because I've put my entire everything into making sure that, that everything went right with my dad's case. And
I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry you have to go through that you had to go through that. And then you come here and you know what I'm saying? Right. Then you turn around and have somebody else that takes advantage of the situation when you think they're going to help,
Well, that was the thing about it, is my dad was taken advantage of he was a vulnerable person. He had Alzheimer's, and he was taken advantage of by a couple who went on to murder him. And so I was really vulnerable, and I came to this place for support, like so many of us do. And I found this person that was compassionate, and I actually didn't like him very much at first. I thought he was like a little bit too negative and too condescending, like up on a high horse kind of thing. Right. But this is where it got weird. He kind of targeted me, right? So he started talking to me in the different chats, and we got along. We had a similar sense of humor and everything. So we would go back and forth in these chats. And I was a mod for 2 channels, and I didn't like what was happening in those 2 channels because it was getting really dramatic and weird and like infighting and just like doxing and crazy stuff. So I actually reached out to him, and I have a Instagram account that it's like a verified account. And I reached out to him. I wasn't following him or anything. And I asked him, like, hey, have you ever had anyone ask to be unmodded before? And he wrote me back, and, we talked back and forth, and it was just about that subject. I didn't even, it wasn't like I was flirting with him or anything like that, but he continued to talk to me. And at this time in my life, I had basically, like I said, I had put my entire life on hold. I used to be a very social person. I stopped basically being social. My friends still contact me all the time and stuff, but it hasn't been until recently that I started getting back into my entire social network. So,
And you took 4 fucking vacations. Damn it. Yeah.
now I have. Yeah, a couple of them were
And
with
that's
friends.
awesome. I mean, you gotta do that for yourself.
Yeah.
You just do. I know you're like, dang, when he said you didn't want to go at first, but you know what? Look how happy you are, girl. When you was talking about it, you was like, I went on 4 vacations, girl. I'm like, okay, shit.
Like I said, I've learned so much from this experience with YouTube, and that's that.
So although it's been bad, you've still had some good things that have.
Oh, 100%. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I stopped being involved in YouTube and got back into my own life again. So what I had done, what I see now, and I have a therapist and stuff, so she's helped me so much, and I've been seeing her for like 3 years now. But it's like, I had spent all of my time focusing on my dad's case and focusing on that world, and my only social network was YouTube at that time. So I basically cut it in half. Like, I'd spend my mental time on my dad's case and then my social time in YouTube land. But what I learned is that YouTube land isn't real at all. It's not real life. It's not real social activity. The world outside is so much better. And from my bad experience in YouTube land, did I regain the ability to have interest in the outside world again. So that sounds really like kind of stupid, but it's and we all should know that. But I think that there are so many of us that are so vulnerable and hurt that it is a safe place for us to come, because we don't have to brush our hair in the morning, or we don't have to, we're able to cry quietly and make jokes with our keyboard.
Well, and if I can intervene too, it's that very susceptibility that allows these opportunists to exploit, because they
And
know that.
that's exactly it. The thing that I saw in Josh after like kind of exploring him a little bit more after the whole fact was he talks a lot about other people doing the exact thing that he was doing. He talks about the vulnerability of the space and the vulnerability of the people and all this stuff, but it's actually he is the one who's doing it, and he's getting you to believe that he is on your side.
That he's a good actor.
Yeah, he's incredibly good at that. I mean, I ended up making a bunch of videos, and I think that was actually a really big part of the healing process for me, was learning how to have a voice through editing and making videos and that kind of thing. But that's a whole nother thing. But anyway, so I had reached out to him to ask him about being on how to ask to be unmodded, because I didn't want to offend anyone. I didn't want anyone to go after me or anything like that. So I asked him, but he continued to respond to me like after the fact. So it was like one day I had asked him that, he responded. I said, okay, cool, thanks. Left it at that. Then later on that night, he started messaging me like, hey, what are you doing? What are you up to? Are you watching this? Are you watching that? And we started talking, and it turned into like messaging each other for like 6 hours a day, which then turned into phone calls, which then turned into like, he actually, at one point, he kept on being very flirty and stuff and making these like kind of ambiguous comments. And I just didn't know how to take it because I wasn't interested in him in that way. And so at one point I said, well, what is going on here? Like, what do you mean by this comment? And then he said, he was like, permission to speak frankly or something like that, and he told me that he liked me. So we exchanged numbers, we started talking on the phone, and that turned into, literally, I'm not even kidding you, was like 4 to 6, no, what was it? Like 4 to 6 hours a day or something. I mean, I actually did the math and calculated it, and it
And
was
you're like me, Jen. We're both long-winded. You know, we like to chat, right?
yeah, and Josh talks a lot, if you haven't noticed, on his channel. He also likes to talk. So it's like we just talked and talked and talked and talked. Well, then it started to come out like it started to get a little chaotic, you know. It'd be like he'd message me, start texting me something like, everything's bad and blah 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 blah, and I'd be like, what's wrong? What's going on? And then he would start to tell me what was going on. And it was like the first one was his grandma. She had been in the hospital for a month, and she was not going to be able to come home from the hospital, and his grandma's crying and all this stuff about she needed a, what was it called, like it was like a
AKRox,
port.
wasn't it?
No, it was a port that gives her
Oh.
medication because she had these problems, right? And he never, here's the thing, I asked him from the beginning if he had a girlfriend, and he said no. He adamantly said no, 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 no. Well, that was all a lie. He actually had 3 other people going at the same time, is what I ended up finding out after I
Yeah,
interrogated.
3 women he was dating all at the online or just in
Virtual, yeah.
person? Oh, jeez.
No, all online. One apparently is one of his mods that he's now engaged to, apparently, that he's been with for years.
Does anybody believe that?
But there were other ones, and one of them in particular, like her mother reached out to me. I ended up talking to her on the phone for like 6 hours, and it had been going on for over a year for her.
Oh my God.
But there were other ones too that have reached out to me on the Grab account that are his subs. One of them I saw has gone back to his channel now. So this is not uncommon for him to do this, reaching out to women and kind of like watching them. So with me,
that's so creepy.
Right. With me, I could tell you a million things about it because it's really crazy. He was really paying attention to what I was saying in chats, or even things that I had, the littlest things, like some brands I had worked for. He asked me about them and said that his son's dream was to have a backpack from this brand. He knew that I worked for the brand. And of course I sent him the backpack. It's like a $500 backpack or something. But I mean, I could get it for free.
But you said it was for his kid, right? And then he kept
Yeah, he said it was for his kid. And then later on, I found out that his kid's birthday was months prior to when he said it was. Mind you, I'm sitting there going like, oh, your kid's birthday is June 9th. I got to make sure I get it there on time. You know what I mean? His kid's birthday was like in February or March or something like that. But that was only after I figured it all out. But what ended up happening, so the grandma port, he said that, grandma couldn't come home from the hospital and she was crying and she was, he was so upset. He felt like such a failure, all these things. And so I sent him $3,600 for it. He also knew that my grandma was like she played a major role in my growing up. And
you had mentioned that you were pretty sure he had picked up that detail.
Oh, he knew it. And I went on to, because that's the thing. He asked me so many things about my life. Which then after it all unraveled, I figured out you could directly correlate the things that he was asking for money for, or his major crises, were things that he knew were important to me, like my dog.
Because you're really bright, I found that really interesting that you had really picked up on how he was clever enough to know the sorts of buttons to push with you. And he didn't have to specifically ask you. He sort of knew enough about your character that you would be moved by certain appeals 100%. To sympathy that he was using.
That's gross.
He used those things to prey on my emotions, and that's where it worked, because emotionally I was so vulnerable. Like even to this day, any little thing like on TV about like I'm choking up right now. We've been talking about it, like a father-daughter relationship or anything pertaining to someone with Alzheimer's will just floor me to this day, But it was like he knew exactly the things that would take me down. So I remember it's all in text too. Like that's
I'm really sorry. I don't want to interrupt you, but you sound like this was so hurtful, and you're just kind of glazing over it. And I just want to tell you, I'm really sorry that this happened.
And this is why I didn't want to cover the case, because she's sweet,
Yeah.
she's honest, and she's sensitive.
Yeah,
and I
and
was
you can
worried
see that it really
what these people would do to her.
Well,
And I'm
they
really
they-
sorry.
It's okay, but that's the thing is I'm emotional about it when I talk about it, but I'm not emotional about Josh at all. Like there is nothing about Josh that is interesting to me or good to me.
Oh yeah.
There is nothing about this situation that actually affects me like personally in terms of like I'm so heartbroken.
Yeah.
I don't hate Josh at all. I think he is a criminal and I think that I think he's a psychopath and I'm sorry for what happened in his life because I know that terrible things have happened in his life because you don't just become this person, you know, that is so able to do this without any empathy or any
Yeah.
like remorse whatsoever. No
That's
remorse.
super mature of you to realize that, but some people really are just born without those things.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I just mean I'm sorry that somebody victimized you like that for that period of time. I mean, you sound like you're really super collected and have it going. It just is it's such a horrible story.
Oh, it was horrible, but it also that's why, you know, I started talking about it and that's why I'm willing to come up here and talk about it is because I know it's happening right now. Like it's definitely happening right now to other people. And not just with Josh, you know, people are being taken advantage of all the time, especially in the true crime community because they are vulnerable people, because their hearts are on their sleeves and they are just willing to help anybody. And this is what my therapist and I we've talked about this extensively. And I've really thought about it a lot. And it's like this when you're in this vulnerable position, or you've been, you know, you have a major loss in your life, or you have, you know, you're a victim of crime, or you have a family member that's a victim of crime, and you are in so much pain and you just want it to go away, that when you see somebody else in pain, you'll do anything in your power to make their pain go away because you want your pain to go away so badly. And unfortunately, there are creators that will take full advantage of it, you know, and know that. And that's exactly what happened. So he ended up scamming $7,600. And that's the thing. People like to think that I just willingly gave it, but I cared so much about the things that he was talking about, like his dog being sick and how he
Those
was.
were the cataracts. Was it the dog with the
No,
cataracts?
his dog. No, there was no cataracts.
Oh, fuck.
His teeth sound.
Eyes. Wasn't it something with the eyes?
No, the
Oh,
ball
fuck.
sack.
Oh, right, the ball sack. Oh, my God. How could I forget the ball
The
sack?
dog's ball sack.
Yeah, how could I forget the ball
Oh,
sack?
how could
Ellie,
you
right?
forget
The
that?
dog's
Dog's
ball sack?
balls.
What
It was
the fuck?
the dog's bollocks.
Okay,
literally.
let me explain. You know, when I say it's something I care about, it's not the ball sack that I cared about.
No, the dog. We
She's so
understand. We
sensitive.
love
She
our
even cares
dogs.
about his dog's balls.
So what did he say? Like what was the condition for the dog again? It was
Yeah, I
just-
gotta know. I gotta have the deeds.
Here's how it started.
Yeah. What's the
When I
prognosis?
started
Dirty
to
balls.
really unravel it, when I started to really unravel it, I could see where there was a ramp up of everything. And when he didn't get if he didn't get the reaction, which was to offer to give him money, then he just really went harder and harder and harder, and just the biggest sob stories. It was unrelenting. So it was like there was so much chaos all the time with his anxiety and his depression and all these things based around these different things. So here's the dog one. So he knew that I had lost a dog in 2021, and this dog was super important to me, Jean. And that's another
You knew
thing.
that too.
Well, I have another dog now. This is Roseanne that I have, but she looks exactly like Jean, so that's a little weird. And sometimes she even answers to Jean because she looks exactly like Jean.
Aw.
Anyway, so I had this dog, and it was Jean, and she was like the most amazing, most prized, beautiful thing. And I've talked about her a lot. And he had lost a dog. He had lost a dog as well earlier that year, and he was super emotional about it too. So we would talk about the loss of our dogs with each other, and he also had a new dog, and I had Roseanne, my new dog, and we would talk about the fact that when the smallest thing happens with your new dog after losing your old dog, you're freaked out. You're like, please don't die on me. Please don't die
Oh,
on
definitely.
me.
Yeah.
You just gonna be the worst, you know, they're coughing and you're like, it's choking to death. Oh my God. You know what I mean? This is going to be exactly like what I experienced before. So I knew that anxiety. So it started off, he was saying that his new dog, Otis, was dizzy and like kind of stumbling around, and he was having anxiety and panic attacks and all this stuff about it. So I even reached out to my neighbor who's a vet and asked her about it. She's a retired vet and she's a good friend, and gave him all of the information that she had given him, and just kind of tried to calm him and spent so much time calming him down about so many things. Well, he was taking the dog to get fixed, and when he took the dog to get fixed, he then texted me shortly thereafter and said he had to pick the dog up because they weren't able to do the surgery because the dog's balls had not, or one ball had not dropped. Yes.
Undescended testicles. It happens if you go too soon.
So I never had, no, but he had this dog for a really long time, right? So he ended up saying that the dog needed surgery and it was going to be life-threatening and the dog could get cancer, and he was like so upset, like just
from the testicle.
Yeah. So I've never had a male dog before, but the way that he was acting and the things that he was saying, it was just like nothing I could say was comforting to him, over and over and over again. So
And I have testicles. We need to care about the testicles,
like,
you know?
Exhausting me, so
Testicle lives matter.
I know.
God.
I just like laughed because that girl said from the testicles, and how she said it with her voice was just like
We're literally talking about the dog's bollocks, if you know anything about British slang.
It ended up being that he was like, should I go bankrupt, basically, or should I the way he made it sound, and I can go through these texts again. I mean, it's been such a while.
I've seen
but and
he
it's
has
funny
receipts.
when I think about it now, but it's like the way that he was talking, he's like, basically, should I let my family starve or should I get my dog surgery? And this, I can't have another. You know what I
Oh my
mean?
God. It's like two terrible choices he gave you.
Wow.
It's not, those are not exact things that he said. That's an exaggeration, but
yeah,
that's the way that, right. That's the
We
way
get
that
it.
he made it sound. You know, it was like
That's
the
how he
end of
played you.
the world.
Dramatic.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
everything was so dramatic. So then he said that one, I think, was like $4,200. I can't remember the exact amount now because I haven't talked about it in so long, but I mean, I have the Cash App receipts. I said, you know, finally he broke me down enough that I was like, okay, if you want to borrow the money, you can pay me back. It can be like, you know, this or that, blah, blah, blah. And he said, thank you one time. Every time I lent him large amounts of money, he'd say, thank you one time. And then it was like, move on to the next thing, you know?
He would drop everything. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
it was insane. So that was the second time. The third time was, his son's graduation party. Now that one was really long.
Son's what?
Graduation party.
So he wants you to give him money for his son's graduation party?
Well, it was like,
what?
Son
We're
is
not even,
crying.
we haven't even scratched the surface yet.
Hey,
Jim.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. If you want to buy me craft supplies, I'll make you anything you want. Totally kidding.
I don't
We have enough popcorn, everyone.
You buy the supplies. I am for hire.
I'm totally joking with you. This is so horrible. Oh my God.
And this is the thing. I'm telling it in like a very blasé, nonchalant way right now. But at the time, it was.
Yes.
It was really serious.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, and if he's always so emotional and freaking out and creating this sense of emergency all the time, that creates anxiety for you too. That's fucked up.
It's manipulative.
Can I,
Yeah.
can I intervene for a second? A friend of mine, I won't bring her name up right this second. Some of you might know of her. JLR called CPS on her. And if you know her, she's like a lovely human being. Again, one of the really good ones. So they're still on it.
Wait, JLR called CPS on who?
I'm not giving the name right this second because
Well, I know that
to me,
Heels just put out a video
yeah,
and said JLR called CPS on Robin.
Yeah, and someone
That's
else.
bullshit.
But,
He needs to knock his shit clean off.
And
Wait,
someone
wait.
else that I'm not
Robin
divulging the
from
name.
the Wells case?
Yes, Robin
Yeah,
from the Wells case.
it has
That sweet
CPS
lady from
on
the
this
church?
person and Robin Lane.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And what Skeptic is saying is, yes, he called on Robin and says it in his video. And
Another person. I'm not divulging the name.
And there's
So more
another
than one
person
Yeah.
that he's not able to talk about right now. He doesn't want to give the information out. They've asked to not do that. So you know what I'm saying? There's what we're saying is there's other people he's doing this to as well, making false CPS reports.
Why would they call CPS on Robin though?
I don't even know who Robin is.
What?
Is that a
Robin Lane is one of the people
Is
who
that a
was at the
channel?
church in the Summer Wells case. She
Oh.
worked at the church and she was one of Summer's favorite people, you know.
Oh,
and-
right. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Why would they call
Her daughter was the
on her?
little girl that Molly and them recorded
Yes.
in the church.
With
I don't want to take away from the grab. I just wanted to throw it out there.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
But
it's
Yeah,
these
but
people are
reason-
ridiculous. Yeah, that's why I said Chris and Josh. Well, I didn't say Josh, but Chris is one of the bigger tragedy pimps out here, especially in that case. And I mean,
Oh, I've got a story
yeah.
about Chris as well. That Chris plays into this as well.
yeah, okay.
So, I mean, Josh just talks about Chris all the time. Chris this, Chris that. What I
He's
ended
the
up
sugar daddy.
Yeah.
I think there's a Freudian psychology thing going on, but I'm not a
I think
psychiatrist.
so too. I think so too. Anyway, so okay, so the kids' graduation party. So the son is graduating, and he claims that he had taken care of his two kids his entire life, which after doing some research, that was also a lie. So his son is having a graduation party, and this starts off with he's not sure if he's going to be able to throw this graduation party, and it's just expected that he have this graduation party, and it starts off way early on, which goes into he's going to have to go join he's going to have to take a month off of YouTube, and one day just out of the blue he says he had a job interview, and at first he said it was an interview, and I thought he was interviewing some victim's family or something like that, and he then went on to say that he actually had a job interview for the California wildfire squad, basically, to go be a firefighter for a month and live in these bunkhouses and fight fires in Northern California, which I'm thinking, that seems awfully weird since you have like this unbelievable asthma, which it was not, I don't think that was true either. And he has all these different like health problems, not to mention he's quite obese. And
Rotundant. He's quite
Yeah.
rotundant. Okay.
Yeah, which I didn't
I did give my video where I again covered this and Chris and referred to why he likely hangs out low behind his desk in a dark room.
Well, that was something that was what else was shocking is I had never seen a picture of him outside of behind his desk or out of the dark. And I remember I had made a joke about that. Later on, after it had all blown up and I started digging around, I found some pictures of him outside of the desk and was really shocked, like beyond shocked. He has some interesting filters going on. So anyway, not that matters. I'm not
No,
trying to like body
it
shame
doesn't.
anyone or
Yeah.
anything like that. It doesn't. It was just
But
quite
it can help partially explain some of the behavior.
well. It also
If
led
you
me
have self-esteem issues, you know.
well, after meeting another one of the women that he was scamming for over a year, she's gorgeous. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not too shabby myself. So I'm just kidding. But no, but what I'm saying is he was never planning to meet any of us, ever. He actually had plans to meet this other girl multiple times and canceled multiple times with these bizarre circumstances. He was never planning to meet
So is
any-
he like catfishing people or something?
big time. Yeah.
It
I
seems
mean,
like
all
he's
of it
pulling
is
heartstrings to get money. Is that also
Yeah,
what he's doing?
absolutely. That was the thing. He's scamming this entire community. None of what he is even saying on his show is true. Like his all of his writing. He did these documentaries and his shows like that. I ended up finding all of those articles, and I only put out like 12, 14, 15 videos or something, but every single one of them is plagiarized. No joke.
Oh,
No,
he doesn't like give like, say, I got this from source material here, and
no, he blatantly says he wrote it. He gloats about it. I mean, it's in my videos. I have clips of him gloating about how he I have from where he is like, I produce everything, I write everything, I narrate everything, just gloating about it. He is like, I mean, it's insane. It's insane. You should watch one of those videos. I tried to be as like,
You were insanely compassionate to him for what he did. That was the thing that, again, because I look for all sorts of clues when you're trying to vet someone to see if they have their own vested interest, because you have to be careful. There's always my story and your story and the truth sort of thing. But, I had vetted you enough, and you had been consistent, and your receipts were there. And, and then the fact that you were showing him compassion, that's a sign that this was not, because I was, at the beginning, I had to wonder, are you just the scorned ex-lover? Because that happens a lot in this space.
No, because I don't want him at all. I didn't want him at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, you convinced me that you didn't have an ulterior motive, but I just needed to check you for myself. Not that I didn't trust you, but just for my own reputation, and to make sure that you didn't have, because I get contacted by a lot of people. It's just ultimately they're failed virtual love affairs, and I'm not going to cover those cases. I'm sorry if you fall for an asshole and then you get taken, but your case was far worse.
Yeah, you could be in a situation where you didn't get all the facts, and then suddenly you just got a scorn lover situation.
Right. I'm not a marriage counselor.
I mean, the thing is, like, I know everything that we talked on the phone for like, 4 to 6 hours every day, not skipping one day for months. Like literally, like it would be, I knew that at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, he would call me. Everyone's made fun of this. And I agree. This is not my behavior at all. Like I don't even want to date anybody. That's the thing. But he really did a good job. He was constantly telling me he loved me. He's in love with me all the time. Like over and over and over again. I mean, he admitted it first, you know what I mean? He was like, and it was when he said, I think I'm falling in love with you, I am in love with you. It was because I said, I think that this is not a good idea. This is totally not a good idea. This is absolutely illogical. Like, this is ridiculous. Then he really laid it on thick,
And you got him to acknowledge that.
Oh yeah, the phone calls are crazy. I mean,
because then as soon as you turned on him and he knew he couldn't manipulate you anymore, then he showed his true colors with you.
Oh, he said the worst things possible. And that was the thing about these psychopaths and narcissists is, hang on a second. Hey, Roseanne, stop, please. Oh, I didn't mute myself. Sorry. I thought I muted myself. Anyway, the thing
Maybe it's not a ball problem with the dog, is it?
Roseanne, no, there's somebody.
Oh, it's a girl. So
yeah,
we don't have to worry about her balls.
Something's just getting delivered outside. So I forgot where I was. I mean, it's crazy. I'm really not even telling you the whole thing because it's just insane. It's insane.
Right after the I love you thing, or you were saying?
Oh, I mean, that's just like randomly. I mean, it was it was a lot. I mean, this is the thing I was making fun of myself for, and you guys can make fun of me too. I mean, I'm
not going to make fun of you. You can't.
It's so cheesy and so ridiculous, but we would sit on the phone and talk to each other for 4 to 6 hours, whatever. Then we would hang up the phone, and he would call me back, and we would fall asleep on the phone.
That's what happens with a lot of these emotional manipulators. They do that type of shit.
That's a form of control, making sure that he has control of you. It's another form of control. And this is another form of toxic parasocial relationships. And I'm so sorry this has happened to you. I'm very, very sorry. I'm glad that you're healthier. I'm glad that you've been on 4 vacations. I hope you get many more. And I hope that you never allow somebody to do that to you ever again, and you help others from it happening. Way to go. Way to take shit and turn it into lemonade.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is like after after I started to realize it, what I ended up doing was ended up reading a lot about it and listening to a lot of podcasts about it and talking to a lot of non-YouTube people about it. And this has happened to so many people, not in terms of like they gave X amount of dollars to somebody, but women fall into these relationships. I mean, men do too, but a lot of times it's women because we're susceptible to it, I suppose. But anyway, so the son's birthday party, it was like he said he had to go and make money and take a month off of YouTube and do this dangerous firefighting job. And I was super positive about it always. I was like, hey, maybe it'll be good to take a month off YouTube. It's rained a lot in California. Perhaps it won't be that bad of a fire season. And like I said, every time I would try to like make it like comfort him about something, he would come back with like, literally, no, I talked to the captain. It's going to be the worst fire season. He expects a lot of fatalities this season. The worst fire season in 80 years, he says. He would just pile it on and pile it on so it sounded like it was the worst possible scenario.
To over-exaggerate.
Oh, yeah. So then he decided that, so that was a Thursday that he said that he was going to have to go do the fire thing and he was going to be leaving on Monday. And I was like, he's like, are you mad at me? I was like, I'm not mad at you. I'm just like kind of surprised about it. Like, I wish that you could have told me that. And I gave him so many outs. That was the other thing. When all these crises were happening or when anything weird would happen, I would give him these outs, not necessarily like pushing him off, but being like, this might be a lot for you. You have way more on your plate than I do in terms of like you're taking care of 2 kids and your grandma and you're the house, you own the house, and he doesn't own the house. He doesn't. His grandma basically takes care of him. He lives on his grandmother's couch is what ended up coming out. He doesn't have a room in the house. He sleeps on the couch and his studio is
That's why I didn't cover these things because that's for you to tell. You share what you want to share.
Garage.
Yeah.
This is not real. None of this is real. And then it was like, anyway, so his son is crying. It's going to be the worst day of his life. He has to tell his son that he can't throw this graduation party. He's a failure as a father, blah, 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 blah. And I'm giving him all these suggestions like, anyway, so he can't go to the fire thing because he says that I'm mad at him. I'm like, I'm not mad at you, actually. I'm trying to like turn this around for you. That wasn't the right answer. Then it was his son is crying. Like, this is expected. I'm like, don't you have 3 family members that are graduating? Can you guys do a potluck? Like, can you do this? Can you do that? No. And he's getting like more and more intense and it's getting more and more chaotic until finally, again, it goes into, should I basically risk my entire livelihood? Should I sell my computer and my soundboard? Which I'm like, why would you do that? To get money for this graduation party? Isn't that how you're going to make your money, like make a living, since YouTube is your only job?
Well, he was just basically threatening like, I might be leaving YouTube if I don't get this money.
Absolutely. But then he also, so going back to that, this threatening of leaving the YouTube and stuff, when I was starting to research all the plagiarism issues and clip all these things, I started to see a pattern where every few months he threatens to leave YouTube and says, it's just too much for him, or he had other opportunities that he had passed up in order to be here for us, his viewers, over and over again. So this is every 3 months. He most recently did it saying that he was going to be leaving at the end of the year, which that was an insane live stream. And it was after all of this had imploded. I watched it to clip it. And it was like, the chat was, they quote were crying and they were
oh my god,
they were like, you're the only thing for us, like thank God. He said he was going to stay until the end of the year and they're like, we're rejoicing, I'm literally screaming right now. It's like, oh my goodness,
that sounds like a fucking cult.
It is.
I was coming on off, Tim.
It's that kind of like, it's that manipulation tactic of the fear of someone leaving or abandoning you.
This is not fair. I want this cult. Why is this cult not here? I say something wrong, everyone curses me out. Where's the cult here?
You could probably build it. I mean,
stop the cap.
Jeez, Queen, we don't have a quote.
That's a
We
bad
need a
one.
cult.
We made jokes that
I was gonna
we
say,
tried
we
to
don't
come up with our cult name. And I think
we got a
we were
hive.
like the skeptic cult or whatever as a joke. If everybody else has a cult, I guess we need our own cult too.
Yeah. Like I say one wrong thing, I got like everyone cursing me out. I'm like, fuck, man.
The uncult cult.
The uncult cult.
Horrifying. Yeah, his chat was begging him to stay. They were crying. They were super chatting like crazy. Okay. That's where this comes about, is his need for like acceptance and their fear, preying on their fear of him leaving. And he's the only one that can do this. And he's the only one that understands him. And that's basically what he was doing to me too, you know, but on a more personal level. So it kept going and going. Basically, I'm going to sell. Should I sell all of my? I'm just going to sell my computer, my soundboard, all this stuff, the stuff he needs to do his YouTube with, to do this graduation party for his son. And I'm like, how many people are going to be at this graduation? 40 something people. Blah blah blah. Really? This sounds totally crazy. That was when he asked me if I want. So anyway, let me go on. So I was like, listen, this is the third time. And this time I was just like, this one took a lot longer for me to give him the money, since I had already given him a bunch of money, you know, and hadn't seen a dime from it. And he kept on saying that he was going to be paying me back at the end, you know, as soon as possible. One of the other ones in between there was his credit card or his debit card had been hacked on a Facebook ad scam, and so all of his accounts were going to be frozen for like 2 weeks.
They all love to use the "I've been hacked" excuse.
Yeah, so
When all else fails, you've been hacked.
all of his accounts were going to be frozen, and how is he going to feed his family? So I said I would lend him $600, and he said once his accounts were unfrozen, he would pay me back. Well, he kept saying that, and then he never he never did it. So I was way hesitant on this second to last scam to give him the money, you know, for this graduation party, mainly because I also was like, why is this such a big deal? It wasn't that long ago that I was in high school, and I remember I never wanted to go to these parties. You know, I kept asking, like, I only asked him once, but I was like, have you even talked to your son? Does he even want the party? I understand that you feel obligated and you feel like it's like your duty to give him this party, but does he even want the party? Oh, totally the wrong answer. It was like on and on and on and on. And finally I said, well, how much is the party going to be? I'll loan you the money and you can pay me back. $1,500 for the graduation party. Like, what?
What type of party is this for $1,500? My parents just bought like a cake and for
Exactly.
$50, and we went to the
A couple of
arcade.
Slurpees and frozen pizzas.
Yeah, $1,500. What is this?
I remember I just hung out with my friends after graduation, and we didn't go to any parties because it was lame. You know what I mean? And anyway, so I was like shocked by that one. And that's when I was just kind of like, huh. And there was just so much chaos. There's another great scheme where one of the other things, the reason why he couldn't pay for his son's graduation party, and the reason why he was going to need to go to the fire watch thing and live in this cabin during the worst fire season of all time, of the last 80 years, and it was going to be like death, all the things. The reason why he was not able to, why he needed to go do that and make this money, was because a job had fallen through. And the job, and he was so embarrassed about it, and he really thought he was a shoo-in for this job, and he was really embarrassed. So he had turned down other jobs because he was just waiting to get the go-ahead on this. Hang on a second. Jeez Louise.
It's all right. At least it's not Follow the Grain's dog. She growls at us.
Oh, Roseanne doesn't really growl.
Follow the Grain's dog is vicious monster.
Roseanne is the sweetest little thing. She just wants to play with everybody. She wants to go out and play with whoever's delivering. Anyway, so this is the job, okay? And it was a build up. And finally he's like, can I call and talk to you about it? I was like, yeah, you can. So he calls me and he tells me about this job. And the job was that he had been offered, he was a shoo-in, and he had auditioned twice or interviewed twice in front of the writer's room, the entire writer's room.
Oh, I love that story. Like this guy has a resume, and anybody would take him seriously as a professional writer.
Well, this is when I started to be like, huh. But I
A
continued.
serial plagiarizer getting
Oh, yeah.
in with the writer's room.
Right?
But I didn't
And
know
somebody without a resume. I mean,
Well-
you don't get into those rooms without a serious professional resume.
Was he trying to work for CNN? Because he
Well,
might have
hang
got
on.
a job there. He
Let
might
me
have got.
Oh, stop.
So he had all these interviews, and he was waiting, and he was a shoo-in, and the lead writer had told him that he was even. No, his friend that was in the writer's room had told him that he was even funnier than the lead writer. And the lead writer he probably didn't get the job because the lead writer was jealous of how funny he was and how good his writing was. And the job was for the writing room of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Wait, what? I like had a double take on that one. Can you say that one more time?
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So that show has been on air for like 8 or 9 years or something.
Yeah.
And what he didn't know is that what I do for my job is I live in Los Angeles. I work with a lot of television directors, actors, writers, stuff like that. That is what my main business is. I have other little things that I do. I'm a consultant, creative consultant. And so I'm friends with a lot of people like that. And one of my friends, actually, she moved here from New York. She was a writer on SNL. When she moved to Los Angeles, she thought she could just get into any writing room whatsoever, but that's not the case. Like, so this is what I knew that he didn't know, is that you can't just send a resume to be in a writing room of a well-established show that has like super high ratings. It's not possible. When she got to Los Angeles after being a writer on SNL, it was a struggle for her for like a year until she got onto like a crappy NBC Family or ABC Family show, like the worst show ever, not funny, the worst show. And she was like a pretty well-known writer, right? So I knew that that's not how you do this. I knew that there are, having worked in that industry, I knew that it's all about the connections and
your
also
resume.
if there's
Definitely,
if there is a seat in the writing room of a well-established show like that, that's like huge ratings, there's going to be a line around the block if they had an open casting for, for a writer, if they had an open critique for a writer, right? There's going to be 3 people behind every writer in there that are more qualified, you know what I mean? And
they're going to have a resume of previous writing, and they're going to have a dossier, and they're going to have a professional profile and a website and all that shit.
There's already a mile-long list of people that are vying for that job and are absolutely qualified and should get that job, but won't get that job. So,
So apparently his late night shock jock comedy hour was not sufficient.
Which he talked about so much as being like he talked about it like he was literally Howard Stern and he had the fans of Howard Stern.
Yeah, I'd called him a Howard Stern wannabe from the get-go.
And he would always be like, you haven't heard of my podcast? And I'd be like, no, I'm sorry, I haven't. But then when I actually took the time to listen to it, I never even tried to listen to it.
Bunch of 12-year-old boys thinking they were
it's the
cool.
worst. I mean, I cut up like enough to make like 20 minutes of horrible clips, but I have enough to make like 20 videos of horrible
Racist, misogynist, I mean, just awful.
Right. I didn't even put the worst ones in the 2 videos that I made of his horrible
Can you
clips.
give us like a sample? What type of things he talks about?
You can find it on my page.
Yeah.
Like I have them on there. 2 videos of like
You
10
didn't take anything down or private anything, right? So
Wait a minute. Are these the videos where he was doing his shock jock shit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's play that. I couldn't find them. I was sitting here searching my phone for the last hour. I've been looking for them fucking clips.
I mean, it's just cringe shit.
I've been looking for them for this whole time. Shit.
It's like 12-year-old street kids that think they're being cool by, slagging off, like I don't fuck fat chicks,
I mean,
then just
no, they're
everybody's
worse,
laughing.
though.
I've never fucked a fat chick, and he keeps saying that. The irony coming from Josh.
Worse than that, though. In one of the
Oh, yeah.
clips, he talks
Worse.
about chloroforming a woman and hitting her in the face when she wakes up and laughing about it.
Yeah, date
One of
rape.
them, he
How
talks
funny.
about
That's
how
hilarious.
he told someone to kill themselves and got kicked. He got
Sounds
kicked
familiar.
off of one of the platforms that he was on. You can listen to them. I mean, I didn't put in the worst of the worst of the worst because it was too much for me to even listen
You were
to.
charitable.
Yeah, the ones about
Okay, baby, which one does I'm on your page? Which one do I play?
Uh-oh.
there
Poor
are two.
derpy Josh.
Do number 2. Number 2 is like the worst one. They're both bad, but it's like
Well, I'm gonna play them both. I'm just saying which one you want me to play first.
This is like the
well, I
vicious
don't care. You can play any of them, you know.
Okay, so this one says the lab NBD number 2. Is that one? Is that the first? Here, matter of fact, let me just share this now so you can see.
That's one of them. It's pretty awful.
And that's the very first one on your channel, right? That's
one that
trigger warning now. Anybody that doesn't want to hear it or doesn't want to be in here, please exit to the left and come back.
This one needs a major trigger warning, but there is music on it, so I don't know if that's going to get you in trouble. But
I don't give a shit, babe. I don't care about that.
Okay.
I put our channel in the back for you guys if you want
to. Is this it, right? The one here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, let's do this.
Oh, that's creepy.
What's your go-to Jap whiskey?
Well, right now I've been drinking a lot of Kaio Sherry Cask.
Me drink cum. That's his favorite one.
Who was in the passenger seat of the truck when you did that? And was she alive?
She was chloroformed.
Yeah.
She was cool though. I mean, she was trying to get out of the zip ties and made him wreck. Well, I ran out of the chloroform. I had to elbow her in the face after that. But it was. But you know, I mean, we've all.
Was she alive?
She was chloroformed.
Yeah.
She was cool though. I mean, she was trying to get out of the zip ties and made him wreck. Well, I ran out of the chloroform. I had to elbow her in the face after that. But it was. But you know, I mean, we've all.
Nigga.
Shit like that, you know. So. And I told somebody on the air one time that they needed to kill themselves. And I got in a lot of trouble. Yeah. I got told you cannot do that, and I said, well, why not? It's my show. And they said, well, you're using our platform. Basically, I said, well, fuck you then.
It's no.
I'm gonna slap the taste out of his mouth.
This is a child advocate, guys. He has the higher moral ground than us all. So just remember that.
Right.
And this is Chris McDonough's best friend. So. Take that into consideration.
But that's the other thing is that this McDonough calls everybody a drag and a criminal and all sorts of things like that. And he hangs around with Doug, who has a criminal record longer than my arm, Josh, who did this, and other people. You know, it's like, what are your ex-cop buddies? Because that's the other big thing is if you know anything about Chris thinks he's better than everyone else. Yeah. So he thinks these people are lowlife. He would never be caught dead with these people in real life. But
then why is he hanging out with the lab doing this?
Because he's willing to use them because he knows they're dregs and they'll do anything he puts them up to.
Chris, maybe the
this
explanation
is more horrific.
Yeah, maybe the explanation is Chris is from Bizarro Land and it's the opposite. So whoever he believes is like a sociopath is actually the good guys. And what he thinks is the good guys is the sociopaths and crazy people.
Well, he just knows he can use them because this is the best gig they're ever going to get is to be in cahoots with, you know, a big true crime, credible ex-cop. Wow. So they're riding on his coattails and he's using them because he knows they have no ethics.
So right, and I'd be interested to know what Chris McDumbass happens to think about
he knows because I've made videos on him and them, and he's aware of my content, which is why he went after me. So he knows damn well because I've informed him. If he didn't vet on his own, I've vetted them, and he knows because of my videos. And so he doesn't care. He's still going on the lab, and he knows. By the way, the Grab is going to let you know how Chris McDonough is involved.
So
eventually,
Chris, I'll just tell you this real quickly and then I'll go into it later. But after I figured it all out and after I figured out the plagiarism and everything, and after he paid me back, a week later, which I made a video about this, but I haven't put it out, and maybe I'll give it to you and you can play it. but he sent me this text just out of the blue telling me exactly what he had done with the money. And it was about drugs and his cousin and how his house was going to get shot up. And it was just this crazy long lie. And what he ended up saying in it was that he thought he could get fast money through this like buying of these drugs and this big drug deal and everything so that he could get new equipment and blah, 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 blah. And it really scared me. And so I reached out to Chris, and Chris hung up on me. And then he must have called Josh, because not 5 minutes later, Josh started texting me all these horrible threats, just awful.
So he can't claim that he doesn't know.
And so I sent Chris an email laying it all out on the line. I put in everything about the drug deal, about all the lies, and had proof, everything. And Chris never said a thing. But then when Josh made his video in which he said that I was this crazy person and made up all these lies about me, at the very end of it, and it's in a couple of my videos that I made about Chris and Josh, which, I mean, they're kind of funny, I would say, but you can see where Josh super chats Chris and says, stay the course, buddy. That's Josh's response, or that's Chris's response to all of this. This was after all of my videos came out and after Josh made his response video.
That's why you can't ever use the excuse that he's just been lazy and he doesn't know who he's dealing with. He knows who Doug and Josh are.
Say the course, buddy.
I also sent Chris, every time I made a video, I sent it to Chris after I premiered it, like in an individual email. So he knows. He knows. When I was on the Scientific Skeptics panel, that was the first time that he came in there and said that we're being watched. Remember that?
They had nerve to corner Don Wells the other day on the live stream up on the panel.
Did I hear it?
I don't know. Did you hear it?
I did. I watched Heels in the Air. I thought she did an incredible job critiquing that.
Absolutely, I did too. Yes.
It made me so angry that I literally welled up with tears with just anger. After this whole experience of having people twist the smallest things that I said on somebody's panel, like if I tried to explain myself, I had, the bad actors that were backing Josh going after me. I understand a little bit of what Don must feel, where every little thing is critiqued. I don't know if Don had anything to do with his child going missing. I don't know any of that. It's not my place to decide that. You know what I mean? And that's the stance that I take. After there was that one phone call where he and Candace had pranked somebody, for me, this
that
case
wasn't a good look for them, but
right,
it still doesn't prove they did anything.
Right. For me, this case went to, well, at this point, anything could have happened. You know what I mean? So I kind of just will take both sides. I don't know what happened, but I'm not about to say that anyone
Burden of
did
proof.
anything
You don't
they
know.
didn't
And if
do.
you don't know, then don't pretend to know.
Exactly.
Right.
And,
Right.
and I really do look for the facts. I don't buy anything.
And there's $1 million
I
still
just
to
feel like
be
you
made.
got to keep an
There's-
open mind because you really
and
don't
there's-
know these days.
No, you don't
really have
know, and
no
there's
idea,
still
you know?
there's still $1 million to be made by insinuating and that they're guilty. Their content.
But what I will say is the reason why listening to that made me so angry was because of the tone of voice that Josh was talking to him in is a tone of voice I'm very, very familiar with. That snotty, gaslighting, twisting of words, just
I
looking for
felt-
the smallest thing to twist. That's what they do. That's their tactic. It's disgusting.
I felt like it was very snakish. I had
Oh,
that
it
feeling.
was 110%. He knew that Josh was, or that Chris was, or not Chris. He knew that Don was watching that. He knew that he had every opportunity to get Don on that panel, and I guarantee he and Chris were, had that all going. The things that Josh was asking about, those were baited from Chris. I saw one of the comments in Heels in the Air in their comment section, which said that Josh is a ventriloquist dummy for Chris, and that is absolutely true.
Indeed.
I would go on to say that, Josh is maybe even more dangerous than Chris because you can point out the definite things that Chris has done, like the Michael Crow case and all of those things. But with Josh, you can't really point it out. He's really good at lying. And the thing about liars is the more that they do it, the better that they get at it. Once they get caught a little bit, they figure out another. And Josh has definitely been doing this his entire life.
Yeah. I mean, the final straw when he did what he did with you in the room with the Amerly Sony and then the gifts and then whoever was sending me the death threats, I have good reason to believe that him or one of their crew got put up to that. So this is how you can always hide. You can just use a puppet account and then you can just say, I have nothing to do with that. How dare you accuse me? Because I can't know. I don't know who gave me the death threats, but to presume it wasn't from these crews is just naive.
Well, that's the other thing. And you know this, Skep. He was sending, I got 31 phone calls from an anonymous number, in one night, right after my first video dropped.
And to add to the argument, he also was then trying to speak publicly and accuse you of being crazy. So that was the play that you're crazy, you're unstable, you're already on the brink, and then he could use that to try to get you to off yourself, and then with the gifts. I mean, that's if that doesn't rise to the level of criminality. So I mean, if Amazon could have, proven the origin, the provenance of those gifts,
the cops, there was a police report and everything,
right? And they just said they simply can't prove it. So
they
he knows
cannot
that.
prove it. But it's documented at least. And that was my thing was, my friends were like, you need to get this documented in case something does happen, because he threatened to send his sister down to get me. He made personal threats against me.
Yeah. These people are all over the line legally, but often it doesn't rise to the level of something that a DA is willing to pursue or the cops are willing to take the time for. But they're all right at the cusp of illegality, which is why the best we can hope for is that they cross the line.
Well, the other thing about it too was the things that he was saying to me. All of this suicide stuff does correlate back to somebody in my life who,
of course, he knows that.
That's very
as
close.
you said, he pushes on your buttons.
Absolutely.
Master manipulator.
Yeah.
He
Anyway,
basically got all your information, and then now he tried to use it against you and pretend to be your friend.
well, he used it to get what he wanted from me, to play on my emotions. I should email you something very that will tell you the entire story of the. How
long ago was this, by the way?
This happened. It started like in March of last year, ended like in June or July. But I haven't told you how I figured it out. But you should keep listening to this, because I think that that's the problem, is that, it went away when I went away.
That's why I'm happy to bring it back up again, because that's the problem. Everybody hangs out in different communities, and we don't all hear all the stories.
Yeah, the cycle is 2 weeks. So he's gained back. He lost like 400, 500 subs or something, but he's gained them back and then some because of his,
Hanging out with
coverage of whatever. And also,
his tragedy pimping. His tragedy pimping has brought him more views, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then he has Chris on his channel all the time. Chris has him on his channel all the time. It goes
Chris
away.
has grown too. He's got 130,000 subs.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of videos that I made about Chris. Actually, I made them on one of my vacations where it was raining a lot, because I love making videos now. It's super fun, but I haven't put them out. But I've considered lately putting them back out, because I can see that Josh is comfortable again and making the rounds, doing his mining for subs and other channels, because he thinks people have forgotten. And honestly, they have forgotten, or they've let their guard down enough to allow him back on, because it's not still there.
The news cycle moves so quickly, and if you make a video exposing them and people don't all see it and it doesn't get shared, then it just goes forgotten again, and then they keep moving on and people forget.
Yep.
Or don't know.
Anyway.
Yeah, there's some people in the chat that literally, like Bex, she's like, I did not know about this whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, keep going, the grab.
Oh, you can keep playing the video if you want.
All right, baby.
Secret on the No Big Deal podcast that I have foreskin, and that I like to stretch on it. I like to stretch my foreskin out. Sometimes I like to put things in there and say, like, "Hey, what's in my pouch?" And I'll have 3 items, so it'll be like a BB, an M&M mini, or a gummy. okay, in this instance, usually what it is, it's a BB, like an M&M mini, and
peanut.
No, those are no. You gotta have it a little smaller. Yeah, everything has to be the same size. Yeah, little baby marble, like a Thoreau marble. I can't be too little because if it goes on my cockle, I'm fucked.
Marble's not gonna fall in your cockle.
Like a little baby marble.
What
Anyway, so I was telling these girls about this, that I played this game, and they were thoroughly disgusted.
It was like a pickup line.
Honestly, I wasn't trying to impress anybody. I was just drunk and playing with my foreskin in Lucas's living room.
And he put a gumball in it.
Well, there was a big inordinate amount of gumballs in this like jar, and I told like the girls that I could put a gumball in my foreskin, and they didn't believe me. And whenever anybody,
Oh God, this is so fucking disgusting.
It gets worse. Like these are even the worst.
It's worse. Fucking disturbing as hell. A sick fucking son of a look.
I feel like puking right now. Like I'm thinking of this guy naked trying to stuff M&Ms on his foreskin.
Oh, look at that.
In front of girls, showing it to doing this in front of girls is like a funny parlor trick. Like
This says this guy is fucked up and it's gross and disgusting, and he should not be allowed to live in his grandmother's garage anymore.
He's a deviant. He's a deviant for sure.
Who the fuck even thinks about? Who thinks about doing that?
Right. What the
This is not the worst of it. It's so much worse. Like I said, I could make 10 videos or more. I have that much clipped of the worst of it.
I feel sick. I feel really sick.
Grab your puke bucket.
anybody ever doubts me and I know that I can do something, it has to happen, and it happened. So I got a blueberry gumball. I remember because after I put it in my foreskin, I took it out and chewed it.
No.
Did you?
Oh!
He did not.
Turn around.
Oh God!
Oh my God! Is this still up?
Is this for real?
Yeah, there's still, all of the podcasts are still up. He took them down and then he put them right back up. But his mods used to promote the chat, his podcasts in the chat. I don't know if they do that anymore because I don't watch, but they promoted it heavily, but no one went and looked at it.
Wow. What the fuck? How did he get away with having this on YouTube?
It's not on YouTube.
This was on an original pod. Okay, all right.
And this motherfucker is standing there with Donwell acting all like,
Yeah, and he had the nerve.
And he's sticking
gumballs
on his fucking foreskin and eating it like it's fucking a normal
A blueberry one too.
Just talking about chloroforming women and then assaulting them, zip tying them, and elbowing them in the face because he ran out of chloroform. You sick fuck, Josh. Congratulations. You just earned yourself a place in the binder as well.
Oh God.
It's gonna be huge.
Binder.
We're gonna need like a fucking tote bag for this fucking
Right, I was
binder.
gonna say we're gonna need 3 binders, baby.
No worries. I have an external. I have 18 terabytes of space on my external hard drive. Keep going, you smarmy fucks. We got you.
There's more in here where he talks about underage girls in the podcast, things that I did not put into the. I only made 2 videos because at that point I was just done with it, you know. But like I said, I still have enough clips to make a bajillion videos like this one.
Y'all, Josh from the lab. I don't know his last name. I don't want to dox him. Don't put it in my chat. None of that. You know what I mean? But his name is Josh, and his channel is called The Lab. That's who is talking. That's who is behind this.
That was the guy we listened to who was the moral superior of Don Wells, and you know, he's really the moral superior to everyone here, I guess.
And lab stands for lame ass bitch, guys, by the way.
Lame ass bitch. I like it.
Bex, I'm not even sure if they even knew about it, you know, to be honest, because I mean, I had heard about it, and then I had no idea it was this bad. This is bad.
Tiffany knows about it. She fully supports it. She did hours and hours like making up shit about me, and how I was the one who was manipulating Josh and blah 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 blah. Like she knows about it.
Like, geez, this is.
Oh,
like,
you manipulated Josh. You gave him money, but you're the manipulator. What the fuck does that sense that make?
I mean, this is starting to get to Dolly level stuff, man. Like, this is getting Dolly level. Like when we found that guy.
He said Dolly level. Lord, look out.
This is a cross between Dolly and Ziggy. It's a cross between Dolly
Oh,
and Ziggy.
shit, I
right
wasn't
now.
ready for Ziggy's name to come out.
Oh, no.
Shit.
My dog's name Ziggy. His ears just perked up.
All right. Well, should we play this and get back to it, or you guys want to?
Yeah.
Keep on going.
Lord.
See
All
how
right.
far my mouth can drop.
This is, like I said, this is Chris and his tragedy. This is Josh from the lab. I want to make that very clear. Josh from the lab.
Grandma made me go outside to listen to the rest of this.
I was like,
There's
fuck
this big
you.
protruding fucking bulge ball.
You're getting too rowdy.
Wrapped around, like it's my cock, but extended with a big ball peen hammer thing at the end. Looks like a little hammerhead shark.
Yeah. Not a pleasant sight.
Yeah, I show everybody. The exact same time, all 10, or there might even more than 10 people, all of them at the same time went, ah! And then I pulled the gumball out and I popped it in my mouth and chewed on it.
God. Yep. That happened.
You witnessed that.
Yep.
So I got a blood mustache.
Yeah.
I've been going down on this bitch and finger banging her all night while she's on her period.
No.
It's dark. And I had to turn off all the lights because she was
Fucking beet juice all over your
Yeah.
face.
She herself was a water bitch.
Was it good though?
I don't remember. I just remember being mortified.
You had like an iron deficiency after that, huh?
Really, really.
Did it taste like pennies at all?
And, you know, I mean,
Talk about him being a homo.
You ever had a chick like spit on her boobs to get them lubed up, like get titty puffed?
Yes, I have actually.
What if you tell her to like spit on her tits?
Yeah, how would you say that? Spit on your tits.
What?
I want to see somebody call me a hermaphrodite faggot. You ever had sex with an Asian?
No.
How has that not happened? Probably
I don't
because
know,
the
I got
consent
extremely
laws. I'm
unlucky in life.
The consent laws probably keep it from happening. Huh?
Well, no, not really. If I actually went to Asia, you can skirt that pretty easily.
I thought you've been. I thought you've been to China before.
I've been to China and Japan, but it wasn't for sex tourism.
Then why go? Then why go? Tell her you want to tie her up and make her your fuck toy. I still think you fucked her. I think you're holding out.
Nah, I didn't. Dude.
You were going to.
Wouldn't lie on this podcast.
You were going to.
Wouldn't lie on this podcast. I had her shirt off though.
You took her shirt off. The underage girl.
Well, she had her bra on, but no shirt. Yeah.
Motherfucker.
You took her shirt off. The underage girl.
Well, she had her bra on, but no shirt. Yeah.
Biological mom and biological son fuck each other.
Yeah.
DNA test and they're gonna fuck.
You definitely can't start with that. You got to work your way up to that. But I've gotten to that level.
What does jizz taste like?
No.
Well, what do you do with Camerons after you suck it out of them? I've been caned before, yeah. On all fours.
Like you just got like spanked with a cane.
It's more of a stick, like a thin stick.
A switch.
More like a switch, like Adrian Peterson would whip his babies.
Yeah.
That's how it was. But
leave a big red mark.
I had like 30 of them. I'm into
You
it.
like torture shit.
I don't know if it's like torture. I like pain. I like pain. I'm a sadist. I'm a sexual sadist. Did you see that thing where it's like, Donald Trump don't like China, China asshole?
No, I didn't see that.
Like some gay, like Chinese guy on the corner. He's holding up a flag that says something like Democratic Hong Kong or something. And he's like, Donald Trump don't like China, China asshole. What the fuck?
How are you guys all holding up in light of the chink virus?
I was holding up.
The sweet and sour sickness.
If a cock was waved in your face, not a chance you don't catch it in your mouth. You wish, faggot. I think Judas was just a little fag running around, just wanting to kissing people, and wanting to get on JC's dick.
He's a popular man.
Speaking of Dr. Friends, dude, next week on the show, we're having a real life transsexual come on.
Okay.
And you're going to look at his cock.
You're going to look at his cock.
No, you are.
I don't want to.
You have to.
No, I don't.
You have to.
Have to look at his cock?
Yes. And possibly
No.
suck on it. You were watching the chick with the dick on the computer, and I said, "Why?"
This is so horrible.
This is fucking awful. And just again, reminder, this is Josh from the lab.
This isn't even the other video. I only made two, and I didn't want to put. What my plan was to work up, like start off small and gradually go.
This isn't the worst?
No, the two videos I made.
Oh my
compared to the
God.
other stuff.
And
Like,
and
I
she
thought
hasn't
we
even
were starting off-
he hasn't even played the audio where she has him admitting to her that he played her and he lied to her and all of the money and all that was just
Channel. Somebody
Yeah.
else put that out, and it was not.
oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Right, because I wasn't going to share it without your permission. Well, I didn't share anything until it was public.
That was put out without my permission.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Anyway, these two videos are not the worst of it. My thought was I will, even with the plays and videos, I'll start off with the least worst and gradually get worse and worse and worse, and hopefully he'll get off of there before I have to play the absolute worst. But it didn't.
There's somebody in the chat named Lauren Martinez. I guess she says she's gonna pin with you.
Lauren is one of the other women.
Oh
And
my gosh.
That was going for.
Well, the link is pinned. If she wants to come up, she's welcome to.
She says she had to go back to work.
Plus, he's still promoting these old videos, right? He's still even making
He's
some.
promoting
ads.
these?
I think so, right?
I would have nuked these videos if this was me. I would have been like, this, I would have said
Doesn't
this
he
shit.
still have that show in his descriptions or something to that effect?
I don't know if it's still. What I know is his mod used to drop a link to the Spotify channel that all of these are on, and he took it down for couple days. But the last time I looked, it is still up. He must have put it back up. But I don't know if his mods still drop the channel link or not because I don't watch it. So I'm not comfortable saying that he still promotes it, but I know
Fair.
that it still exists.
Hear the
And I
fairness,
know
everyone?
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that that podcast is going to disappear today because of 300 people or more, maybe over.
I mean, it didn't when we covered it before. So a lot of the people in this room, they're not even aware of all this. This was a big thing for a couple of weeks.
Did you have 300 people in the chat or more?
Not me, but there were lots of videos made. No, I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm here is because if we're going to talk about bad actors, let's get the community of people that are aware of the bad actors. And I'm one of them, and there are more of us.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to spread.
That's why Queen's channel is valuable because it's open forum and we're talking about this shit. So
A lot of people.
Well, yeah, and I keep an open panel. Because I feel like, you know what I'm saying? There's people who don't get to say what they want to say, or there's people who, in different communities that, because I mean, I kind of just bounce all over. So
I've covered it. I've covered it all, but I'm not going to cover it every day. I'm done.
Right. A lot of people have heard it, and they don't care. That came to learn.
Often people don't give a shit until it happens to them. That's the thing. People don't care until something happens to them. Or people don't care until something is said about them. And they don't want to stick up for it, or they don't want to say anything. And you know what I'm saying? Until it happens to them, and then they're like,
and a lot of people are
I didn't
intimidated.
know it was this bad, or they get doxxed. They don't want to say anything about somebody getting doxxed because they don't want to bring it up. But then when they get doxxed, they're like, oh my God, I'm just and I'm like, well, you didn't want to say nothing before, just people.
Yeah, I just find this like weird that this guy's standing there with Don Wells. He's acting like the fucking moron,
right?
And I'm like, you
nerve to
motherfucker.
call somebody else out, like the whole shit with Chris McDonough. Hell no. And you know what's going on, and you're still friends with this fool.
In the other video, like I said, this is not the worst. The first two videos I made are the least of the worst. The other video is equally awful. But it's way worse if you actually listen to them. Like I said, I have all of the. I could have made the rest of them, but at that point, I was like, I'm going on vacation now.
Zero said they're still up on Spotify.
There you go.
Whoa, bro, you're a fucking idiot. Like, Josh, you are a complete fucking moron.
The other
But-
thing about this is his underage son was in the room the whole time, and they referred to him. He was they called him P. Like they called him P. What was it? PD. The
You're
producer.
cutting out, baby.
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're
Oh.
cutting out really bad, honey.
Okay.
Oh, now you're better. I hear you better now.
Yeah, go ahead and repeat what you just said.
His underage son was in the room the whole time. His underage son was acting as producer. His son was
What?
My Lord.
How old was he?
14. One was 14. One was 16.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Daddy role model.
And he's calling CPS on other people? What the shit?
Josh calls CPS on people. I didn't know that.
Not
I
Josh.
don't know that.
Either. Who did? When did he do
That
this?
was JLR.
Sorry, take it
JLR.
back. We guys talked about Chris earlier. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't think Josh.
No, I don't think Chris did either. You got to be careful with that, Boston.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Paul
who were
said-
you guys talking about with CPS earlier then? Okay, I'm sorry.
That was JLR.
I mean,
Oh, I
they ran
apologize.
background checks on me, and Chris sent a PI after me, so I can
Yeah.
confirm that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Wow.
we got to kick Boston
This
to keep the
motherfucker,
check
man.
going. No, I'm joking. That was a joke.
No, it was a question mark at the end there. I thought you guys. My bad. I'm sorry.
No problem. We're correcting that.
No, honey, I just, I like to make sure we
Yeah.
correct you. That's all.
No, no.
That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, no,
clean.
100%. 100%.
And no
But yeah,
problem.
JLR
We all-
did. JLR
we
called
all do
CPS
shit. Yeah.
on Robin Lane and another woman that is not being disclosed right now because
Yes,
I don't
I'm
wanna
saying
let-
other reasons because she ain't ready to be talking about it right now. But he did on Robin Lane.
Yeah.
And there is proof of that. If people want to dispute that his kids were in the room, I have proof of that because it's in the recordings. It's on the podcast where he's talking to his kids and his kids are speaking back. So I don't know that they were in the room for every show, but I know that there are several episodes where they are in the room during all of this.
So was that what we were listening to? It was on Spotify. Is that correct?
But it was also on Apple Podcasts. I don't know if it's still on there, but he had it on all of the podcasts.
Is there any like age restriction on these things?
I don't believe so.
That's fucking disgusting.
But there are also, this is kind of funny. So one of the things when we were talking all the time, he would send me these links to his podcast, and it was like, a political podcast because I am very involved in politics and stuff. And it was this podcast. He wanted to connect over like what he thought was common ground. So he sent me this link to a podcast, and I still have the text, and it says like, I killed it. Well, he totally plagiarized that. That was the first one that I looked up when I started looking up his plagiarism. Was I took the transcript of it and I put it into plagiarism search or a search engine, and it popped right up. He had plagiarized the entire article.
And I mean, you used to plagiarize a software that does matches, and then somebody talked with one of the original authors. Was it you?
I did.
You did.
I have, and also I believe Lauren's mother has spoken
Okay.
because he not only did this, was reading these articles from, magazines or on the internet or blogs or whatever, and read it. He was not only reading them and claiming them as his own. I have 2 videos where he took the entire transcript of someone's YouTube video, used their images and their video, but just narrated his voice on top.
And again, not only is he plagiarizing, these were monetized, so he made money off.
What a scumbag!
And
Like,
there's
how do
some
you do
who are
that?
still up. So he removed his entire archive channel and made it into something
And he
else.
refers to, the lab, like it's a big experiment. This is where I do my original content. I'm a great writer. I mean, he can't write fucking shit. And I knew it was plagiarized after the fact because his English isn't that good. He
Well,
didn't have
for
that
me,
vocabulary.
That's how I started to realize it. Was I would go into his documentaries and anytime I was clicking anything, if it sounded smart, then I put it into the plagiarize engine and it came up 100% plagiarism over and over again. Not once did he cite it. I
Yeah.
saw where he
And
left.
a couple of your links, it's signed Josh, and then a couple he's just implying that it's his.
He says by Josh,
Yeah,
he says
in
it's
some examples. Yep.
exclusively by, and he goes on
Yep.
to gloat about it. It's all in my plagiarism videos.
Yeah.
But there were over 30 videos and over.
Yeah, you only covered a small sample.
Yeah, because at that point it was like what am I just going to keep doing this over and over again? People just don't care. They don't care that he's done this at all. But the two where he literally took videos from YouTube, like large YouTubers, and claimed it as his own, those ones are crazy. Those ones are really crazy to me because he uses their videos and their images.
And then an entire article from, it was like The Atlantic or some decent periodical.
That's like, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. But no one, the reason why I can tell you how I caught on to it later, but if you want to keep on listening to this horrific stuff, I mean, people should hear it, I think.
Quinn, what do you want to do?
Why did you register to real quick?
We could always drop the link and people send traffic.
Yeah, we already dropped the links a lot before, but we can keep dropping them if mods. You can keep remembering, or we can just keep saying it. It's all there for anybody that wants to see it. And even though she didn't drop the audio of their call, it is out there.
It's out there. I made one video of well, I haven't put it out. There's one video that I have not put out that it's pretty it's pretty bad. I mean, he admits over and over again that he lied about what he did.
That's why I appreciated that you didn't want to share the conversation. I didn't share it out of respect for you, and I don't appreciate whoever the fuck had you in confidence and shared it, because that was disgusting. But it is now out. Therefore, as it's public, there's nothing you can do or I can do to take that back. Go listen. It's in his own words. He acknowledges all that. So you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to the grab. It's in his own words.
So for me, what I wasn't sure that I was going to put it out because, like I said before, what I wanted to do was kind of set the groundwork, put out the plagiarism, like starting at the least offensive plagiarism, going up to the worst plagiarism, put out the least offensive of the clips from the podcast and work my way up. If he didn't stop or he didn't get off of YouTube or whatever, if it didn't affect him, then I would put out the next one. But unfortunately, like, you had these people going after me, and there was one person that went after me and did hours and hours of lives about me with him on there telling complete lies, where that creator knew that there were multiple women because one of the women was messaging Tiffany the whole time, thinking that she was Josh's girlfriend, thinking that that person was Josh's girlfriend, telling Tiffany, like, I'm also Josh's girlfriend, So it's not that people, they knew that there were other women, but they did not, they didn't care. They wanted to, like, basically say that I was trolling Josh and that I had set Josh up. The funny thing is,
exactly, well, because he fed them everything, and that's the thing, is then people, they have these dual loyalties, and then you just have, there's my story and then there's this other person's story, and maybe I shouldn't listen to any of them. And it's just like, can't you vet? I mean, can't you actually differentiate between someone who's got the goods and someone who doesn't?
It didn't matter. Like I said before, what I realized is you can go into one chat where they're telling the truth and you'll have the same people being like, yeah, right on. Oh, we support you. We support you. They go into the other person's chat where it's like they're completely making stuff up about you and diminishing any truth that you're telling. And you see the same people eating that and saying, yeah, right on. She's a slut. She's a blah, blah, blah. No, that's not the case. And another thing about it, well, I'm not going to get into it, but I learned a lot. I definitely learned a lot from this experience, but I didn't put out.
When you contacted me, you had known about my stance. You'd seen my prior videos.
Oh yeah.
So his whole chat took his back, and then just started basically. That's when all the slandering and all that kind of started up. I would imagine.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. What did you say?
So his whole chat and supporters, they started basically,
How it started was the first couple videos came out. I started receiving these telephone calls that were very, very like threatening. And then he put up a community post that was nuts. He ended up taking that down after the calls came out.
Yeah.
So once somebody else had put those calls out there, he took down that post saying that I was like a psycho and I was stalking him and all this crazy stuff, because there he is.
Because first he acknowledged his racism and he was going to get better. Then he admitted partially his plagiarism and admitted he was going to get better about that. and then the video got dropped, and then he was going to have to acknowledge the romance porn, and that's when he dirty deleted the romance game.
And it was crazy, the things that he was saying.
Oh.
But the calls, like, I took out the parts that were most damaging to him, where he admits things that really shouldn't
Said, I have it. Dietz has got it.
Oh yeah.
It was shocking to me, but what was more shocking was the things that they were saying about me, the things that they were saying that the situation that I was in was not real, that I was a catfisher, that I was, that
You're the catfisher.
that I was trolling him, that I had set him up, that I was working with Doug, that I, all these things that were like insane. Just absolutely.
You're the catfisher, but you're the one who gave him all that money. You know what I mean? Like, what sense does that even make? Right?
Well, do you want to hear the last part of how I got the money back, or how? No. The last scam in which I figured it all out. I can tell you that one. So I actually have it. There's actually a pretty funny video that when I was on Just the Receipts live, where she clipped a bunch of the parts out of it, and you can play that part. It's pretty funny, which describes like how I figured it out. But I'll just tell you, okay? So what happened was, one day he said, like, we weren't getting it was like a little bit tumultuous and weird, and he was like totally kind of like, what he did was he would pull away and he would get mad at me about something, and then he would need something, so then he would do the build up in order to get the money. So not only was I like vulnerable in the sense of like this whole relationship is like falling apart and he's mad at me and I've done something wrong because everything was my fault, then he would bring me back in and need something, so then I would feel compelled to help him because I was already like in the doghouse, So it was very calculated. It was absolutely calculated. So I was in trouble and he was mad at me and he wasn't speaking to me and he was like ghosting me for it was like a day or so, but a couple days. And then he calls me and he's like, can we talk? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, of course. So we start talking again. And within that day, the next morning, we fall asleep together. The next morning, he texts me and says that his car got broken into and his computer got stolen. And I said, well, do you use the cloud? Well, his external hard drive got stolen as well. And and that's his entire life's work is gone. It's just gone. Well, now realizing if his entire life's work of his documentaries could never be gone because they're all on the web with other people's writing. You know what I mean? His entire life's work is other people's writing, but that doesn't matter. So he then is messaging me and super like upset and the end of the world, blah, blah, blah. His entire life is over, basically. He has nothing if he doesn't have his work, but he has found a company that can like a data recovery people that can get his entire life's work back for him, but it's going to be really expensive. And I'm like, well, yeah. I'm like, well, I have a friend. I didn't tell him this, but I have a friend that is like the head of IT he used to be like the head of IT for Condé Nast, the big magazine people, but then he had moved over to be the people, like the head of IT for, I think it was NBC or Paramount or something like that, some major film TV company. So I asked him if there was any way that he knew how to do data recovery, because what Josh had said was that
we keep people on retainer data security companies. They're available because corporate data is worth a fortune. They pay people.
Course. So what Josh had said was that this laptop had gotten stolen from his car, and so did the external hard drive. But miraculously enough, the police had found it in an alley, but it had been shot up. So the people that broke into his car.
Hold up.
Yeah. Had shot
He said
up.
someone shot his hard drive.
He shot into his car and probably hit his hard drive.
So there's
you're making
shot
that.
the jukebox last night.
Was the hard drive resisting?
So
Yeah.
The police
It
found
tried
the
to run away, Tim.
the police found the computer in an alleyway off of like Main Street or Broadway. He said the name of the street. All of the texts are in this clip that I have actually in my community page. But anyway, it's like they found it in the alleyway and they contacted Josh, and I'm like, huh, okay. So they contacted him, and they were able to figure out it was his because it had stickers all over it saying the lab, and his podcast was like so famous and everything. They knew exactly who it belonged to. But the problem with it it had been shut up. And I'm like, wow, that's a bit extreme. I mean, the texts are there. Like I have the screenshots of the text are in that clip. But he also said, he's getting super frustrated, and he sends me a picture of the computer with the bullet holes in it. And I'm like, wow, that's extreme. So flash forward, he starts talking to me again. The next morning, we fall asleep together. The next morning, I wake up to these text messages. And actually, if I can find my phone, I'll pull them up. Yeah, here's my phone. Hang on. I'll pull up the text because it's crazy.
So I'm not sure again. Do you buy that story? Because
I 100% believe. I mean, the lab is the most famous podcast
Right?
in the world. Everyone watches it.
Because I'm pretty sure if you type in shot up laptop, I'm sure there are some stock
Well, the
photos
image
for you.
comes up. So I don't even need to read it to you then. So basically what he said to me that morning was, have you ever and I don't know the exact phrases. Maybe I should pull it up, but I'll just paraphrase it. He said, have you ever refinanced your house or something like that? And I was like, no, I haven't, but my friends have. Actually, let me just pull it up so I can read it exactly.
So his laptop actually did get shot.
Well, that's
No!
$1 million
Okay,
question.
good.
Definitely not. No.
Nick,
Well, listen, there was people in the chat also
Nick,
asking
you
this.
might be the next victim of the lab.
Never.
Yeah. He's like,
No, that's not.
Hey guys, I hate to have to do it, but I'm gonna have to jump down and
All right,
listen
see
to
ya,
the chat.
voices.
Thanks
Bye,
for
voices.
letting me hang out. We'll talk
Thank
soon,
you.
guys.
Always
Thank
a
you for
pleasure.
everything, Skep. I so appreciate what you do, buddy.
Oh, my pleasure.
Keep on
Thank you.
keeping on.
Thank you.
I just can't believe. I can't believe that guy.
Well, when she said he sent pictures of the laptop, with so I'm like thinking to myself, like, did what?
Okay, so it says, I'll just read it to you. I found it. So on June 25th at 8:47 a.m., I wake up to this. I have a bank question. You are good with money. I'm probably going to need to do cash out refinance. Have you done one before? I said, I'm not good with money. And he said, so in response to, I'm probably going to need to do cash out refinance, I say, on your house? And he says, yeah. I said, I've not done one before. He says, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. And then I said, okay, so that's interesting because the whole time he just keeps on in the past, he would bring up things like, oh, you're rich, or you must be rich, or I wonder how much that must pay. Like when I said I had a project for one of my jobs or something like that, and I would be like, I'm not rich. I'm not rich. I'm not rich, but I just don't spend money, and I've done very well in my career, but it's not like I'm rich or something. But looking back on it now, seeing that he was saying that early on, I really do feel that he targeted me.
Yeah, he was feeling you out to see if you had money.
For sure. So back to this.
When you had said that from the beginning because you had offered somebody like an expensive handbag or something like
no,
that?
not at all. I have a lot of expensive handbags, but I don't pay for them, and I don't steal them. I get them from different.
I just remember, weren't you telling me that there was some first clue that he thought suggested you had money?
Yeah. I had done a job for Uggs, and there was a creator that was like having a really hard time, and
Right.
And
You
I
donated.
sent her the pair of Uggs, because the company always asks me if I want them, so I'll promote it on my Instagram, but I don't wear them.
So
I
because
asked
it
her
was a
for
big
guys.
brand, he assumed you were rich because of that.
Yes, and I happened to be taking the package to the post office when he and I were messaging. He asked me what I was doing, and I said, I'm taking these ugly shoes to the post office to send to somebody. That's when he started to think that I was rich, and he asked me, are you afraid that they're going to take advantage of you since now that they know that you're rich? And I was like, I'm not rich. I got these things for free, and I'm only sending it because I feel sad for the person. You know what I mean?
But that's why you
So-
said you thought he was targeting you.
Yeah, it started off like that. That's basically how it started. So back to this. So I said, but I think my friends Brendan and Andrea did that with their home. And they did it through the bank, and I think it was pretty fast. And he said, the weird thing is it's only $6,500 loan, but if you default, they take your house, LOL. What I also noticed is when he starts lying, he always puts LOL at the end of these like really weird statements, you know?
That's hell.
Yeah. And then he says they take it and sell they sell it, take their money and give you the rest, sans the house. And I have a mosquito bite on my ankle. I said, what? And he said, oh, he said, what the? And I said, so you get $6,500, and if you default on repaying, the bank sells your house. And he says, they sell the house and take what they are owed and give you the rest, which makes me uneasy. And I said, how long is the loan for? How much do you have to pay per month? And he said, like the mosquito bite on my ankle, $600 a month for a year plus interest. They tack on procession fees and shit. I said, that's crazy. And he said, processing. Because he made a typo. And I said, for only $6,500. And he said, but it's to get all the data. I said, your data retrieval is $6,500, because he wouldn't tell me how much it was. He said the night before, oh, it's really expensive. I guess I'll sell my kidney or something like that.
Yeah, he was trying to figure out how much he could get from you.
Right.
Trying to figure out a number that was just big enough to get his teeth into, but maybe not too big that you wouldn't go for it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think data recovery is 6,500.
No, it's not. So then he says, and
Could be,
they will. He says, and they will recover everything, put it on one hard drive, and then they keep a hard drive copy and give me mine. And I said, is it guaranteed that they'll be able to get it all back? See, he knew that I
No.
knew nothing about computers. Like,
Depends how many times the data's been overwritten.
it doesn't matter. I really suck at computers. I wouldn't know any
Well,
of this.
because I've gone through massive data recovery, and it depends how many times the data slots, the physical locations on the hard drive, have been overwritten. So the better the skills, the more they can recover. But if something's been written over enough times, it eventually becomes almost impossible to do a full recovery, if even partial. So you can make, it depends on the quality of the hard drive, and you can then retrieve some percentage of the data. If it's a relatively new hard drive where you haven't written over tons of files over the original file locations, then you can recover most of it. But in reality, they can't always recover everything. That's for sure. The more sophisticated the technology, the more you can recover, but it's not a guarantee you can recover. It depends on the state of the hard drive, how many times the data physical location has been overwritten.
Okay, so then I said, is it guaranteed that they'll be able to get it all back? And he said, or my money back, yeah, but it's worth more to me than the $6,500. And I said, I understand. And he says, not worth losing my house though. So catch 23, which I was like, huh? I said, this is when I got this weird feeling in my gut and was like, it just did not feel right. And I said, that picture you sent me was crazy. And at that time, I did a reverse Google image search of the picture that he had sent me of the computer that was shot up. And it came right up immediately. And he said, the laptop? And I said, yeah. He said, I should really let it go and move on. And I said, after I saw the pictures of the laptop that came up, I said, that's your laptop? They did that to your laptop? And he said, it was in an alley on Broadway. They found it with a bunch of other people's stuff. And I said, can I call you? And I called him and I told him that I had found these images, and I sent him the pictures from the Google image search. And it was like, there were memes with the picture in it. It wasn't like it was like some picture that was like deep buried within the internet. Even you could do it right now. Just Google not even Google image search, just Google shot up laptop, and it comes right up. It comes right up. And the reason why I know that is in that clip that's on my community page that Just the Receipts did. She did it while we were talking. She Google image searched.
Is it like the first one, like airport security puts 3 bullets in? Is that the one?
I don't know, but what came up for
Have
me
like
was-
3 shots on it. 3
yeah, it
shots
has
of
3
night.
shots, and
I'm
then
looking at it.
the keyboard is
Busted.
Like a
Busted.
million.
And
Yeah.
and you did this to the grab who already has shown you that she will fact check.
Yeah. So at that point, I called him, and then I played along at that point and said that I believed him to see what he would say. And he got really mad at me, and I can keep on reading, but he gets super mad at me, starts telling me that I'm a piece of shit and I'm a liar and we're done. And I mean, he gets really angry, and it's horrible. And how I've insulted him by he feels like I'm saying that he lied. He says that I said, listen, his explanation for sending me that picture, he had 3 different explanations. One of them was that that was the picture that they sent him, to which I said to him over the phone, I said, I played along. I said, so they sent you that image? Wait, did they ask you for a deposit? Yeah, they asked me for a $500 deposit, and they sent me that picture and said that if they can retrieve data off of this computer, then they can retrieve it off of any computer. He's like, thank goodness you looked that up. I could have been scammed.
Oh wow, he tried to friggin' backpedal and play it off like,
Yeah.
oh man.
He had like 3 different ones about that. And I kind of just played along at that point because I wanted to see what would happen. And I wanted to see a real picture of his laptop that had been shot up, you know? So I said, well, I know that you may never speak to me again, and that's totally okay. But can you please send me a picture of your laptop so that I can just have some peace of mind? Because you know that, this is one of my hot buttons. This is why my dad was murdered. Like, he was taken advantage of by people, and this really freaks me out now. Can you at least send me that? Fuck you, blah blah blah, like on and on and on. Yeah, I'll do
Gaslighter.
more than send you a picture. I'll make a video about it for you, since you're accusing me of this. I'll expose you on the internet, blah 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 blah, since this is the most insulting thing that I've ever had happen, blah 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 blah. How could you do this? Blah, 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 just like made me feel really like nervous, and also
Gaslighting you.
what the heck is going over and over again.
Too. Yeah.
So that happened over and over again. Like, people on the internet would like to be like, yeah, it's all good because he paid you back. Well, you don't know the fight that I had to put up to get paid back. It was all day, every day of just like back and forth insults, and just like then him being super sweet and super nice, and then badmouth, then threatening me to sick other creators on me, and like all this other stuff. Like, it went on for so long. What he wanted to do was pay me back. He said that he was going to pay me back $250 what happened was, this is how the phone calls happened. I said to him, after it was probably a week after this happened, I was like, listen, I understand that you want to end this relationship, and I totally understand. I absolutely will respect your wishes. Thank you very much for being somebody that I could talk to. Like, you are the first person that I ever felt really comfortable talking about the situation with my dad's murder with. And that, the thing is, I had retreated from all of my friends basically because I didn't want to burden them. And it was so hard. I felt like such an alien talking to them about what had happened to my dad. And it was everything that was going on in my life was trying to figure out and try to get justice for my dad. So he was literally the first person that I ever felt comfortable talking to openly about it and expressing like how hard it was and how much it had affected my life, and has affected my life. And he was very patient with me and listened, he was great about that. I know it was fake now because he wanted money, but at the time it was very helpful. And I'm not going to lie, I'll still look at that as being very helpful because it has opened me up to be able to talk to my actual friends about it, but at the same time, everything that he did was a lie. Every time he told me anything, it was a lie just to get money. And I guarantee that he started this off as a romance scam. So he definitely targeted me. He definitely started this relationship, drew me in, learned everything he could about me just to use those things to play on my emotions because he knew the things that would trigger me and want to help him. But I called him and I said, thank you so much for everything. I respect your wishes. If you want to end this, I was already done at that point because I had figured it all out. I had figured out that the backpack for his son was a lie. I had really started to dig in and figured a lot of things out that were absolute lies. And then I said to him, but there's one matter that, I think we need to discuss, and that's the matter of the loan. I didn't realize that in this time, in this short, like 3-month, 2-month time, within 2 months, like the thing had been going on for 3 months, but within a 2-month period, I had lent him over, $7,600.
Wow.
And it was so chaotic that I really wasn't paying attention to it. And it's not that I'm rich, it's that I have done well in my career and I've saved the money. So it's not like making a transfer like that was affecting my everyday life,
Yeah, little by little in 2 months, right? Like
Right.
increments.
So it was like $3,600, $4,200, $600, $1,500, but it was all in the midst of this absolute chaotic roller coaster of emotions from him, where I'm comforting him and trying to ease his pain and trying to like help him through the situation, and so I said to him, like I said, there's this matter of the loan. He said, well, how about I pay you back like $250 a month? Well, guess what? That's like 2 years, 3 years or something.
Yeah.
Like, and then I'm gonna have to be knowing that he's a liar the whole time. And I'm starting during this period prior to me saying this to him, like the week later, I had already started to unravel everything and started to realize this person has lied about everything. Nothing makes sense now that I'm on the outside and I'm looking at it, None of it makes sense. All of it's a little bit goofy. So what happened was he's like, no. And that went on for another week where we're fighting back and forth. And he's saying, take me to court, sue me. Then I just won't pay you back, like threatening not to pay me back. And then coming back around and saying, I've never not paid someone back. Well, in the meantime, like I said, I'm digging in and I'm seeing on his Venmo, before he privated his Venmo, I'm seeing where there are people where he's getting sent he's getting sent tons of money from other people. And he's sending money back to somebody saying it's for a loan or something like that. Or he's,
Right,
and
you
it's
think
all
this
limit.
is the first time he's done this.
I
done
reached
it
out
probably
to
so
one
many
of them.
times.
Yeah.
I reached out to I found one of the girls that was in the Venmo. I reached out to her through Facebook and messaged her. I made a private account, even like a fake account, and messaged her and said, hey, this is really weird. I'm sorry. I have to ask you about this, and explained it to her really quickly. She was like, yeah, I did loan him money. But I don't want to talk about it. I said, okay, I understand. I'm sorry I bothered you. I just wanted to find out, like, can you just tell me, was your relationship weird? She said it was definitely weird. And yes, I did loan him money. And then I said, I'm really scared of him and really frightened by him, honestly, because I don't know to what extent his lies could be. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what he would do if he would do this. I said, would you please not tell him that I reached out to you? Can we just keep this between the two of us? And she said, no problem. I never want to talk to that guy. I never want to see that guy again in my entire life. I never want to have anything to do with him again, which told me immediately that that relationship was also bad.
Yeah,
Well,
so much experience.
yeah. So I ended up, I said, 2 to 3 years of like having to wait for you to pay me back slowly and gradually when I don't even think you're going to. I don't want to be tied to you. I'm starting to realize that there were many things that you lied to me about. How about I come up with another plan and I'll reach out to you? So I reached out to him like a couple days later, and I said to him over text, like, hey, I hope that, hey, can we talk tonight about this? I've come up with some options for a payment plan. Can we talk tonight and go over that, and we can figure out some way for you to pay me back? I was very cordial about it. And I said to him, and also when I talk to you tonight, can you please, I hope that you'll just be honest with me, because I've come to realize that you lied about many, many things. Well, here's the thing. I did not know. I had my hunches of the things that he had lied about, but I was only positive that he had lied about the computer thing and the backpack thing. Well, it went on. He called me that night, and that's when I recorded the calls. And I did that because I knew that he was able to manipulate me and that I was vulnerable. I had realized that, and I needed to have absolute proof so that I could hear it myself, not for anybody else, but for myself, so that I could hear that what was happening was real, and that I wasn't playing games, and I wouldn't like downplay the situation. Oh, it's not that bad. It wasn't that bad, Jenny, blah, 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 blah. You know, I needed to hear it straight up. So that's why I recorded the calls. And I said to him during the calls, I pretended like I knew that he had lied about things. But what I expected that he would tell me that he lied about the computer. But what he started off with was telling me that in the very beginning, when he said that he had been seeing this girl in February of that year or January of that year, and they had broken up immediately, that they actually hadn't broken up until February. And at that point, I pretended like I knew that was a lie, even though I didn't, and started saying, that's a lie. Well, every time I said that, he started to backtrack. So I actually got him to tell me the truth by ambiguously pretending that I knew that he was lying about things. So he ended up going back and backtracking. Come to find out, he'd had a girlfriend for several years. And slowly but surely, and in those 2 calls, and actually 3 calls, there's another one, and that's the one that no one's really heard, in which he absolutely admits to everything and admits to the drug deal. And those are in text as well. But what he admitted to was that the entire time he was lying when he would tell me that he loved me, that he had a girlfriend the whole time. And he tried to say, well, I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I was in love with you. But I wasn't sure that my girlfriend, I wasn't ready to break up with my girlfriend yet, blah, 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 blah. I was going to break up with my girlfriend, but I was scared to break up with my girlfriend. Well, down the line, as things progressed in those 2 phone calls, he ended up admitting that it was all a lie, that he never loved me for 1 minute, and that every single thing that he had told me was a lie. Everything.
I'm sorry,
He admits
he
it
doesn't
on
deserve
audio.
you.
Wow.
He admits it on audio. That's why I said she didn't release the audio, but somebody who she trusted to not release it did. So it's out there, and you can hear him in his own words. He acknowledges everything. She keeps grilling him until he finally acknowledges that he lied about every single thing, and then he cries like a baby for pity.
So he's like, he just basically pretends to be weak and pathetic so you have sympathy for him, and then you give him money because you want to bail him out because,
Yeah.
and that's his
But
tactic.
then when she showed that she wasn't playing games, then he turned on her, and then he sicked his dogs on her, and then he lied about her, and then he even tried to do some damage control until it was a frickin' tsunami.
I mean, like, this
And then
guy-
he dirty deleted to cover up all his apologies, his partial apologies, and he tried to minimize them until it was too much. And then he just tried to go black for a tiny bit, and he came back hoping that his fans either wouldn't care or wouldn't notice, and he just moved on.
I know somebody. Go ahead. Sorry.
It worked because he made back the 400 to 500 fans, or like people that he had lost. But I know for a fact that he was doing this to, I'm saying.
That's what Chris does. These people, they don't admit their mistakes, and then they know that with a week or a couple weeks, even if they have a little bit of damage, people will forget. There's turnover. People don't care, and then they just keep doing what they do because it's working. I mean, why would they stop if it's working?
It wasn't just me, though. I know at any given time there were times in his chat when he and I were talking on the phone all the time, and he was telling me he loved me so much, blah, 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 that there were 2 other women in the chat at the same time that he was doing it to. There at any given time. But come to find out, I'm telling you, I received emails from 4 other women.
And by the way, these people, the other thing too, I always notice about the bad actors is they always defend the wrong people. So Josh, he was in there defending Graz. He's another one. He was in there defending Griff. He's another one of my bad actors.
You got to realize it's all about sub count. So you're not going to defend someone who has 0 sub count or has like a big imprint.
Well, no, but even just small players, they smell their own grifter kind, and they'll come to defend other grifters. I mean, Griff, he's another one that I exposed, total scumbag, total grifter. And he came into a channel on one of my friends, Platty, and he just instantly took the side of Griff, who was a liar, and instantly came to his defense. And that wasn't a big channel that Josh was going to get subs from.
Is
But he's
Platty
still...
the singer person that sings a lot? I'm joking.
Griff, the country dude,
Yeah.
backwoods. I mean, he's
I had a
fucking
friend
scammer
that this
with a
happened to
history
as
of a
well.
criminal history of domestic abuse. Same thing, and drugs.
I had a friend that happened. This kind of happened to as well. And what they do is they lay down like the groundwork basically about a week, 2 weeks before they actually ask you for money. For instance, my dog's sick right now, blah blah. You know what I mean? And then you know what I mean. It's like they imprint it in your head, and then you believe them because he said this 2 weeks ago.
Right. For me, what it was he had listened to me because we talked like every night. There wasn't a night that we didn't talk, and it was on the phone for 4 to 6 hours and falling asleep together, blah blah blah. What he did was he had heard me tell these stories. He had asked me so many questions, so I'm telling him about my life, and then he picked the ones that were the most emotional to me, and he
This
played
is a skill. These people get good at it.
I mean, like my red flag would have been like, bro, you have 4 to 6 hours to talk like a night. Do you have a job? Like, bro, get a job.
Well, I knew he didn't have a job.
Yeah,
I knew
she didn't care about that. She wasn't gold digging.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like he should have. You should have been like, bro, why are you bitching about? Go outside and get a job.
We can all get duped. So again, like
that's
when
true,
she
that's
contacted me, I was kind of like, if you contacted me, I could have told you. But that's not what we're trying to do. In the sense, it's not about shaming someone to have seen the signs. It's just to try to make people proactively aware, so that then hopefully some of us can get a bit better, because we can all get duped. We can all get
Absolutely. I get duped all the time.
Yeah, it's
I'm just
easy.
saying, like, this guy is like fucking sounds like a fucking loser, like an absolute garbage person.
It sounds like he's done this many, many, many times.
Yeah, he's like a scammer, like a serial scammer.
But as
like,
the grad
horrible.
says, he was the first person she felt safe with, and he played a game. He played a good convincing game, and she thought he was a decent confidant. And she needed to talk about it, and he used it.
What a garbage human being.
Did he pay you back at all?
He
He
did.
did. Otherwise, he would have gone to
I
jail.
threatened him. I was like,
good.
and I literally had already contacted the Federal Trade Commission, and he knew that I have a team of lawyers and that's not fake. You know what I mean? He knows I have a team of lawyers because I won 2 civil cases against this person, and she had just gotten, the case had turned over to the police for criminal charges. So
That's why I called him a criminal before the grab knew that we were talking about the case and came up tonight. I gave a summary before she showed up, and that's why I say I feel justified in calling him a criminal, because the only reason he paid her back was because she threatened to go to the law, and then he realized he didn't want to go to jail, because that's a felony. A romance scam is a felony.
Would that be considered wire fraud?
no, it would be it's in the FBI under romance scam. Like there's
romance scam.
Yeah, I looked it up. Romance scam. It's a felony.
Oh,
and I
it's
called
crazy.
him on it when he came into my chat room and tried to get her to off herself. When I brought up that that was a felony, he then told me I had double standards because I wasn't calling her on her recording of the audio. And I just went, really? Between these two things, this is a false equivalence. And I said, go take her to court then.
Here's the thing about the recording thing. Multiple times I said to him, I recorded you. I'm recording you. I recorded you. And he said, I'm recording you. I recorded you too, to use
Right,
you.
which might mean that he can no longer pursue it legally.
Which then when I spoke to law enforcement, they said,
It
and to my
weakened his
lawyer,
case. Yeah.
they said that's consent.
Yeah, he'll weaken his case. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, because
Because he kept playing that. He kept then trying to say, oh, but you don't have a problem with what she did.
Because
in
he
recording.
acknowledged that he was recording her, and thus that was consent. Because both
And
parties
he threatened you that you were being recorded.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So anyway, so my lawyer was already on it, and what I did was I had sent him a link to the FBI's page on romance scams where it talks about that being an actual crime, and sent him Federal Trade Commission information and told him straight up, I have had a meeting about you and what you've done. You need to pay me back by this date at midnight, or I'm going to go through with this because I'm not going to be connected with you any longer. This has been an absolute nightmare for me.
And who knows what he did to raise that money.
Right. I will not be tethered to you. And I also said, you should contact Chris and ask him to loan you the money, and then you pay me back and you pay him back when you, because he kept on saying, I can
And
pay
there's
you
not
back.
a chance in hell that he got that money from Chris.
I was about to say, you
That's
have to
outrageous.
spend a lot of
No
time
way.
talking to Chris at night. He probably had to
But it does beg the question where he got $7,500 cash.
I mean,
$7,600.
$7,600. Sorry.
I mean, maybe he put on a wig and talked to Chris, whispered good nothings to Chris McDonough.
Well, he didn't, because he, like I said, he paid me back, and then he ended up telling me about what he had actually used. He sent me a text, and do you want me to read it to you? What he had sent the text he had sent about what he had actually spent the money on, which prompted me to contact Chris, because I was genuinely worried about Josh and this situation. Because in my mind, I was like, what if his house does get shot up? And he had told me about it, and then it happened, and I didn't do anything about it. I don't want to help him. I can't help him. I refuse to be part of this person's life. But Chris is already part of his life. I should contact Chris and tell him, because I don't want this on my conscience in case something does happen.
Chris would throw him under the bus in a second if he thought his real life were affected. But yeah.
Does he have a habit, a substance abuse habit?
Well, I'll read it to you. Hang
Go
on,
ahead.
let me find it.
We don't know that Josh has a drug problem. At least we don't.
Yeah,
Whatever, maybe pot.
I'll be honest with you. I don't even believe this story. I can't believe anything that he says.
No, I don't believe a thing he says.
And that was the thing for me too, was also like why I contacted Chris, is he's saying all of this stuff about like the drug deal gone wrong and all this stuff. But I don't believe any of it. He then tried to lure me back in on this one phone call where he was like, yeah, I was wrong. I did all these things. I knew it was wrong. I should put that one out actually, but I haven't yet. I made a full video about it, but anyway, let me find it. The text. It's going to take me a second, I think. Wait. But in those calls, he ended up admitting that all of it was a lie. He went over and over again, like 3 times over, like, no, I used the money for a car payment and for the roof of the house and blah, blah, blah. He admitted that the house wasn't actually his. And then I believed him after he had reneged all of these excuses of what he had actually used the money for, rather than him using the money for his grandma's medical expenses, his dog's medical expenses, his son's graduation party, his credit cards getting hacked, his computer being beaten up, blah, blah, blah. What I realized, the triggering thing for him talking about his son's birthday party, or not birthday party, I'm sorry, his son's graduation party, was the father element. I'm a terrible father. I couldn't provide for my kids. I'm all of these things, which would touch me deeply because of my relationship with my dad and having lost him in the way that I did. And
so he's trying to still manipulate. He's trying to still do it.
It was all a lie.
Yeah, he's trying to like weasel out because he's a little weasel.
Yeah, that's how he was trying to manipulate me to get the money for that stuff. But let me find it right now. Let's see. Okay.
So yeah, used his kids, used his grandmother, used his
pet.
Pet's balls.
Oh God.
Oh, horrible.
And he used his chat.
He used his chat.
Oh yeah,
he used everyone.
That was my issue too, was that he basically manipulated. He has scammed YouTube in a sense, in this entire community, because nothing that he says about himself and the moral authority, the moral high horse that he's on, is all fake. None of it is real. None of it is real. I guarantee he's doing it still. I guarantee he's doing it.
Well, that's the thing they do. They always like try to pretend
That's
that
the
they're
only
like
way he knows, because that's why I talked about an inadequacy complex. Well, and in my video I covered it. I don't think it's sort of pathetic that he doesn't believe he has any redeeming qualities, so he has to create a fake persona that he's a writer, that he's creative, that he's a great broadcaster. He creates this whole fake persona, and he hides in the dark behind a false persona, and and that's sad. Again, that's one of the things that I really appreciated about the grab. When you listen to her and you get to know her, is she felt nothing but compassion, even when he was being a scumbag. She still retained compassion. That, I think, really shows her integrity and his lack of.
Or my stupidity. You know,
I mean, it's
No,
not
you're just being,
stupidity.
you're trying to be
No,
compassionate. You were
you
trying to
can
be
be
compassionate.
you can feel sorry for somebody, but then need to warn others. There's a difference.
Personally,
I
I
feel
would
bad for the guy. I just want him to fuck away from other people and not be, profiting off of human gullibility and lying and posing as something he's not.
personally, I'm a bit Italian, and we're very vindictive people. So I would probably ruin his life if he did that to me.
That's not.
That's just me. I'm not a nice person. If he pulled that shit with me, I would probably go after him. But you're very nice. I mean, you're way nicer than I am. I mean,
Not even being nice. I don't want anything to do with him, but I don't want anyone else to be hurt by him. But at the same time, there's nothing I can do to protect other people if they're not willing to listen. The only thing I can do is come out and say what I've said. Unfortunately, these other YouTube creators went after me, claiming I was a liar. This was all like romantic thing that I knew he had a girlfriend. I had no idea. I had no idea whatsoever. But they won't. There's other women and probably many more that have not contacted me. They're not going to come forward and tell their stories because of the way that I was treated. I don't mind being treated like shit because I know that all of this is fake.
Yeah.
YouTube is not real. I can turn it off, and I have stepped away from it. It's not interesting to me anymore. I do watch Gray's channel. I do watch Scientific Skeptics channel. I probably will watch this channel. I didn't even know that it existed. So
this channel's mostly like we just disprove a lot of shit, and it's like an open panel, and also we talk a little bit about true crime once in a while. But yeah, pretty much we call out people who are known as tragedy pimps on this channel.
Yeah, I don't. That's my problem. Is like what I've come to realize is that not a lot of people. Well, basically only Josh. It seems to me covering true crime has actually experienced a true crime in there to a loved one. You know what I mean? And so that's why I think these tragedy pimps have no problem making up stuff about victims and victims' families, is because they don't know what it feels like. Skeptic asked me one time what was the worst thing that had happened to me, or during this entire ordeal, during the entire cycle in which I was getting bashed relentlessly by creators about this Josh thing. And what I said, I was trying to think of it, and what I came to understand was the worst thing for me was people saying that what happened to my dad wasn't real. Because yeah, of course, that I was a liar, and I was manipulating him by telling him my story, and it's like, I wish that hadn't happened to me. I would give anything in the world for what happened in my family.
Sorry.
I would give anything for that not to be real.
Fake
I would
hugs.
never make that up
Yeah.
because it has been so awful. It has ruined my life. I am getting my life back again. But for the amount of time that, the 3 years that I'm still in it, my life has been on hold. I would love to have made that up. But that's the thing. These people are willing to say that because they don't know what it feels like at all.
Yeah.
To have somebody murdered in your family. I mean, I've never experienced someone going missing in my family or anything like that. I was never accused of murdering my dad, but people did come after me and say, if she was, I saw people in chat saying, well, even if it is true, why wasn't she with her dad during this?
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
why didn't she save her dad? I couldn't. I tried for years. People
That's
wouldn't.
terrible.
So, I mean, it was awful. But here, I found the text. Okay. What he said to me was on, what date was this? Doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't. What he said was, I was trying to help my piece of shit cousin out, and I got caught up in his bullshit. I was trying to get fast money to get new equipment, and his tweaker friends, parentheses, I didn't know were tweakers, stuck him up while I was in the car. Really was trying to help myself out and got caught up with the wrong people. Never thought it would happen to me. I suppose it was supposed to be free and easy, but they threatened me and my family. I could never have told you that. I knew you wouldn't loan me the money for that. Who would? I was scared, but it wasn't targeted. Yeah, I saw the opportunity because of how you offered so easily, obviously because I lied about it. I should have never started in with, and this is one of his girlfriends. This isn't even the girlfriend that he claims he has now. He mentions another girlfriend he also has at the time. Okay. He says, I should never have, who he told me was his girlfriend. All right. And it's not the other girl that was just in chat either. It's a totally different one. So that's 3. I should never have started in with Bree again. Oh, yeah, her again. But there was some things she told me, and I wanted to help her. She claims her husband was abusing and he was forcing himself on her the last couple of years. I wanted her to get away, but that had nothing to do with the money, and I swear that on my life. Well, he was lying about that woman too. So that was his explanation. And I said, you could have told me that. I would have preferred you not lie to me. And he said, these people would have shot up my house and they told me that they were going to. And I said, you could have told me that anything as long as it was the truth. And he said, and guess what? I'm so fucking far in the hole that I have to mow lawns now.
Oh, right. I remember that.
What?
But I'm like, that's good. You have a job now. I would have told him. Fantastic. You are actually becoming a productive member of society.
So
Stop scamming people.
real quick, what that sounds like to me is, and this is obviously allegedly, you're right for not believing that story. It seems like he has some sort of allegedly, might have an addiction problem, because that is. I'm an ex-addict. I got clean in 2011, and that sounds to me a completely compiled lie right there. And he's embarrassed to tell you the actual truth of what he spent the money on.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. He says
Because he's embarrassed. He admitted to her in the audio. He's
he was sobbing.
He's
Sobbing.
admitted he admitted he's a loser. I think I forget if he said it explicitly, but he was acknowledging that he's a scumbag and he was playing a pity play. But I'm sure part of that was true. He had to sort of because she kept bugging him to just be honest. All that she wanted from him, she wasn't threatening to go public. She just wanted him to be honest because she didn't appreciate that she had confided in him and he was still lying to her. So really, she was more interested. I think that you wouldn't have gone public had he just told you the truth. I mean, that was my impression.
And that's what I said is like, I don't want to do that to your family. I don't want to do that to your kids. So if you can I wish that you would just tell me the truth. I don't want to be with you. This is not going to affect you. You paid me back. I just want to know.
Right. Because when you came to me, that was already after he had just then turned on you and started accusing you and saying shitty things. And I was like, what do you want to do here? Why are you doing this? And then you were like, I don't want him to hurt anyone else.
That's exactly right. I do not want anyone else to be scammed because other people will not. What he'll do and what he tried to do with me is he tries to be your friend. He over and over and over kept saying, like, can we just be friends? I care about you so much. So what I could see happening to somebody else is them forgiving the loan. And that's exactly why he talked to me on the phone the night that he started to confess the lies. He thought I was going to forgive his loan because then he got mad and said, you were never going to forgive the loan.
And he continued to say that I care about you and I want to remain friends. I know you hate me. I know you hate me. I know you hate me. But can we still be friends? So he's like, still, either he really did truly at least want somebody who had been decent to him as a friend, or he was still trying to play you, hoping that you wouldn't go public. Because once you went public, it was all over, right? He was never nice to you again, was he?
No, I blocked everything. I blocked everything. He was like threatening me with fake accounts. He called me he called me 31 times in one night, the first night that the first video dropped of the plagiarism. I wasn't even planning on putting out the romance scam stuff. I was hoping that he would, kind of disappear once he was exposed for the plagiarism, because that was like the thing that everyone was like in love with him about was his writing and these documentaries he was doing and all these lies, and it was all fake. None of those documentaries were real. Nothing he says is real.
Well, and I wasn't, after you and I talked, I wasn't going to cover your case because I was worried for you. I was worried about your well-being.
Yeah, I know.
And then you went public, and then it was like, okay, I hope she's strong enough. I hope the backlash isn't too much. And then once it was out, then I could talk about it. I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
No, I
Fuck
understand.
him.
And I appreciate that. And what I realized in this whole well, do you want me to finish reading this and then I'll tell you?
No, please. I'm sorry.
So he says, and I guess I'm so fucking far in the hole. I got to mow lawns, but yes, you saved me. I lied, but I wish I regretted. And I wish I regretted it. And I said, I probably would have loaned you the money for that. I've made mistakes. We all make mistakes. It's how we learn. And he said, the worst mistake I ever made. And I liked you a lot. I love you. And I still do. I didn't mean to use that as leverage, but yeah, I was desperate. And Chris knows about it. And I said, you told Chris? I say, please tell the truth. And he says, I told him about the weed deal gone wrong. I said, please don't lie. And he said, goodness, don't threaten to call people. I said, I'm not threatening to call people. And he says, if you want to call him, do it. And I said, I'm just asking you not to lie. That's all I'm asking.
And then you called him and he hung up on you. Bullshit. He did.
Well,
He
that was a
candy. If he told him anything, he candy coated the fuck out of it.
Well, then I started getting threatening text 5 minutes later from Josh. So that was another week later when he started telling me, like, just saying the worst things ever. Like, it got really dark, the things that he was saying. It was so.
And you're sparing him not sharing those things.
Exactly. I mean, the things that he said to me, if I put them out, like, it would be over. They were the worst things I've ever had anyone say to me in my life. And they were that bad because he knew the things that would trigger me. He knew everything about my family and my past and my dad and everything. So he knew the soft spots where he could really get in, and he did that.
And again, for anyone who missed earlier, what he did in my chat room and then what he sent to her is the coup de grace. For me, that was when I was like, no, I'm not. I'm no more kid gloves for him. You're a fucking psychopath, Josh. I told him straight up, you're a fucking criminal, and fuck you.
It was really bad. I mean, it was like really, really
it sounds terrible. Fucking guy's a scumbag.
But what I did realize, what I was going to say is, what I realized is, like, I appreciate you worrying about me and stuff, but and I appreciate the care that you gave, but this was nothing compared to what I've gone through with
I know
this whole situation with my dad and stuff. You know,
that's why I was worried about you, was because I knew that other thing weighed on you a lot more than some fucking asshole online who mistreated you.
Right. This really highlights the situation with this true crime. Like, the problem is, like, you get these types of people in the true crime community, and they prey upon people who've been victims of crimes, the most vulnerable states, and then they basically just try to weasel as much views or clicks or money, and they try to form some sort of social relationship.
And there's never really consequences, Tim. That's the big issue that just makes you go nuts, because no matter how good your argument is, no matter how many people cover you, there will be some core of loyal followers. And I saw it in this case with Josh. I went over to his channel at some point, because I don't watch this crap, but I went over at some point and I saw people saying, I'm not going to watch this shit. I love Josh. Fuck these trolls.
Yeah, I'm not even.
Some people will not even go look at the evidence because they're afraid that it might show that somebody that they've supported, somebody that they've probably given money to, is a royal fucking world-class piece of shit. So they'll just put their fingers in their ears and say la la la, and then there will be a bunch of new ones that'll come that'll never check. And you can't blame somebody for not knowing what happened 2 weeks ago if you just show up.
What I noticed in this past week with the Don's call with Josh is, even if they didn't like him, or even if they thought he was a total scumbag because they knew what he did, if he's got the goods, if he's got the right information that will get them clicks and views, they don't mind forgiving his sins to use his stuff. You know what I mean? Because he has content for them. So he is forgiven of all things as long as he's got content that will provide them cash flow.
And you know what Don said on the phone? You weren't like this on the phone to me. You were real nice. Now you're being nuts. You know what I mean?
It kind of paints a better picture when you describe, like, how he's been acting towards you, like this bullshit act that he gets whatever he wants, and then once the mask is off, the true him comes out.
Yeah.
Like, the real him comes out. Once he can't get what he wants, well, the full picture of him comes out.
Yeah.
Fucking bullshit.
There is not a doubt in my mind that he was talking to Don, and the conversations were supportive and relatable, and that he played Don as well, and then got Don on the phone and, railroaded him with Chris.
Well, and in the Wells case, first Chris put up fucking dumbass Doug to try and read a fucking legal document. He couldn't even pronounce half the words. He put everyone to sleep. He read the wrong article. I called him on it, the wrong legal document. Then he put fucking Josh up to go after one of the other lawyers to claim that she had, defamed McDonough, and that he also then claimed that they had they'd gone judge shopping, and then he claimed a whole conspiracy theory bullshit. And on one of the ones with Doug, as soon as Doug finishes the reading, then he's like, oh, look, Chris would like to come up on panel. as if that wasn't planned from the beginning. And then Chris comes up on panel. He's like, Doug, I just want to say thank you, brother, for for defending me. I love you, and I appreciate the support. As if that wasn't planned. That he didn't hand that 2004 document to Doug and set him up to read it. And then after the fact, Chris is backstage, just coincidentally shows up to thank Doug for. I mean, it's like, what were they? What services were being shared behind the scenes? What was Chris? Did they just have like a nod and a wink, like they knew that it was good for their channels and it was good for his channels, and they were just using each other? Or was fucking Chris offering them something more, making them promises? Was he setting them money? I don't know any of those things.
Well, he probably. I mean, like you got me there when he's actually got Doug reading legal documents, trying to go against a lawyer. Good luck with that. I mean, like, what the fuck?
That same 2004 document is still in his descriptions today. So I think he still has in his description for more information on the Michael Crow case, and then he refers to the 2004 legal document where he gets a summary judgment in his favor. What he never informs his audience about is that is not the authoritative legal document. The authoritative legal document is the 2010 document by a superior court upheld by the Supreme Court, which overturned his 2004 summary judgment. And he will never tell people that. And when Trisha from Websleuths was friends, and I have an interview with her on my channel where she just says she really believes that he thinks he was exonerated because he lied to her as well and said that he was exonerated in the 2004 case. And he's just not telling anyone that case was overturned by the Ninth Court of Appeals, a superior court. And when they made their final appeal, the final decision was upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States, the highest court in the land. And Chris still will not tell his audience that.
Yeah, of course he's not going to tell his audience that, because if he tells his audience that, then he
thinks they won't check.
Yeah.
He obviously has not changed because he's doing the same thing. I mean, the same thing, like I said, Don, trying to be nice to him on the phone, and blah, 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 and then gets him on the YouTube, and then conspires with Chris McDonough and gets Chris McDonough. He hasn't changed since what happened to you, the grab. It seems like he hasn't changed at all.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's the thing. He never, when he started going on like this other person's panel or whatever, and he started all this stuff where he was like talking about me and saying that, actually I'm the one who manipulated him, blah, 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 blah. There was no apology.
Sorry to cut you off. So you've heard Chris McDonough specifically refer to you live?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Josh.
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry. But you've never heard Chris McDonough. He just pretends you don't exist, right?
Of course.
She's got to pretend she doesn't exist.
Because Josh has called you out, to defend himself. But Chris would pretend that he's never that you don't even exist, right?
Yeah, and that's fine. I would prefer it that way, actually.
Yeah.
It's fine. Whatever Josh wants to say, he can say, because I have proof that everything that he lies about me on, I can back it up with the actual truth of it. You know what I mean?
And Chris does all his dirty work on the other channels. He won't do it on his main channel. Not after the Nomadic case.
That was the funniest part about it, was he was like, when one of the channels was like wanting him to talk about the relationship and the calls, what he said was, I can't due to legal reasons. So he actually has never spoken about the calls or about the relationship at all, because he claims that he's got legal things. Well, that's absolutely not true.
Yeah.
He said that.
And I've just seen him. I think he said you're crazy and unstable and things like that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. He can say that.
Oh, wait. So that's what he says so that he doesn't have to explain it, right? Explain the story.
That's what he has said in order for him not to have to address the calls and what was said in the calls and all of his lies, him admitting that he had lied and the giant scam.
Yeah. He's just a crazy, jolted, ex-lover that couldn't, wasn't lucky enough to bed the most wonderful man in the world.
Yeah,
no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he has literally come out and said, he has said those things about me, but he has also said to other creators, you can't ask me questions about that. I can't answer questions about that because of legal reasons. So he has used that as his excuse to not have to talk about it, but that's all BS. And come at me, I still have an entire team of lawyers that I pay every month. I would love for them to do some work.
Walk around and find out.
And they would love it too. When I told my lawyer about this situation, when it happened, when she was like starting to put stuff together, if he didn't pay me back at the time I asked him to, she was already talking about putting a new pool in her house. So
I
it's
wish
like,
he hadn't. I wish he hadn't have paid you back because you'd have survived, and then he'd be in jail.
I mean, I really just don't want to deal with it. You know what I mean? But I would have been willing to. I don't want to.
Well,
I'm not kidding
yeah,
you.
you
My
could have
lawyer was
consumed.
like,
You could have consumed the losses, and then we'd get him off the street. But I
yeah, I
hear
mean,
you. I
that's
mean, I'm
fine.
glad he
I
paid
would
you back.
rather,
But,
I would
yeah.
rather not spend the money. You know what I mean? But the fact
Or
what I'm trying to say is,
crowdsource your reimbursement.
no, I wouldn't do that.
I
I mean,
know
I
you
think
wouldn't.
I could have paid for something
I
easily.
know.
I mean, he can still come at me. I'm happy to.
We talked about that because I even said, "Are you willing to deal with the legal consequences?" And you're
Yeah,
like, "Absolutely."
I'd be happy to get my lawyer a new in-ground pool. You know what I mean? 'Cause that's what she's really wanting. So she was really excited about this thing because she was going to get paid. But if it does come to that, hey, I'm happy to hook her up. You know,
It could be happening to other women right now, so it's that.
It likely is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how do you think he paid your money?
Well, he claims he's engaged, so she already knows. By the way, what's the scoop on his alleged fiance?
Sorry, guys. I'm here. I'm listening. I'm cooking dinner. So I'm just
Yeah, we
listening.
know. We get you.
What you cooking?
We're protecting the fort, Queen.
You should see what Betty cooked. It looks nasty. It looks like it's maggots. She put on a community board of roast beef, and it looks like fucking nasty.
Oh, bullhorn.
Dude, that totally looked like
Yeah.
maggots. I saw that
Ew.
too. I was like, what is
Ugh,
that?
It was so nasty.
Yeah,
Just
Bullhorn Betty.
Ew,
Yeah.
it looked gross. It looked like maggots to me too. I was like, what is that? I mean, I'm not a vegan like B Tim, but it looked like maggots.
Didn't somebody make
real.
a video, whether it was MGL or Betty Bullhorn, and the face is just maggots? Didn't somebody make a
I don't
video?
know, but
There's
there's
a lot of
probably someone out
I'm
there.
sure, or they're doing it right now.
Found some more sloppy joes.
Well, this explains a lot with like the whole Don Wells thing and how he's a little fucking snake. This Josh guy, where he pretends to be your friend. He gets all your little tries to get friendly with you and get secrets with you, and then tries to relate to you, and then tries to stab you in the back for money or for clicks and views. He's really
Yeah.
disgusting.
And in my old videos, he's sitting there going, "Everybody, go smash the like button," which of course makes no sense. Or like the smash button. No, I think
Yeah,
he said,
whatever.
go like the smash button. And grow Doug no thanks to 100,000, and grow Josh at the lab to 100,000, and grow Tiffany Marie and AB at 100,000. These are great people, and we need 100 the interview rooms. So go like all. And these people were just drooling at the bit. Josh and Doug are like pretending to be humble, like, "Thanks, Chris. We appreciate that." It's
We
like,
appreciate that, Chris.
So obvious.
Well, can we hold you? I was about to say something, but probably not.
And he wouldn't be caught dead with Doug Hutton or frickin' Josh, or he thinks these people
Oh,
are
no,
below
no.
him. He's just using them.
No one would hang out with Doug. I mean, he's known as what is it? Dougie Fresh, his wrestling name.
Oh God,
bro, you two just went from like an 8. Oh, go ahead.
That's another thing. The whole thing, the breakup between Josh and Doug and the Chris McDonough thing. Josh is an incredibly jealous person, incredibly jealous in all ways. And he does use the art of triangulation. So I personally believe, this is speculation, that he definitely wanted Chris all to himself. So he most likely was whispering in Chris's ear and whispering in Doug's ear. And, you know, the thing about Josh, he claims to not be involved in the drama and all of this and that. He claims to be like, the moral high authority of YouTube true crime. But the fact of the matter is, the absolute truth of it is, I watched him. He is behind the scenes pulling strings, feeding people different things. He sent, I'm not going to say who it was, but he sent a couple of creators some things about other creators, which they then used to damage those.
Well, when we were all predicting how that dark triad was going to break up, and we were trying to predict who was going to turn on who, I thought that Chris was going to abandon these lowlives, but in the end, he stuck with Josh. So he obviously sees some mutual benefit in engaging with Josh.
Think probably it was like a gladiator thing. Chris saw that Josh is really good at, you know, being sneaky and being slimy, and so the honest choice would be Josh, or because Doug is sloppy.
Or Josh knows something about him and Chris has to keep him tight to the vest.
Something like that.
I don't think that's the case.
No, yeah, I don't think Josh has dirt on Chris. I think Chris just uses him because he knows he'll probably, he'll take any marching orders that Chris gives him.
And Josh
Yeah.
is obsessed with Chris to the extent that Josh would constantly be like, "Yeah, Chris is on his way to park in my driveway. He's gonna park the
Airstream.
in his
The
driveway." And so
Airstream.
when I said to Josh, "Why don't you call Chris and ask Chris for the $7,600, and then you can pay him back when you refinance your house?" And if you're afraid to call him and you feel ashamed to call him, I'm happy to call him and explain the situation. And then he can loan you the money to loan to me, or he can pay me back and you can pay him back. And he was like, actually, Chris and I aren't that close. He was fabricating and trying to really build up the closeness that they have. So he's telling me like he woke up and Chris was calling him on the phone. He talks to Chris on the phone every night. None of that is true. He was also fabricating that because that's what he wants.
Are you sure? Are you sure he doesn't like call them up and like go to bed
I
together?
guarantee.
Well, he wants to pretend that they're peers, but obviously, Chris doesn't consider Josh a peer. But I'm
Absolutely.
sure Josh would love to believe that Chris considers him a peer.
Josh idolizes Chris, and
Oh, yeah.
he has built an entire story in his mind about his relationship with Chris, but that is not true. The sad
And Doug
fact is
slags off cops too. He
is
made his
definitely-
living as a cop hater and a cop agitator.
Chris is definitely using Josh.
Yeah,
That's
that's a good point. You literally had an auditor, like Doug was an auditor.
Oh
Was
yeah,
Josh an auditor?
those are my original videos. Were exposing Doug as a fraud.
Oh my god, what was he? What did he say when he was getting pulled out of the car when he was being
He
arrested?
was a First Amendment auditor, which are closely related to the sovereign citizen movement. He was a cop agitator, and he was
Yeah.
out there on the streets, and he got arrested in a fake Antelope Valley ambulance chasing scam with AV, who's also a scumbag. I've seen both of their legal records. They're as long as my arm, including felonies. He got arrested in that case. Both of them got arrested in that case. They also, Doug picked a fight with the neighbor in the West Boys case, and he's ranting and running around the neighborhood, screaming that only Doug Hutton, speaking about himself in the third person, will be able to find the boys. It's all about the boys. It's all about the boys. And he got arrested and dragged off in the West Boys case. It's like 2 arrests already in ongoing cases. I mean, these people are lowlifes. They're scam artists. They're street scam artists. If it wasn't for YouTube, they'd be doing back alley $50 scams in pool halls and dark alleyways.
I thought you were going to say something else. Oh, Lord.
The thing that Chris was smart about, though, is Chris really can't be doxxed because he literally could be in any Walmart parking lot in this country. I've said it before. You can't say where he lives because that Airstream could be parked in any parking lot, Lowe's, Home Depot parking lot, anywhere. Such a weirdo.
Dude, it's like, I'm like, I've been mind boggled a lot here. And like, I'm like,
Yeah, you're like in shock. You're like,
yeah,
what
I really am, because I've only been around like 9-10 months. I do sports gambling on the different side of YouTube for like 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I am so sorry that
Dick
happened to
is
you.
speechless.
I really am, and
I mean, you should hear the calls. The calls are really shocking. They're out there. I didn't put them out, and I'm not planning to put them on my channel because I'm just not. I had not made the decision to do that when someone else did it. So I don't know who did it. I don't really care. They're out there. It's not that I don't care. I don't care who it was. I've come to find out that none of the people that I thought I trusted were trustable. So it could have been any of them. It could have been any of them.
Yeah. Oh my god. Unbelievable.
But the calls are pretty shocking. The one that I didn't put out is also pretty shocking.
I have a video of Doug drunk on a live stream, and he's got a little bottle.
Oh yeah, I've
next to
seen
him.
that.
Yeah, lovely.
I think I saw it on BitChute. That's why I saw
Yeah, it's in one of my videos. Yeah, it's the BitChute video.
Oh my god! But basically, he didn't want to leave the stream, so he took a bottle and peed on our stream. Basically, guys.
Yeah, and I have him in the. I covered the Antelope Valley scam where they had a disruptive patient who was probably had some mental health problems and some violent tendencies, and they treated her in the hospital, and she was unstable and they couldn't deal with her, and they treated her, and then they were pushing her out to the parking lot, and then use of selective editing and a funny angle It looks like she probably threw herself out. She probably threw some little tantrum, threw herself out of the wheelchair, and then they selectively clipped it to make it look like the hospital attendants threw her out of the wheelchair. So they were hoping to get on the nightly news and go viral. And then they were claiming they were going to sue the hospital, and they were claiming that they were there to protect the victims, and this was a malpractice case or a patient abuse case. It was all selectively edited, and then they went around with their video cameras screaming at cops, screaming at EMTs, videotaping inside the hospital, just like Mallory was trying to do. And they pretended to care, and they were just being macho dudes trying to get in fights with everybody. All the EMTs were behaving properly and being polite, and they were just screaming obscenities and vulgarities at everybody in front of a hospital while these people were trying to save people's lives and move them back and forth from the hospital to the ambulance. And then they got arrested for trespassing and threatening behavior. And people don't know about all this shit. They don't know about
I've seen those editing.
all the videos of what he did when he was a cop agitator, and he was accusing every cop of beating their wives and kicking their dogs, and he was trying to get he's trying to provoke one of the cops to grab him or assault him, so then he would have some viral video, and then he could claim the victim of police brutality, and then he would go viral. It was always about he was just trying to find a gig to exploit modern social media and get on the nightly news or somehow have viral videos. And him and AV's just as bad. They then claimed at some point, there's a video of them where they claimed that they had just been kidnapped by the police, and the police had stolen all of their property, and that it was a conspiracy. And then they pointed to these legal documents and tried to demonstrate that they'd been kidnapped and tortured by the police. And it was all just a fake hoax for views.
Sounds like it. Jeez Louise.
And there are people today that still think he's a good guy, that he's turned over a new leaf. I mean, if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you.
Unbelievable.
Hi, Purple. This is just like shocking. I mean, I knew about the whole Chris McDonough thing, but I didn't know about the Josh thing, because that was just crazy. That guy, like, I thought he was just snaky, where he was just like a usual, like, speculation type of deal, and the usual summer. I didn't think he was that bad with those.
Yeah.
scamming.
This was the worst, because I'd made videos exposing him when I first came here, and I exposed him as a liar, and I got in. I had conversations with him where we caught him in all of the lies, and I exposed him in a couple videos. And then, the Grab contacted me privately. She contacted a few people wanting to tell her story, and then, ultimately,
That's not why I contacted people. I contacted people to ask their advice, to ask them, what should I do? What should
right.
I
But at some point, I asked you what you wanted to do with this, and you said you wanted me to make videos.
No, I said I'm going to put out my plagiarism videos and see what happens. I didn't say I wanted you to make videos. I said
I said you want to expose him, and you said you would like me to make videos to do it, and then I didn't want to take the case.
No, I said I was going to put out my videos and then see what happens. Because I wasn't willing to put out the calls yet. I had already made all of my I had already made 15 plagiarism videos. So I wanted to put those out and see if he went away. If he didn't go away, then I wanted to figure out how to expose him. I didn't say make videos about the calls or anything. I told you specifically I didn't want the calls put out.
Well, and that's why I didn't go public. Yep. And then you then made your videos public, the ones that you'd show me.
That's the thing. I was not shopping the story around. I was literally asking people that I respected and that I thought I could trust, what should I do? And made it very clear, please do not pass these around. Please do not put these out.
Right, which I never did.
Yeah, you never did. You're one of the few people that I know did not put it out. There were literally like 6 people. They passed it around to other people.
I was, I was very upset when I saw somebody drop your audio, because that means somebody got a hold of it and they didn't, respect your wishes.
Yeah. Absolutely, me too. I wasn't ready for that to come out. I had 15 videos in the can that I was going to slowly put out, and those were just based on plagiarism. and also the fact that he preys on people. But I did not intend to put the calls out until I was ready to.
Yeah,
And
and then
so
once you went public, then I could talk about it because I had already covered
everybody
it.
was talking about it. At that point, everyone was talking about it. And at that
Yeah.
point was when Just the Receipts came to me and said, listen, you're going to need to talk about this or else they're going to tell the wrong story. So then
Yeah, and
she was
I
like,
didn't like
on
that
my
too
show
much,
at
but
this hour.
yeah.
I said, yeah, but I hadn't slept for like 2 days at that point because I was getting trashed
Oh,
because
yeah, you were tired and upset, and
that was not my intention. I did not want things to come out that way. Like I would have
Yeah.
preferred to have had control over it, but because I didn't have control over my own story and someone had put those calls out, then they were open to everyone's interpretation. They didn't understand the context of it at all. So they came up with their own context. And even when I tried to correct that context, then it just went further and further. And that's what I'm talking about, like with the Don Wells call with Josh.
Yeah.
No matter what is said, you have no control over how they're going to contextualize it or what they're going to say or what they're going to twist or the beginning that they're going to put on the words that you're saying or the end that they're going to add to it, is a problem.
it is a problem.
Like Gigantor.
Yeah.
That's why I was just worried that somebody was going to use you as a content opportunity.
And they did. And that's okay. Like, because what I've realized is that's what they do. That is what they do. It doesn't affect me in my real life because, I mean, it could have easily, but it wouldn't. It wouldn't affect me in my real life because I can shut it down. Josh is not the love of my life. He was never, it was not like that. I had, at the point in which I realized that everything that he had said is a lie and that he had the ability to make up these heart-wrenching stories and play it for weeks and weeks on one topic to get money and then do it again and again and again, that I realized this is someone that cannot be trusted.
Purple, I would suggest you watch
Yeah.
the Grabs video because he starts saying a lot of racist, sexist, a lot of
Or
things
just
I do not
start
want
this video early
More than
on with my summary, and then she came over.
Yeah,
and-
he said a lot of things. He has a podcast in the past where he literally said some things like knocking a woman out, doing something and being passed out.
The $7,600 romance scam is the worst.
And also he scammed the Grab out of $7,600 with a lover boy tactic. What is it exactly called?
Another romance scam.
Romance scam, and he does that to other people. And yeah, he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy.
It's fine though. Like people, that's the thing. People are not gonna care if it didn't happen to them. You know what I mean? And people will trash you so much, unfortunately, that the people that have contacted me about it, that has happened to them,
Yeah.
they're not gonna come forward because they saw what happened to me.
Can you? What's your channel link again? What is it called? The Grab or Grab?
Yeah, I have it if you want it.
Yeah, toss it to me. I'm just gonna toss it.
I have it. It's in the back private chat already. It says the
Yeah, we've dropped it a
Grabs
bunch.
channel link.
So there's her videos, there's my videos. And,
I'm just dropping it for Purple to listen to, and then Purple, you make your decision upon listening to that.
The calls in which he admits he had lied and admits all of the lies of the romance scam, those are not on my channel.
No, somebody else dumped it.
Yeah, you just have his podcast where he basically talks about chloroforming women and stuff.
Hitting with
like
elbows
that.
Laughing about underage,
Yeah.
things.
Racist, misogynistic, date rape,
other
all sorts of
video-
lovely things.
If you play the other video, the things he says on there are equally as disgusting. And like I said to you guys, those are not the worst. Those are the least offensive of what he has said. I mean, there's one clip about kindergarten children and sex that is pretty gut turning. It is absolutely vile. The clips that I have put out are vomitous. They are disgusting. That they are nothing compared to the ones that I didn't put out that I could put out.
And his supporters haven't seen them, or if they did see them, they just turn a blind eye because, like you said, Skeptic, they've already given money and whatnot. And they're going to feel like they're a fool.
Yeah, I referred to it as something like a sunken cost fallacy, where once you've invested in a losing stock, you're reluctant to sell it because you've already committed and you have to admit that you were wrong and you made bad judgment. So
Exactly.
people tend to then just hang on to these things.
And he talked it away. He was able to talk it away by apologizing and saying it was shock jock stuff. It was not me.
And then he
But
dirty
did
deleted.
it for years, and he still has it up. And it's not. It is real. It is real. You can't make that up. It comes out too easily, and it happens. It's hours and hours and hours, and it's podcast after podcast over a course of many years.
And he has a true crime YouTube page about trying to find missing kids, and he's talking. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, the thing where he talks about the woman and with her period and doing something with his fingers was quite discerning.
Right. I mean, if you're really charitable, you can just say that this is a shock jock thing. They don't mean it.
Stern
but I don't
this.
buy that. I mean, who would do that? I wouldn't do that.
No, he has these jokes about the Holocaust and jokes about
What?
Auschwitz. And
Yeah.
Go listen to the first one. Play the first
makes
one.
fun of Jews.
It's horrifying. It is horrifying.
Tim, who's that guy you played the other day? The guy that was, he's got the wife that didn't really, every time he said something stupid, she didn't. He's got a big podcast. He's Bill Burr was on.
But you're talking about Ethan Klein.
Pate?
Yes, Ethan Klein.
Yeah. The guy
he says
who-
similar things.
Not
like
this, not like this.
Yeah.
No.
Similar,
no.
but not to this magnitude.
Not like this. No, I mean, like he said some really bad things, like encouraging someone to shoot up the NRA or blow it up. But yeah, and then get banned for that. That's pretty bad. But yeah, he didn't go into too much, and he did say some bad things, but not.
He tried to do some damage control, Ellie, at the beginning. So after the plagiarism came out, after the podcast came out, he posted a couple of things on his community post, and he made it even an apology video. And then he tried to sort of do some minimal damage control to, say, well, we've all made mistakes. I've learned. I'll try to be better. I won't, engage in plagiarism anymore. He tried to do some minimal damage control. And then when the audio came out where he admitted all of it, that's when he then dirty deleted everything. All of his apologies were then deleted.
And then said that he couldn't speak on those calls because it was a legal matter at this point, which was bullshit.
At this point,
He just covered his tracks. He changed his strategy.
I don't care, who goes to what, but I'm just like shocked that he just has that up. Like that's just crazy to me that you don't have the mindset, because that is what he just said in those videos is completely unacceptable. I don't understand how he would even think that was a good idea I don't even think that was a good idea to think of those things. Like who even thought of those things?
You guys heard like less than 1 minute of that video. That's disgusting.
I mean, when he talked about sticking a gumball in his foreskin and then putting a blueberry gumball in his mouth
this
afterwards.
is Monica's using the apologetic that all of Josh's fans use. So sorry.
I wasn't enjoying making him cry, Monica. What I was doing was trying to get him to tell me the truth and figuring out what he was lying about. I had no idea what he was lying about, but there was no way to get him to tell me the truth other than to say to him, I know you're lying about this. I know you're lying about that. And he believed me and ended up backwalking it. And he didn't, all of those things that he said weren't even true.
And who leads somebody on that lends that much
And he was
money?
responsible for a felony.
Spends like 3 months of
Committed
their
a
life
felony.
talking to them 4 to 6 hours a day on the phone, Monica.
Yeah. And he
Get
committed
real.
a felony.
I mean,
It's not rocket science.
I mean, who gives a shit about this guy's feelings? He just scammed this woman out of $7,600, tried to scam her out of $7,600 and said the most racist, disgusting things I've ever heard in my fucking time on YouTube. And that is an accomplishment. That is accomplishment because I've heard some terrible things. And that was definitely an accomplishment today because I've never heard.
And when the world doesn't believe you, recording them, unfortunately, can be your final recourse. And if you think there's not a distinction between trying to get a criminal on the record and the actual criminal act, then I think you're engaging in a false equivalence fallacy.
But people will excuse him of everything, and I honestly
I've seen
believe
it.
a lot of it is because he's a male in this platform. Part of it has to do with that. There
There's
are
just a mountain of evidence. I was covering him way before your story. This is a serial liar, grifter, plagiarist, criminal.
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted, honestly. Like, I'm just really flabbergasted because that's the only thing I can think of. Like, I just like the report.
And him and Doug and Chris and all the others exploited the fuck out of Summerwell's name, all for money.
Yeah.
And if you think that they actually care, then you really need to check your moral compass and your critical
Monica,
thinking.
you think you truly believe that I knew what was going on? You are out of your mind. I had no idea. You have no idea how much it affected me to find out that he had done that. I was already at the end of my rope. That pushed me straight over. It was an absolutely horrific experience. There is no way that I would have continued on for 3 months of my life with talking to a person for 4 to 6 hours a day, knowing that he was lying to me and giving him money. There is no way in hell.
Yeah.
But
and
if you
also,
want to believe that, you go right ahead and believe that. That is your choice.
yeah.
And I
And
hope
also,
it happen to you, but it could easily happen to you with that mindset.
These are the typical tragedy pimp apologists.
yeah. But I do want to say, like, please just, it's a chat. It's open. Everyone can say what they want as long as they're not
You're
saying.
more than welcome to. I'm not angry with you, Monica. You should question me. You should question every single person you hear on.
Indeed.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. You should question
But if
everyone.
all opinions are open, then and we get to have ours too.
Yeah. And I have opinion that this guy's a piece of shit. And that's like, I'm supported by a lot of data, which is what I just listened to.
Oh, you're being nice by calling him a piece of shit. If I ever saw him, I hit him with a fucking flying elbow.
Yeah, I mean, like, I could,
You're
like,
probably not aware that he came in my room and tried to get her to suicide herself and then sent her fucking razor blades.
yeah, he sent her 2 razor blades and said
2 boxes of 50.
Yeah.
With a little note attached, something to the effect
It was
of
an Amazon gift note that
yeah,
said,
was it do yourself a favor or do us a favor or something to that effect?
drop it in my phone.
Yeah, but yeah,
It said a gift for you, and it had this Amazon gift box picture. It says Amazon gift receipt, and it says do yourself a favor from the universe. I got 2 packages. He was the only person that had my address.
Wait,
And I saw that happen.
Again? I missed it. I'm sorry.
You remember the whole Amazon? He said
Yeah.
razors? Yeah, that's
He's the only person that had your address.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
I'm sure he sent it. I'm sure he doxed me to other people and sent. I know that he sent my phone number to other creators, and I know that because one creator sent me an email with the whole chat, like the text that he had sent to that person. That person is like, Josh, I heard everything. Fuck off. But he sent that person like a big, huge lie about me, and then sent him my phone number and my, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, he's the only person that has my home address.
So the stuff that you got delivered to your house is in result of either him giving it to other people or him doing it himself, which
because he claimed he didn't do it.
But the timing on it doesn't make sense because he
No.
was in Skeptic's chat like that
Correct.
maybe day or 2 before those packages showed up.
Indeed. The timing was
Bizarre.
ridiculously suspect. What's the term in this space? Sus as fuck.
Yeah. Jeez.
Sussy.
That's funny.
Sussy. Very sussy.
It's a disgusting situation. But another thing that I learned from it is, like I was just saying to Monica, and I'm sorry if I get heated about this, but it makes me angry when I hear women trying to say that, yeah, it's not, you wanted that to happen. I did not want that to happen. But what I learned from it was at that point, like I said to you, I was at the end of my rope. I had already gone through so much trauma and was in so much trauma with the situation with what had happened to my father, that I thought I was at the end of my rope when that happened. But what I learned is that is not the end of my rope. I am a lot stronger than that. I can take so much more. Not that I want to, but the words of some people on the internet, that is like nothing compared to real life, So
Yeah, and I hope, Monica, that you've listened to the information and you change your opinion. But you're welcome to your opinion. It is what it is. Yeah.
You are you can listen to it all and still not believe it. That is your choice. Absolutely.
But if you think he's changed, look how he treated Dom Wells. He did the same. He basically talked to him very nicely behind the scenes, and then when he was on the air, backstabbed him, did a text call to Chris McDonough, and basically snaked him.
And I'm not attacking you, Monica. Please, I hope you don't feel that way. I'm just simply letting you know that there is that I I did not want that
I
to
get
happen, or did I know that that was going to happen?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, it just it shows a behavior that he has, and it's just really disgusting. That
What does
yeah.
Chris McDonough say? Past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. It's his line.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Actually, that's the one thing I'm probably going to agree with him about today.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree with him on that account.
Be consistent, because it applies to you and your drag henchmen.
I have a clip in one of my videos with Chris laughing and smiling. I put it in a couple of my clips where he says, if you tell a lie long enough, people will believe it.
Of course. It's an old famous quote. Yeah. We use it in the critical thinking world all the time.
Yeah, I'm not a manipulator or two.
Yeah.
On this platform.
I get people want to defend, because I agree with Grant. I think Josh is just a complete disgusting asshole. I believe everything this woman says, and she has receipts, the videos, and I don't think he should be even anywhere near any discussions of this, because he shouldn't be around vulnerable people. It's disgusting that he's around. And he's got some sort of legitimacy, and he plays this victim so he can get some money, and then he cries, and then he just it's just disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's actually like really pathetic as well. It's really fucking pathetic. But yeah.
It's not even that I want Josh to go up in flames or something like that. I just don't want this to happen to anybody else. That's all. And I know that it is. I know I can tell you that the emails that I've gotten say that it is.
I mean, I would like him to. I mean, like, that's your opinion.
He stalked her in my chat and tried to get her to off herself in my room in real time. I have the frickin' I have the screenshots.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit different. I would like him to go away and do something else that doesn't involve victims, but like maybe sell vacuum cleaners or something. Or
I agree with you. I don't think he is absolutely the wrong person for any victims. He should not be allowed to talk to victims at all.
Yeah, this is the grab up here. That's what's up here. Follow the grain. Yeah, I don't think he should be around. I don't even think Chris McDonough should be around because of his past behavior.
No, he had it, and YouTube knew that, which is why they removed his channel. And I made a video where I said, I'm very disappointed. You should think again for having reinstated it.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few people I would say should not be on this platform. But and that's my opinion, and some people definitely would disagree with me, but I mean,
you broke their own terms of service. So if you don't honor your own terms of service, then why would people respect them?
Yeah,
that's what is like bothering me, and I guess what I find so mind-boggling is how YouTube doesn't put a stop. They need to hire some more employees or something. I don't know what it is.
Well, there's not enough
money.
And they don't. There's not.
And they
enough,
lose money.
There's not enough humans to deal with every video that comes out on YouTube, probably.
And they have no vested interest. Their bottom. What they care about is maximizing stockholder value.
I mean, they just upped it to 45% now for super chats.
Yeah, they're sickening. So they don't have a vested interest in shutting down channels, especially channels that make them ad revenue.
Exactly.
And Chris is a big channel. And so that's, it's the likely reason why he got his channel back. He negotiated with them, and he spoke eloquently and explained who he was. And then he convinced them that he had been ganged up on, or there was some misunderstanding, or he made a simple mistake and then he wouldn't do it again.
Yeah.
And so they, whatever.
Good for you, Grant.
Oh, you can't. What did you cancel to, Josh, or you canceled to?
The lab, I think, Josh.
Yeah. Holy shit, man.
What happened?
No, let's talk about how she canceled her membership to Josh. Probably.
She didn't know any of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people, because what happens is a lot of people don't realize who is like there's every new case brings a new set of people, and those new set of people are attracted to channels that are very recommended by their algorithm because they have a lot of engagement, and a lot of engagement sometimes, unfortunately, what gets a lot of engagement is speculation and conspiracy theories, and usually the shittiest of the shits. And people go there and they watch, and they think that's true crime to speculate and to accuse people of being murderers. And
they're just quote unquote theorizing.
Yeah, and then they go there and they watch it, and they have no clue about this guy's past or these people's past. and they don't actually go to real true crime people who actually read articles and discuss in depth of the
Have
case
ethics and
and
competence.
ethics and stuff like that. And then then eventually they find out, and then they say, oh shit, this guy's a scumbag. And then they move on to the legitimate channel or just entirely leave the community. And then a new set comes in.
Some do, yeah. So the news cycle moves quickly. Some people don't care that there's that sunken cost fallacy.
Yeah.
And and then some people, they just showed up. So I mean, you can't hold everybody responsible, but that's why, again, I try to teach critical thinking and the tactics and all that, so that people can just get generally better at being critical of anybody's content, especially anybody making money, so that then everybody develops better, skeptical radar. And they perform things like fact checking and vetting before they start handing over their money and subscribing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunately
Because you don't get the monsters without the enablers.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of people just generally, I mean, like Josh, I'm sure he presents himself as this,
Yeah. Humans are trusting. We want to believe that people are decent.
And probably like Chris McDonough is like, look, I'm an authority. I'm a retired cop. He's like, he looks professional and all that stuff. And you look at these people on like face value, you say, wow, these are legitimate people. And then eventually you realize, after you listen to a couple of, videos, or you go through other channels.
Humans are gullible and credulous, unfortunately. We know enough about the brain these days to know that, humans evolved to be credulous, to believe. And especially when they think you're an authority figure. They'll just take what you say on face value.
Yeah. Yeah. Very strange. But I just don't know what to say. It's like at this point, like, it's really bad. But
mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is really bad. It's really, really bad.
The thing about Josh, though, is, in my opinion, he's one of the most dangerous ones because he is really good at acting. You would have no idea that he's done these things because people will not come out about it, and he is so good at playing the part that he has played, which tells me that he's played it so long that he believes it, and it is ingrained in who he is to be able to con
The only
people.
gig he's got.
He's a con man.
It's the only gig he's got.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm wondering if there was even I think one of his videos says he's in an earthquake, like, and powers out. I'm wondering if that was even real. I'm just dumb.
I did notice he quickly announced that he was engaged and, was going to get married.
Okay.
Also, like I said, he has done it. This is a pattern where he says he's leaving YouTube and he gets his subs all up in a frenzy and they beg him not to leave. And then he comes around and says, well, I'm not going to leave then. And then they're rejoicing.
Right.
They're
We
crying.
didn't talk about that. He's got he's going on to bigger projects. He's this big important VIP. These are all fake. And then he just uses that as a sympathy play. We've talked about that before. We didn't talk about that tonight.
When I first started listening to him, I remember, and he would tell me about his Netflix deal that he had. That never existed. That never existed. All of it was a lie. How could he have these writing projects when all he does is literally copy and paste and then tweet it? It's crazy.
Let me see. And I'm like reading through his community posts now. His first thing says, at Prayer Garden of America said I'm a gun and clip away from becoming my father, but she will defend defend a toucher of children, Don Wells. Say what you want about my past mistakes, but I will never stop with the Utah case. Go chew a steak, PG, if you can. By the way, how does your knee replacement go? Signed, the anti-P group.
All right, is there any
He's another
punctuation
hack. He's another bad actor hack.
Oh yeah, there's punctuation. Yeah, well,
Good.
there's punctuation. It's getting better.
He's improved, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
sorry. You were talking about what Josh said or what Prayer Garden said?
This is Josh. This is Josh.
Okay.
Community post.
Prayer Garden's another bad actor.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about Prayer Garden. I'm sure I'll be finding out. All.
She's not as bad as Josh.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm thinking I'm thinking Doug's not as bad as fucking Josh. To be honest with you.
That's what I came up with too. I was
Yeah,
shocked.
after this case.
Holy
Yeah.
cow! Doug is nothing.
I thought he was the better of the three, and now I've come to conclude. Well, I mean, I still think Chris is the worst because of his status and his influence.
I'm starting to
And he's
think
getting
Doug is
on
the
Nancy
best of
Grace, and he's getting on News Nation.
He's the
And
best of them.
I mean, like I watched his comedian act. I've watched his singing. I watched his wrestling. Unfortunately, And it's like he is definitely the best out of the three. I mean,
It's
honestly,
just a very low bar.
Jasmine,
yeah.
he does have children, but he told me that he does not have a girlfriend. He, all of that stuff. He said it over and over and over again, and I have the text to prove it. I did not know that he had a girlfriend until I confronted him about telling me the truth, but I was ambiguous about what he was going to tell me the truth about. And then he started it off by talking about how he had lied about breaking up with his girlfriend in January. He had actually broken up with her in February, to which my gut said that is not true. And I said to him, I think you're lying. That's not true. And then he said, well, blah, blah, blah. And then he made up another lie. And I let that go. And then later on, I came back to it and was like, you didn't ever break up with your girlfriend, did you? After this had gone on for a while on this one phone call where he was just lying. And in my gut, every time I had a gut instinct of this, the way he's saying this sounds like a lie. So I would stop him and say, you're lying about that. And he believed that I knew something. And then he said that, he ended up unraveling it. But it was hours, it took so long. It's like an hour and a half long of me being like, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to. I mean, you have to, like when you
we're
gave Phasia the other
laughing
day
at your
a
expense.
platform to give her side of the story and not just Molly's. You know what I mean? It's you have to be able to give your side of the story as well.
Yeah.
We're ribbing Tim in the chat.
We're ribbing indeed.
Oh yeah, he loves that wrestler.
I watched Down Jones and the wrestler. His wrestler.
Isn't there that video clip where he's got like the other guy's ass in his face or
Yeah,
something?
that's
funny?
the same one. He still has it on his channel. That's how I got it from. I watched it. It's
a bit autoerotic.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was definitely weird. Doug wrestling and his comedy thing. Like, I think he gotten funnier. Like if you listen to him, he's funny. He's more funny now. A lot funnier now.
Well, and that's what I mean. A lot of people who don't know who he is think he's a better guy. But what's the parallel here? The parallel is fake acting for views and money.
Yeah.
Because then he moved after he failed in his, and I'm not surprised that Ernie was a scam artist in the wrestling world too, and scammed a bunch of money out of people out of money. Because what is wrestling? It's fake, and it's sensational, and people pay money for it.
Yeah, pretty much like this.
Because then he moved on to his First Amendment nonsense, where he claimed he was just standing up for people's civil liberties. And then he moved into true crime because now he cares about victims. And if you buy that, then you need a bridge.
Yeah, well, I kind of need a bridge. No,
Because I remember, what was the one video? There was a video where Chris, what was it? It was on another one where they played at psychiatry, because he's another one. He thinks he's he's got some insight into psychology, and of course he's not. Has no background in psychology. Can't read a scientific study to save his life. And Doug was given permission to stream it at the same time, and he had Dr. Latina, another lunatic conspiracy theorist, proof that just having an MD next to your name and being a professional doesn't mean you're rational. He had her on his channel, and he was pretending to be a psychologist. I mean, that one was really funny, watching Doug try
was
to
pretending to be a psychologist?
Yeah, he was pretending to be a psychologist and announcing that, he's all about victim advocate and protecting women from SA and all this stuff. And I mean, I have private contacts from his victims, women that fall for Doug and send him money.
Yeah.
And then he probably sexts with them, and then he fucking abandons them. And then when they're pissed off and scorned, and they come back at him and they want, compensation or something, then he slags their name off and lies about them in public. And, then they contact me and they want me to make videos. And I'm like, sorry, I'm not making a video just because you fell for an asshole online. I need more than that. You need to show me that he harmed you, or he's putting your life in danger, not simply that, you were gullible enough to give him a couple $1,000 after you sexted and sent some pictures to him,
Yeah, it just becomes really silly at that point because
He
you don't know.
shamed one woman who had a mastectomy, and she sent pictures of her mastectomy, and then he shamed her.
Holy shit.
Fucked up shit.
Oh yeah, that is fucked up, man. That's fucked up. But you know, I've heard about some of the mods. He's like, the mods are like, it's just always very weird with these.
They're
You know,
full of groupies. These people are like rock stars, at least in their eyes, and then they all get groupies, and they've never gotten this much attention in their life. And you know, if you don't have the maturity or the responsibility to be respectful to people, you just, you know, they contact you privately, and then they want to get to know you, and then you're bored one night, and you use them for a little bit of fun, and then you abandon them, and you probably are lying about your feelings about them, and it's fucked up. But that's, you know, that's the online world. Everybody's susceptible to that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, like the whole thing with that is I look at these male content creators that do that, and I'm like, man, you guys are just so fucking stupid. Like,
You know, a couple of these people were pursuing him in court, and I hope they get these fuckers.
yeah, because I just sit there, I'm like, guys, you really kind of shouldn't be doing that.
Because revenge porn is also a crime.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a crime. You can go to jail for a while, for a very, very long time.
So
Very,
he's
very
engaging. Doug's engaging in that, for example.
Yeah, jeez Louise.
You know, and these things, these aren't ancient history.
Yeah, well, it's internet, ancient history.
Yeah, anything over a week is ancient history in YouTube land.
And everybody's a fucking tough guy on the internet these days.
Well, they need to get it in the pocketbook, or they need to spend some time in prison. And that's the thing, is that we're all frustrated because we want consequences. And if YouTube's not going to do it, then you need either a pro bono lawyer willing to take a case without a profit incentive, or somebody who's got the money to pursue them and win a settlement, and then hit them in the pocketbook.
Pro se?
That's pro se, yeah, absolutely pro se.
As opposed to pro bono. Or Sonny Bono, for that matter.
Sonny Bono,
I don't
pro
think
bono.
Betty's seen a pro boner in a long time. I think that's why she's so upset.
I'm surprised Betty is not referring to Sonny Bono. That would be funnier.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a legal scholar, everyone. I know how to do my own Sonny Bono.
Yeah, absolutely. Sonny Bono. Grab Queen and I will always support you. Yeah, I mean, definitely this chat's going to support you. I mean, it definitely things have changed since that particular time, because a lot of people are pointing out these bad actors. You know, I'm using bad actors as a tragic thing because
my term.
Yeah, your term, since it's a lot better in this particular context. But yeah, it's just like, let me see. I think a lot of people are just realizing they can talk about them now, and there's more and more people talking about them.
Spread the risk, and that's why at least now, since when I came, we can't be too optimistic. We need to be reasonable in terms of what can change. But from when I came and started doing this to now, it's night and day. There are more channels covering the bad behavior, and then hopefully, if nothing else, it puts more pressure on these channels to be a bit more thoughtful or a bit more careful. And if that results in them, falsely accusing a single additional person of heinous crimes and getting them their cults to go after them in real life, that's a win, right? I mean, anybody that we save from having that happen, it's a win. It's just we'd like a little bit more.
Yeah,
we'd like them removed from the platform.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the key thing, because these people don't change at all. They don't change. They don't change their behavior. They keep on doing the same thing over and over again. And that's the problem. And the only way to remove them is basically stop watching them, have people realize that these people are not good authorities when it comes to true crime. But yeah. Well, this has been very, very educational.
Oof, say the least.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for listening to me. And if you want to get in touch, my email address is in my page. It's easy. It's just the grabgrabs@gmail.com. Thanks for hearing about it. I mean, I really didn't get that in depth. And I mean, if I were to get in full in depth, which I had to do in the past, it's pretty awful. It's like absolutely disgusting. I've kind of given you like a very mild version of it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's mild. Wow.
Yeah, there are a couple of links in my community page of where I had talked about it, I think on Just the Receipts. And this is like nothing compared to the depth in which the manipulation and the fuckery really was. It's pretty dark. Monica, what I would ask you to ask yourself is, do you really think that someone would go undercover to expose someone else in a calculated manner for 3-4 months and shell out $7,600 for the point of exposing someone? And my videos are only like, there's 14 of them, I think, of just plagiarism videos. Don't you think I would have gone a little bit harder or come out a little bit sooner?
It makes no sense. So
You really
I don't even
think
think
someone would go undercover and shell out that kind of money just for the idea of exposing Josh, who had like 13,000 subscribers? No, absolutely not. But again, I'm not attacking you. I just would ask that you question what you believe, because what you're saying makes no sense, and it comes directly from what Tiffany Marie had to say on her channel, which was absolute BS. So I'm gonna hop down because I'm gonna eat dinner, but I'll
All
listen.
right, enjoy your meal.
All right, yeah, we've been on here like close to 8 hours. But thank you.
I was like,
honey.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. I am in Queen. I'm like, I'm about to pass out because I've been on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was cooking dinner and stuff, listening to you. I appreciate you sharing your story, though. Thank you so much for coming up here, and thanks, guys, for hanging out. I'm gonna close this out, and yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I'll see you guys. See you tomorrow.
Roger that, Ghost
Well,
Rider.
we spent a whole 8-hour day, a whole fucking work.
Yeah,
whole
we're
work shit.
Yeah.
Homework.
This was longer than my stream last night.
Shit. But we covered a lot, though. I will say that much. And I'm glad we got the Tyler, or the
Tyler Doyle.
Yeah, figured out a little bit. I'm still looking into that because now I'm like,
That's crazy. And also
It
we learned a lot about Josh and Chris.
Yes. And I'm leaving this stream up, so I really fucking hope they I really hope they know,
Yeah, I mean, if they come up, they want to come up. They want to
Well,
come
damn, there's a name I ain't seen in a million years. Forever Trolling.
up. Indeed.
He said, okay, what's up? Did you say something else we missed or something? What's the okay for?
No, he was like a little trolling. That's the thing. Forever Trolling was trolling, so it goes with trolling.
Gotcha.
So that's usually
Forever Trolling's in here trolling.
Yeah. But
He said, I'll watch. What's up, man? How you doing?
But I'll be going, Queen. I gotta skedaddle. I think my legs are atrophying at this point. But anyway.
Oh shit, I know. Well, I just made tacos and nachos and little tacos in a bag for my little so.
Oh, that's good.
I was up here running around like a chicken, listening to everything going on. I can't believe Josh. Look, I'm gonna shut this off anyhow because if you guys want to see it, we got all the links. I'll pop the links in the description and whatnot. You can go watch if they want to or whatever. You know what I mean?
And the grab lady says that you can contact her via her email if you want to get more details. But
Tragedy Pimps Exposed. She wanted me to let you know that she definitely supports you as well. And if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Yeah, I was gonna say little tacos in the back. We buy those little Doritos and put them in there. You know what I mean? It's just easier for them to eat them that way, and they like them. So, you know what I mean. But anyhow, yeah, I appreciate you, and we like you being a fun troll. We like when you were a fun troll. We had a lot of fun with that. So
yeah,
if you want to be a fun troll, come on in. But if you're gonna be a mean troll, we don't want that.
Yeah, I mean, then we got to go with Chris McDonough's logic that you're some sort of evil sociopath.
Then we gotta call you Chris McDonough.
Chris McDonough thinks all trolls are evil socialists, evil social psychopaths and stuff like that, and that's what he thinks. Trolls are psychopaths, evil people.
Chris will infiltrate you.
He will. Well, that sounded sexual, but anyway, I'm leaving it at that. You guys have a good one.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
We'll see you later, and thank you, Skep, for coming up and hanging out. I appreciate that. The grab, I appreciate that. Everybody that was. What'd you say here? Hold on. You know who I seen the other day and it reminded me of you? That Uncle Lazier or whatever. Fucking died. He cracks me the fuck up. Hold on. He said, best not mention me again then, or I'm going to be dropping mad memes on you all. We're waiting for some Dolly and some House of Williams memes. You know, she was at the children's hospital acting a damn fool. Good night, baby. Thank you for coming up to grab. And like I said, you're welcome anytime. And we're going to set up a live to go over the Chris McDonough and the Josh, Tragedy Pimp Squad, because they belong right the fuck in there too. So anyhow, y'all have a good night. This has been a long ass live. So I'll come in and try to put the timestamps in. But we'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. I love you guys.
I've been on my own for 3 weeks now. I've been drinking every single bottle, Jim Beam down. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild. What's so bad about that? Baby, we were good, like white wine going down. But only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked down. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Even the preacher, he says he can't help me. I've been singing praise the Lord, hallelujah, but it don't set me free. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, but what's so bad about that? I've been seeing old lovers, but they can't keep the memories out. Oh, only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked down. Only the whiskey can save me now.